Hello and welcome to the Shea Hates Everything Podcast, where two brothers argue about video games and other shit that matters. My name is Shea, and today I hate going to sleep at night and then getting out of bed in the morning.
And my name is Kyle, and today I hate this handle of Fireball.
This was a late change.
Yeah.
Because originally it was something else that was similar to mine.
It was crippling creative anxiety.
Oh, sure, yeah, anxiety about it. Yeah. And that's not dissimilar from why I don't want to go to bed and why I don't want to get out of bed.
Oh, sure.
And maybe that was like too negative. Is that why you changed it? Or what about Fireball?
It's sitting right here in front of me.
You're implying that you're drinking Fireball right now while we do the podcast.
Precisely.
Awesome.
So my whole point is that we're on a timer, Shay, because the further we descend into the various layers of hell, hour by hour in this podcast,
right,
the more on fire I will become.
Fantastic.
No. I'm going to stop at 2 glasses because I'm not crazy. And all right, so a little bit of context. This handle of Fireball, which I never thought I was going to be the Fireball guy. I didn't want to be the Fireball guy, but
it's good.
It's fine. It's pretty good. A handle of it is way too much to have in a single location. For the fact that there's only me in the house to drink it.
Okay.
Because Carol won't drink it.
Oh, you mean it's too much to have in the house, period.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like drinking a handle of Fireball is too much to do like in a day.
Yeah,
and I was gonna be like,
that's fucked up.
Yeah, duh.
That I would die. But it's just too much to own at one time because
it's always tempting.
Well, no, it's like a monkey on my back. It's like I have a glass, like half glass Fireball, half glass Dr. Pepper, because that's the appropriate way to drink it, and it's like none of it has gone away. It's like permanently refreshing, like an infinite font of Fireball.
Yes.
And it got it for $15, a handle. For $15, because the reason I got the handle was because the bottle, which is a third of the content, was $10. So I'm like, I get $30 worth of Fireball for $15. It's like going to the movie theater when it's like a quarter more to get the extra large.
Yeah,
that's what it was like. But
now you know it'll last you forever. It's the fountain of youth. The fountain of Fireball.
It's the opposite of the fountain of youth. It's infinitely killing you faster.
Right.
So I am going to stop at 2 glasses, just enough to have a little bit of fun. But
like what you could do if you your intention isn't, I want to get drunk off of this cinnamon whiskey that is very sweet, especially when mixed with
Dr.
soda.
Pepper, yeah.
Yeah, what you could do is just have a Dr. Pepper with a shot of Fireball in it, just to add a little bit of heat. That's also tasty.
But then this will never go away, Shay.
Yeah,
it will
then
never
you'll never
die.
need to buy another one. It sounds like it already is never going to go away.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, man. I tell you what.
I'm just saying that this is a way for you to enjoy the flavor and just the little warmth, in your tummy that maybe. Fireball gives without getting drunk.
Yeah.
In case you have something scheduled that has been scheduled that you have agreed to do that is going to take several hours, where there's some modicum of professionalism that you need to bring, and consuming booze while doing this thing would be a horrible idea. Just in that circumstance, it might be better to add a splash of Fireball rather than the 50-50 ratio that you're talking about. Just theoretically.
We've known each other my whole life, and
correct.
I can tell when it's circles within circles with you, right? Where there's a hidden meaning, read between the lines, and I can tell from your tone of voice there's something you're getting at, but I'm really just not picking up on it. I'm way too drunk to figure it out, so...
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah.
It was not that obtuse of a correlation that I was making, but given that you're 50-50 fireballing it, I get why you might not.
I don't want to call it that. 50-50 fireballing. That's like flip a coin, live or die. Yeah. And anyways, I'm the fireball guy tonight.
Oh yeah. I'm the water guy.
Good. I'm going to follow it up with water.
And I talk a lot, so I've got 2 giant glasses of water because I don't want to end up taking a break in the podcast because that makes it harder to edit, and so my laziness trumps my fear of dehydration, basically.
Yeah, exactly. I also have a water. Yeah, my antics aside, because I like to throw wrenches in the gears every now and then. Of this immaculate machine.
Dude, the actual wrench in the gears would be you like being normal for a podcast episode. Feels like every episode we do, there's some kind of shenanigans happening. You cracked open a beer 2 months ago. You started a podcast by telling a story of how you murdered a bunny. Like there is no circumstance where we've had a normal performance from you on this podcast.
The bunnies are back, by the way.
Yeah, you told me.
Yeah, well, I haven't told the listeners yet. I've decided, the nest is back. There are baby bunnies in it again. And so I made the executive decision that part of the lawn belongs to the bunnies now, and I will just mow in a large circle around it. And so there will be a large circle in my backyard of really ugly grass, and that's fine, because the bunnies own it.
And do you remember what I told you as it pertains to the bunnies and this podcast?
Something about, let's not bring it up because trauma, blah, 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 something. But I will note that you brought it up first, so.
No. In the event that the worst happens again, which it inevitably will.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
I don't want to hear about it on the podcast, and neither do any of our listeners. That's it.
You can mute me on Discord next time I tell the story.
That's the end of the bunny saga. That's more than enough.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Okay. We do have a very jam-packed episode. Let's set the stage for everybody, and then we're just going to dive right in. Well, that's bullshit. It's been 7 minutes. We're not diving right into anything. We're treading water for several minutes. So we're going to start talking about some video games. The first thing is our July Game Club game, which, if y'all remember, was Exoprimal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little bummed. Nobody wrote us an email about Exoprimal. Did y'all just not play it?
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I am. I feel like it's on Game Pass. It's pretty accessible. But we're going to dive in. We'll tell you everything you need to know about Exoprimal. We've been playing a lot of Exoprimal. And I think we're probably going to play a little more Exoprimal.
A lot for us.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've played a lot of a video game that we're not totally enjoying. Like, for the fact that we're not really enjoying it that much, we have played a lot.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Right. Yeah.
So we're going to talk about that. And then we've got just an absolute shit ton of other games and stuff to talk about. A couple highlights. You've been playing some Remnant 2, some Baldur's Gate 3, some Call of Duty. We've both been playing some Call of Duty, different Call of Duties. I finally, as promised, played through the entirety of Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores. I played some Rollerdrome, so I got both of those, proverbial monkeys off my back. It's not Fireball, it's video games for me. And then also some TV and movie stuff that is relevant, right? So I know you've been watching Secret Invasion. I haven't watched it. I've heard not good things about it, so I'm dying to hear. You and I have not discussed it, so I'm dying to hear your thoughts.
Good.
I watched some Cyberpunk Edgerunners, which I want to chat about. And then I also randomly rewatched the Christopher Nolan Batman trilogy, and then that gave me finally the impetus to watch the Robert Pattinson Batman movie, which I had not seen. So we're talking about that. And then we've got some other big sections, right? So as we mentioned on the last month's episode, we're going to spend some time in this episode going through and looking ahead to the rest of this year in terms of game releases. What are the big things coming out that we're excited about, that we're not so excited about, and then some smaller things that we're also excited about, just as a sort of stage setting, things you might be able to expect a little bit over the rest of the year that we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
Some motivation for us to actually play some video games.
Mm-hmm.
A handful of news, not a ton of news, but some important stuff to chat about. A lot of it's bad. You know how we roll. And then we're going to bring back We'd Probably Hate That Game.
Woo!
For those that have not listened, what was it, 2 months ago that we did it? Our inaugural, maybe two, 3, I don't remember.
Who can say? It's
but
impossible
this is a game, to know. Yeah, there's no way to verify or double check.
Right.
It's lost forever on the internet. But this is a game that you came up with that we sort of worked on together. where we take turns defining specific elements with the output, like, we're going to design a game, because that's how game development works. Is it's just like people sitting in a room throwing out ideas, and then when you walk out of the room, the video game hatches out of an egg from your brain.
Right.
So, like, we're going to choose, like, hey, what's the genre? Who are the characters? What are some of the mechanics? What's the graphical style? What's the music? And we'll take turns sort of like improvisational, not even game development. I don't even want to put the word development in there, but like improvisational game creation. We're coming up with the ideas.
Yeah, and the cardinal rule of improv applies here as well, which is yes and.
Yes and. Something that we don't always practice in other places in the podcast.
We never do that with each other.
No, yes we do.
No but.
No, yes we do. But yeah, that'll be fun. And then we are getting back to emails.
Yeah.
We have so many emails. I'm very excited.
Good emails, too.
Reading through the emails just makes me... I love so much how insane our emails are. And that's all thanks to you listeners. So if you want to participate in the insanity, send your email to info@sheahateseverything.com. We're going to get to those at the end. And then we'll wrap it up with the reveal of our August Game Club game for anyone that wants to play along. And then write us an email. If you play the game, write us an email with your thoughts.
Hell yeah.
Be part of the discussion. We can tell you that your opinions are dumb or how smart you are because you agree with us. So that's the agenda. Like I said, jam-packed, lots of stuff to chat about. Let's start with some Exoprimal conversation. So, like, this is a game that we just said, screw it, let's check it out, because it was co-op, which we always are looking for games to play together. It was on Game Pass, so now neither of us had to spend any money on it. And there was potential for it to be stupid fun. There was no real, at least speaking for myself, no real anticipation that this was going to, like, blow me away and be, like, the next big thing I got addicted to. But given that it's a video game where you play as mechs fighting, like, AI dinosaurs, there was potential for it to be stupid fun.
Yeah.
Would you describe this game as succeeding in the stupid fun definition?
Almost. I think
that's the end of that. So next game.
I think it gets in its own way a lot.
Right.
Because, like, the fundamentals are there, right? Like, they have... It's over-the-top animations, crazy guns and weapons and abilities that you're popping. And my main exosuit is one of the giant tank classes, and it's a
Krieger,
huge...
right? Is that the name?
Krieger, sure. It is a giant thick boy with a Gatling gun who can pop a bubble shield. And so I primarily spent my time playing as him and, like, upgrading the Gatling gun to shoot faster and stuff. So, like... a lot of those things, there are different ways to play. There are support classes, DPS classes, tank classes. It's got all that stuff. A bevy of gameplay possibilities. There are some, like, pickups that you can then drop, and depending on the map, it's a different, like, sometimes it's a platform, sometimes it's a wall, sometimes it's a turret, like, different things that might lead you towards an idea that, oh, there's some tower defense elements to this. But
none of that's really necessary.
No, it just never quite gets to the point where you need to utilize any of those things. It doesn't really make good on a lot of those promises of potential interactions of mechanics. And in terms of for me, I don't like any PvP at all. And there is no getting away from PvP in this game, because even when you choose the PvE final mission, you're still in a time attack mode against another team. And the AI overlord thing is constantly telling you, you're going faster than the other team. Your team is going slower than the other team. And
it's usually by, like, 5 seconds.
Yeah. And, like, you're seeing ghosts of them on the map, so you can kind of see where they're at any given time. And then if you don't get the PvE final mission, because there's, like, an XP bonus for choosing random, and random is always PvP, by the way.
Pretty much, yeah.
Then the final mission is, like, you're basically you're standing around an objective that is moving towards a final objective point, and it's this cart that's moving, and you're defending the cart from dinosaurs. At the end, both the carts are going to the same place, so then it's just the two teams fighting each other, and that is by far the worst part of the game, is the PvP stuff, like fighting the other exosuits. It's not fun. It's not balanced very well. It just plain sucks and is unfun.
I don't totally agree. I don't want PvP either. Neither of us really just enjoy that at this stage in our lives. I think that there is potential in the PvP. The problem is you get such little exposure to that, and the time to kill is relatively high, considering it feels like it's faster than it should be, given all the tools at your disposal. I feel like there's potential in the PvP for it to be fun to people other than you and I. We're just never going to enjoy. It's not something about Exoprimal's PvP specifically that is bad, in my opinion. I think it's just that neither of us want to engage with a game on that term. I do think that, like, with all of the different classes, because you primarily played that one tank class, I played at least 2 rounds with every class, at least that I could access. There's a handful that are locked behind either purchasing the battle pass or leveling up beyond where I was able to level up. But it was, 6, 7, maybe 8 classes that I experimented with and found a couple that I like and several that I didn't. I think that there's an opportunity for synergies in the PvP. In the PvE, as you were talking about, like, those initial waves are so mind-numbingly easy that nothing matters. Like, it does not matter what class you play. It doesn't matter. You don't need to communicate. It's really just that final wave once you're going up against players where, in theory, there would be some balance of classes and teamwork and using your ultimate attacks at the right time. However, the time to kill is so fast that it doesn't always feel like there's a ton of strategy that would be helpful. It's really like if you come across someone who's really good with a class, like one of the DPS classes, they just fucking wipe your team and that's the end of it.
Right.
I do think there's potential there, I guess, is what I would say in disagreement to what you're saying. But having played around with all the classes, I do really enjoy the variety. They all are very distinct. Yeah. Even within, like, the DPS classes, each one is very different. You have, like, your generalist soldier who's got, like, a grenade. You have, your more AoE class who shoots grenades and has a mine that he sets up. You have, like, a sword melee class. So it is fun to play around and all of them feel distinct. But which class you choose doesn't matter to, like, your progression in each individual match. It's meaningless. You can play whatever you want. You could have an entire team of 5 all playing as the same class and you'd do fine.
Yeah. It began to matter a little more the more we played, because you're like progressing through a story basically. And you're unlocking, like, eventually new types of dinosaurs show up. It takes too long for that to happen, but eventually new types of dinosaurs show up. They're throwing more of the harder dinosaurs at you at any given time, and so your team composition starts to matter a little bit. Like, you're definitely going to want someone in a support role. So that it starts to matter a little more as time goes on, and there's more variety and new types of objectives and things that are unlocking. It's just you're not getting access to those soon enough, I don't think.
Yeah.
And I mean, at the point where you and I are at, we're like halfway done with the story, roughly, I think, based upon the, like, there's like this little story archive thing that you're filling out, and we're like about halfway or so, I think. And like the new mode that they dropped is strictly PvE, but it's made for high level, fully upgraded exosuits. So it's more endgame content. And so, like, the idea, and you have to beat the story in order to play it. So the idea that you and I would have to play what we've already played all over again in terms of time in order to get to the thing that I actually care about, is kind of what I'm getting at, is a little bit disheartening and makes me not want to continue going back to it, because it's like, well, I don't really want to keep just doing the thing that we've been doing. I want to try that new thing, and I'm not really willing to put in the time to make that happen, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like, and because we've played, 7 to 8 hours probably across 4 different sessions, I think.
Yeah.
And it took us a good 4 hours before we unlocked anything new. It was the same
4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, I mean, we probably played the same game of the same, like, mission structure, and there were 2 or 3 different maps, but they're very generic and not interactive maps.
No.
and the same types of dinosaurs, the same types of scenario. Essentially, every single time we were doing that little, box escort mission at the end.
Right.
For like 8 to 9 matches. And the matches are not short.
No.
And it was super boring. It's like they need to trim off like an hour of gameplay time for each unlock hump that you get to.
Yeah.
Because as we've started unlocking more stuff, it's way more fun. The more difficult dinosaurs, the different types, like there's like a sniper ranged dinosaur. There's like an explodey one. We unlock new types of bosses. There have been a couple times where like story things have been surprising like we'll just load into a random mission and like, a big story thing happens where now, it's changing our objective. Or there was one that like was it the final mission where it just like made a huge, where there were thousands of dinos coming at us?
Yeah, just like a
and instead of like each section of a mission, it's like kill 30 of these dinosaurs and 5 of these, and that you just do that like 8 times, and then you do the final mission every single time. But in this one, it was like kill 600 dinosaurs or whatever it was.
Yeah, and they're spawning a bunch of different types at the same time, and in like an enclosed area. That was way more interesting and more fun.
Yes, there are little surprises that help keep it fresh, but it's like they dole out those breadcrumbs just a little bit. There's a little bit too much time in between those breadcrumbs to like make you want to, like, you get bored before the next thing happens.
Absolutely.
Because like for me, like
we did anyways.
Yes, I would totally play another session or two with you to see if we unlock more stuff. We're close to level 20, which is where we can buy one of the additional classes that we don't have access to yet, and it seems like a fun class that I'd like to try out. But I have zero desire to play this game if I'm not playing it with you. Like, zero desire. Another big flaw of the game, because again, like, it seemed like the personality could be fun and could have been interesting in like a stupid B-movie way, but playing multiplayer with a friend, I don't want to sit and listen to audio logs while I'm like hanging out with you. So we've just been skipping all of that shit. So we're getting nothing out of the characters or the story or anything. So that, in my opinion, is a huge miss, because it's totally possible that the story is stupid and fun, but we're not seeing any of it because they're doling it out during a multiplayer section of the game, and they're tying the story directly to progression during multiplayer. It just, I don't know, it felt like a misstep in how they designed the game.
Yeah, I don't know the right way to do it. I don't know the right way to do it, right? Like, I mean, if you and I really... I mean, maybe that's the problem, right? Like, they didn't set it up well enough to make us care enough to, like, I'll save those audio logs for when we're done playing together, and I can just sit there and look at them all. They didn't set it up in a way that was compelling or interesting enough to make us think to want to do that. We're trying to get rid of the notifications.
Yes, that's fair. And clearly there wasn't enough to it that we wanted to engage with it at all.
Right, yeah.
So yeah, that's Exoprimal. It sounds like, at least on Steam, the user base is already extremely low. Like, we're talking like sub 2,000 people peaking per day, which is nothing. So I imagine this game will be free to play very soon beyond just Game Pass. I don't even know, because I was going to say, like,
I don't know
if you got Game Pass, you might as well.
I don't know how long they're going to support it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they've got this huge roadmap of they've got all their different seasons of their Battle Pass shit. So we'll see. I mean, it's Capcom. They've had a lot of success, but
not in the multiplayer realm. I mean, they cut support for, I mean, aside from like Street Fighter and stuff, they cut support for their live service multiplayer games immediately as soon as they stop performing.
Resident Evil
all those
stuff,
all those Resident Evil ones. Yeah, they just cut the servers and call it a day on those after, a matter of a couple of months.
Well, I imagine that will be the fate for Exoprimal as well.
Yeah, it'll just be a little extended. I think maybe because Game Pass is involved.
Sure.
But yeah. So
that's that. I'm glad we checked it out.
Yeah.
For sure. And like I said, like, I would totally play a little bit more of it just to see if there is any other like big things that happen. But we'll see, because if you don't want to play it, then no fucking way I'm going to play more of it.
There's just, I mean, like, we'll get to it. There's a lot of shit coming.
There is a lot of shit coming.
That I'm actively very excited about, and it's hard to work up excitement to go back to Exoprimal on the off chance that maybe something interesting will happen.
I definitely agree. The excitement for me is having an excuse to hang out
play
with my
together,
brother.
of course.
But if that isn't exciting to you, then I don't really have anything to say. So great. So that's Exoprimal. What we should have planned this, because we have so many effing games, like so many games to talk about. Let's start with Remnant 2, because you've got a lot of the newer stuff.
Yeah.
So let's start there. That's like the big hotness everybody's talking about. Game of the Year contender. I know you've been greatly enjoying it, despite, as I'm sure you'll talk about, some technical problems.
Yeah, it turns out the technical problems were entirely on my end, though.
Oh no!
So
well, it's not good, right? But at least better your fault than the game.
When I say my end, I mean Microsoft, because OneDrive is a fucking nightmare of a program. So basically, I got Remnant 2. I went ahead and got the more expensive version that comes with the season DLC pass stuff, so that when they release DLC, you get it as part of the package that you bought, and ideally it saves you a few bucks, and it also gave you like 5 days of early access to the game, because my buddy and I wanted to play it as soon as possible, because we were very bored. We were bouncing around between stuff and not finding anything that we were wanting to play or spend time with, and so we both got it. He was able to get it and like join up with people and play co-op with other people fine. I could get in and play single player. I could not connect with anybody. And I was on the Remnant 2 Discord for almost those entire 5 pre-release days, talking to people, trying to figure out what's going on. There was one other guy on the Discord out of like thousands of people on there that had the exact same problem I had. We were in a private chat trying to figure stuff out, testing and doing all this shit. And then 1.0 hit and it fully released, and I still couldn't play the game. And so I was like, all right. Wow. Clearly, their intermittent patches, their day 1 patch didn't fix my issue. At the time, I was still thinking it was something wrong with the game, because like all of my other games worked, so why can't I do this thing? I made the executive decision to nuke my entire computer. Basically put the things that I care about, the documents and stuff, on a flash drive, completely delete all of the partitions on all of my drives, completely format them, remake partitions, reinstall Windows, and give that a shot, because when I've tried everything else, the nuclear option must suffice. And it did. It worked. First time I booted it up, it connected to the servers, it was totally fine, and I was like, God damn it, I could have just done this like 5 days ago, and I've been playing it the whole time. So I messaged that other guy on the Discord, and he's like, no way that worked. I just did the same thing you did, and it doesn't work still. And I was like, that sucks for you, and I'm sorry. I don't know how to help you keep testing, because this was literally the last thing I could try. But, obviously, I'll keep an eye on the Discord with you, and if anything comes up, I can help you test if there's something I can help with. A day later, he goes, dude, you'll never guess what it was. It was OneDrive. OneDrive was doing something where it was like quarantining certain files and keeping them from accessing network, or allowing them to access the network. And because when he reset his PC and started fresh, he immediately disabled OneDrive because he hates it. But I guess he had already installed the game, and something about that is what made it not work. And Great. I had not disabled OneDrive, and so that's why mine was working. And so we narrowed it down to that being the issue. Anyways, all that crap aside, that fun anecdote. Remnant 2 is incredible, dude. The first game, Remnant from the Ashes, was a lot of fun. It was a little half-baked, a little undercooked. It was very rough around the edges, a lot of bugs, a lot of issues, a lot of multiplayer issues, as it turns out, which also kind of persisted in the pre-release time frame, but I think have since been fixed since the full release for the second one. But the first one, it's a third-person shooter, Soulsborne-like, where the worlds are randomly generated. There are different realms, like biomes, that you can go to that each have their own story. The layouts are randomized, and you get kind of random rooms and random bosses within those rooms. as you play through it. So everybody kind of gets a different seed that it's generating from, and to the point where I will, like in my single player world, or in my world, if my buddy were to join me and play, I've been just joining him in his world, but if he were to join me, my starting point is in a completely different biome than his starting point was, and because there are like 4 biomes that you play through with quests, and in his world, when we got to the same biome that I started in, it was a completely different quest, a completely different starting point, different layout, like started in a different version of the world, which is a whole other thing. There's just a huge number of combinations of how things can work out and what kinds of content that you can see. It really encourages replayability, and they have a system in place where partway through the campaign, once you beat a world or two, you unlock adventure mode, which you can use that to go back to any of the previous worlds you've beaten and re-roll a generation of it. And play through it again. And like there are different gear items hidden throughout the different areas and stuff too. So it really incentivizes you to go through multiple times because you're seeing new things. You might get a new quest line that you're following that takes you to all new areas and fights all new bosses, new cutscenes, story, dialogue, all this other stuff. There isn't just an insane amount of content in the base game as it stands. And my buddy and I, we're at 40 hours right now. And there's still a good chunk of things that we haven't found. There's some secret classes that you can get. They call them archetypes. Some secret classes that you can get by doing some stuff. People did some data mining. And it turns out one of the classes could only be figured out through data mining. Because it takes a very specific series of things and combination of things in order to unlock it. And it's purely because they knew people were going to data mine, so they put it in the files, which I think is fun. That's fun. It's just fucking incredible, and it feels really good. It's like if anybody's played The Division, that third-person shooting is really tight and feels really good. Remnant is, I think, on par with that. There's just no cover system, but I think the shooting is really tight. Granted, I'm playing on PC, but I know someone who's playing it on console, and they said the auto aim is really helpful and really good, and makes it feel comparable. And not like imbalanced in any way. I think the scaling that they do around multiplayer can be a little brutal. So, like there is, it's a 3-player co-op. I guess I should specify. It's 1, 2, or 3 players. 3 is the max. And depending on how many people you have, enemies are tougher. More enemies will spawn. Bosses are sure as hell of a lot tougher. I think some bosses even have different moves when there are more players. Wow. Yeah, it gets really detailed. The bosses will generate more ads, stuff. Yeah, they're pretty smart about it, but it is really brutal. It is not an easy game, and my buddy and I played through on the easiest difficulty, and it was still pretty tough. And we've just now started to get to the point where we're bumping it up on our adventure mode playthroughs of areas. We're bumping up the difficulty a little bit because you get some more XP and other things. Because you're leveling up these classes, and right now we're trying to work towards getting that hidden class, and you need to level up a couple other classes in order to do that, as well as go and find some items. So we've gotten all the items. We're at the point where we just need to level up some classes now, so we're kind of bumping up the difficulty and farming some stuff that way. It's just great. It's really great. The story's a little cheesy, but it's like coherent in a way that I think a lot of like the Dark Souls stories tend to be way too oblique, and pretty much largely incomprehensible. Kudos to the people who are really into that and like the unnecessarily obfuscated pieces of narrative. Good for you for liking that. I'm not a huge fan. I like a little bit of it, but when the entire thing is that, it just becomes more of an exercise in frustration for me, because I need like a little bit of directness every now and then. And I think Remnant strikes that balance pretty well, because a lot of the new not nuance, but a lot of the more esoteric pieces of the narrative in the world are couched in like puzzles. Like areas you'll come across that are puzzles, or like secret areas in areas you've been through like a million times. You've gone through this room and played through it before, and you realize that door is locked, and in this other area I went through, I discovered I could actually open doors that looked like this, so there must be something in this area that I can interact with or do something to, or something I can wear or shoot or interact with that will get this door to open. And 99 times out of 100 you're right, and it feels really good to discover those things on your own and discover those solutions. And it's constantly rewarding you for it because so the way the gear looks is you have a main weapon, a melee weapon, and a sidearm. You have a relic, which is like your Estus flask from Souls. It heals you. There are a bunch of different types of relics, so some of them don't heal you. Some of them give you shield or certain other buffs. You have 4 pieces of gear, so like your head, shoulder, legs, and feet. You have 2 archetypes active at a given time. So you can kind of double class, which is really cool. And there's some synergies there that are exciting and fun. And you can have 4 rings and an amulet. So it's like there's a ton of pieces of gear you can have equipped at any given time. And there are so many fucking rings in this game. There are so many amulets, so many sets of gear that it's really like you can make any kind of build you want. And it really rewards exploration because you never know when you're going to find that ring that really rounds out the build you've been looking to make.
Yeah, that's what I was going to like.
So
do you feel like that exploration is usually worth it, or are you having to deal with, you open a chest and you got some gold and then better luck next time?
No.
Or do you feel like pretty much when you're going through the nooks and crannies, you're almost always finding something at least that could be useful?
It is always useful.
Is the gear like, do they give you gear that's for your class specifically?
There is no class specific gear. Like, so that's another thing that's really nice. It usually, like, some gear is like, for melee attacks and stuff. And like, well, I'm playing a class, I don't do a lot of melee, so obviously that's not for me. But again, like you can multi-class, and like maybe your second archetype you have equipped has some abilities that make melee a lot better. Like you do the Invader class, which is another hidden one you got to do some shit to get. But the Invader class's ability is that it auto dodges the next 3 hits you would take. And so like that really motivates you to like, get up in there and mess up some enemies. And I think the melee combat is largely fine. Like all of the melee weapons handle a little bit differently. They have different move sets, kind of different types of hitboxes that they're good against, and enemy animations and stuff. There's charge attacks that have different things. You can mod your weapons and put a mutator on the weapon, so every weapon also has 2 things you can put on it. Your relic has 3 slots. The thing you use to heal has 3 slots that you can put runes in that give very small percentage-based buffs that you can upgrade the runes. There's a lot of upgrading, a lot of mats, and that's why it's constantly rewarding you to go off and look in these areas, because even if all you do is find a chest, that chest is going to have luminite crystals, it's going to have scrap, it's going to have iron, hardened iron, galvanized iron, it's going to have multiple tiers of upgrade mats that you need in order to make your gun a +12, a +13 gun instead, and it increases the damage and other stats and stuff like that too. So it's constant, and it's not too much. I think me listing it all right now, it probably sounds like an insane amount of things and way too much, but when you're playing it and the game's drip feeding it to you, they pace it pretty well. They're very good about showcasing how things compare, and kind of highlighting what things will be good with other things, and what kind of the synergies are very apparent. It's not like I'm some sort of a detective who's figuring out how to like truly min-max the game or whatever. It feels like it's kind of endemic to the experience. It's all kind of part of it, and it's intended to be that way, and it supports that. So
yeah, it doesn't sound like too much to me. It sounds like there are a lot of ways to personalize and optimize your character if you want to do that. Like if you want to min-max, it gives you a ton of options to pursue that. I mean, it sounds like a positive.
Yes.
In a positive way, there's a lot of things.
Yeah.
A lot of ways to customize.
And like the different weapons and stuff, like nothing feels like it's just straight up better than anything else.
Right.
Like everything
it's
feels like it has a
going up.
Yeah, everything feels like it has a. I mean, apart from like actually upgrading the gun itself. Nothing like it doesn't feel like one submachine gun is better than another submachine gun. They all have very unique types of properties. Like one may be really good spread, and you kind of want that spread because you have a mod that like really synergizes with high spread that would hit a bunch of different enemies easily. Maybe you want one that the spread is a lot more narrow, so you can just pump a bunch of bullets into a single target. Like they're very calculating with there's not a lot of redundancy in the weapons and items, and so that really helps when build crafting because
sure.
it that's why I say there is nothing that's like useless, and also nothing is made obsolete by finding something else. Finding something else just opens up more options.
Yeah.
So I feel like they really did it right.
I'm curious, like, knowing that this is one of the first Unreal 5 games.
Yeah.
Like, does it feel like the power of that comes through?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it looks nice. I think the area in which it looks nice has a lot to do with lighting.
Yeah, well, and like art direction. A lot of what I've seen, it seems like the art direction is really strong and varied.
Yes.
Like with the floating islands and the pink trees and
every
a lot of,
biome is very distinct.
And,
yes, and like and my buddy and I mean, we just played a little bit this morning. Sorry, work. I should have been working. I was playing Remnant.
No, we're recording on a Saturday.
Yeah, it's a Saturday. He and I played just for a little bit, and we went and we knew there was one area we had to go to get a particular thing. And so we went there, and it was a completely different looking area than anywhere else in that map that we had seen. And it's just like, and there are like new enemies there too. It's like every area has completely different enemies that have completely different behaviors and animations and types and elements of attack. Like they're not reusing anything. It's all very bespoke. It's fucking incredible. It's because even in Dark Souls, it's like you go to an area and it'll be like, okay, well, these are the grunt enemies and they're going to behave in this shambling way. And that's not wholly true, but I think in Dark Souls there tend to be a lot of enemies that are kind of serving the same function. In Remnant, I don't really get that. Like the enemies, like there are definitely weaker and stronger enemies in different tiers of them, but like they all behave so differently. Like they have AI. Like there's in the forest area, you have these root monsters that burrow underground and will like try and pop up behind you to like flank you. In the city area, there are like humanoids who will like take cover around corners and pop out and try and shoot at you and like call to each other and like try and get them to flank and run around and like it's just really fucking impressive. I've just been really impressed with pretty much every corner of the game. It's not without its technical difficulties. There is the occasional bug or weird thing. I have lost internet network connection a couple times while playing with my buddy, but I mean, for over the course of 40 hours, that stuff feels really negligible. And none of it broke anything for us. I feel like during the pre-release phase, they fixed pretty much all the game-breaking stuff that they found, that the community found. So I feel like it's in a really solid position now. And I mean, I just can't recommend it enough. It might be my second or third slot game of the year. It's really, really good.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, you may have mentioned, like, have you been exclusively playing co-op, or have you played solo at all?
Exclusively co-op, yeah.
Yeah, that's my biggest curiosity, knowing that I'm not a Dark Souls person. I know there's the class in there with the dog to like help solo players, but it's hard for me to feel like it's going to be fun playing solo, just with the way the enemy AI works, and having two folks that can draw aggro seems pretty important for like the style of game that it is.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. But that's awesome.
Yes.
It's not that it came out of nowhere. Like the first game had its cult following and a lot of fans, but I feel like the scale to which they've improved in this game is pretty laudable. Like I'm super excited for what comes next for this studio. I hope it's something a little more approachable for me personally, but that's totally selfish. So
yeah,
I'm glad that it is great because people were very excited about it.
Totally. And I mean, like they sold 1 million copies in 4 days. So I mean, it's not like, you know, like you said, that first game, it sold reasonably well, but it was more of a cult hit. I mean, this feels it's hitting in a big way.
Yeah, it was a mid-tier published game,
right.
So the expectations are also different in terms of sales. But
yeah.
It seems like this game, much like Dark Souls 1 did for FromSoft, like it feels like this is really elevating that studio into the mainstream a little bit more.
Yes,
which is very cool to see.
Yeah,
clearly a ton of like blood, sweat, and tears went into that game. So
big
that's
time.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. So that's Remnant 2. There's no subtitle, right? It's just Remnant 2.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me talk about some Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores. That's probably my biggest thing to talk about. And honestly, that said, like, I don't have a ton to say about it. So I played through it in just like 2 sessions. It's not super long. I did also mainline a lot of it. I realized in the first maybe hour and a half, it reminded me of how sick I got of that combat in Horizon Forbidden West. In fairness, I played like 60 plus hours of that game. I did
right.
like pretty much everything there was to do on my way to the Platinum Trophy. But like everything just knocks you down. And it's really tedious a lot of times.
Okay.
And a lot of enemies are like huge bullet sponges. Well, arrow sponges as it were. But like it's... The combat, despite the fact that there is a huge variety of enemy types. And there's a couple new enemy types in this game, which is fun. But like it feels very repetitive in the combat. The way, you're swapping between your different weapons, your different ammo types, your different elements of those ammo types. You're, jumping in the air or sliding or triggering your slow-mo times that you can actually hit the fucking thing that you want to hit. I feel like this game needs a little bit better aim assist maybe. But like, that's not what I got out of this. The combat was not super fun. And it was tedious enough. I just bumped it down to easy. I was like, I don't want to fool around with this.
Okay.
Like, I'm not here for a combat challenge. I just bumped it to easy. Let me see the story. Let me do the big things. Like, I want to do the big boss battles and all that good stuff, but I'm not trying to level up my capabilities in this game. I've already done that for dozens of hours.
Right, yeah.
So yeah, I bumped it to easy. I mainlined it. I did do the side missions. There are only a handful, but like I didn't go explore and try to find a bunch of like the nook and cranny collectible things. I did not care about any of that stuff in this game, which I did do that in the main game. I did really enjoy the story. Like I said, it's pretty brief, all things considered. It felt smaller in scope than the Frozen Wilds DLC from the first game, which I also really enjoyed. Like it felt a little bit more straightforward. There is like a fun little section in the middle where like it really takes you out of the combat and you're doing more of like you got to talk to a bunch of people to learn information to like crack the code on how to get into a thing. So like there's a little bit of that like detective conversation, choosing the right dialogue options, which was nice as like to break up the monotony of the combat, which I liked that little section.
Okay.
I did I did come across a couple frustrating things because they introduce, or I should say, in the base game, at the end of the game, you unlock a flying mount, which is great for getting around quickly and doing all that business. The flying mount is super important in this game, but it takes you a couple hours to get it back. There's a story reason why you can't use your flying mount in the beginning, because of course there is. But like, I came across a side mission where I'm trying to like find a key code to unlock this door to help the student get him out of a place that he's locked into. I'm running around the building. I'm like searching all the nooks and crannies. I'm using my little, whatever, the vision thing to try to highlight stuff. I'm like, I don't know what to do here. I tried to like Skyrim jump my way up the side of the outside of the building to try to find something. It didn't work. And then after like multiple minutes of banging my head against it, Aloy's like, well, guess I got to come back here when I can get to the roof. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, do that earlier on. Like when she walks up to the building, be like, oh, looks like I can get up top there. I should probably come back later. And sure enough, I get the flying mount, and there's a new, like, it's a gate that you can only unlock from the top on a flying mount. And I was like, come on, man. Like, in the grand scheme, small potatoes, but, like, it was annoying to have to deal with that.
For how
because I felt like
verbose I have heard she is like throughout.
Well, they did the accessibility in that game has always been phenomenal, and they added that as well, where you can
Verbosity
either they
slider.
did it or you can choose. Yeah, I think there's an option to choose how often she like says random bullshit as you're running around.
Okay.
They definitely added an accessibility option to auto pick up materials as you're running around,
That's
which
good.
was huge. Or to like you get rid of the animation as well. So like instead of running up to a stick and you press triangle and she bends down to pick it up, you just run through the stick and she auto collects it and
Right.
it goes into your inventory. It's glorious. Awesome. But yeah, the story I did enjoy. I didn't realize Sam Witwer plays the bad guy, and I'm just not a very big Sam Witwer fan. He's like the cool nerd actor that everybody loves, and there's just something about him that I don't like. He was fine as the main character. It was kind of an annoying, douchey, like Hollywood producer. It was very obvious he's inspired by Elon Musk.
Sure.
He is like smart and conniving in a way that Elon does not come across as, but like his personality type is very clearly they're trying to crib Elon Musk on it, which like I get it, but it was also like, all right, guys, it's a little on the nose.
Right.
Like there's a whole thing about
we're
his,
a little sick
his
of it
wife
now.
leaving him, and yeah, it was if it had come out a year ago, like we're over. Although in fairness, I waited 6 months to play it.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, I did enjoy the story. The new character, Seika, who's sort of like your buddy that comes along with you on some missions. There was all of the scuttlebutt. I don't know if you saw, like there was a huge backlash because there is an option at the end of the game to pick an option to kiss Seika. Like if you choose that like romantic option amongst three, they share a kiss. And I went with that option because I really liked that character. And I wanted Aloy to actually have a fucking relationship with somebody because she's such a miserable loner all the time. I wanted her to be happy for a little bit. So I went for it. And the fact that people were freaking out about this is like woke culture shit is so cringy, dude. Like it's one little kiss and then that's it. And the game ends. It's so lame. But I did really enjoy their relationship, how it developed over time. You see a little bit of that flirtation happening. I thought it was like handled subtly, not in a they need to pretend like she's not gay, but subtly in a way that an actual human being would be as you're sort of testing out this new relationship. It felt very real and natural.
Okay.
What's her face? Ashley Birch is great.
Yeah,
I think
she's awesome.
Despite some like character things with Aloy that I had in Forbidden West, where like she went through the same character arc again that she did in the first game, which was tedious. This is not at all. Like the whole problem I had with Forbidden West was in the first game, her whole journey, she's a loner. She was exiled. She's used to doing shit on her own. She needs to learn how to trust other people in order to accomplish these larger goals. And she does that. She opens up. She makes friends. People help her. And then in the second game, you do that again, just with a new cast of characters. And it was really annoying. But in this game, she's the one. Seika is the one that's like, no, I can do this. It's fine. I've got this. And Aloy's like, no, we need to work together. Like, we're better together. So it was cool to actually see that character growth stick this time around.
Sure.
So yeah, again, having not gotten a ton out of the combat because I've done so much of it, it's not that the combat is bad. I do not like that everything knocks you on the fucking ground. And it is so... Getting knocked down is one of the worst things in a video game.
Agreed.
I hate getting knocked to the ground because you lose control of your character. You have to wait for 2 seconds for them to fucking get up. I hate that shit. And it happens every 10 seconds in this game. And that is very annoying. Other than that, I really enjoyed it. It unfortunately makes me look back on Forbidden West with even harsher eyes just because it reminded me of all the shit that I didn't like about that game.
Yeah.
But as a standalone product, as an expansion, and the story is extremely relevant. Much like, well, I guess the Forbidden Wilds, it tied into the major narrative, but you could have skipped it. This feels like Leviathan from Mass Effect 3. Like, you need to play this if you're going to play the third Horizon game.
Okay.
Because otherwise you will probably be confused. Which... Not my favorite approach to DLC because it should be optional, but the ending of Forbidden West sets up a pretty fucking important story. It would feel really stupid for Ayla to be like, I'm just going to go do a different random thing just for funsies when there's like this, huge thing that's about to happen. So I get it. But yeah, I liked it. I didn't love it, but that's how I felt about Forbidden West too. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's Burning Shores. I'm glad that I could check it off my box,
Yeah, I bet that feels good.
To be able to tick off backlog feels good. Cool. Well, there's another huge game on your end that we need to talk about, which is Baldur's Gate 3.
Yes.
I know essentially nothing about Baldur's Gate 3.
Okay.
I thought this game was not released yet, but I guess it's been in early access for a long time.
Yeah, it's been in early access for like a year or two. I think 2 years. The early access version was just the first of 3 acts. So it was like the first third of the game, the first leg of the game. This new, the full release, obviously, is the entire game, and they've reworked. I think they said something akin to 30% of the first act has been reworked. They reshot some stuff. They restructured environments and inserted some new variabilities and things like that.
Due to feedback?
Yeah,
or just
due to some
fresh for people?
Due to some feedback. And then also just as they built out the rest of the game, they're like, yeah, we should go back and make this have parity with other things, like quality parity and stuff. So I was very high on this last night because we're recording this on again Friday, which is the day after Baldur's Gate 3 came out. My buddy and I are playing a campaign together. Same guy I was playing Remnant with. He and I are playing a campaign together, and we have plans to both join in on a 4-player campaign with another friend and my partner. On Monday, we're going to start that, so the day the podcast goes out. So my buddy and I were playing last night, had an awesome time with it, kind of starting off and seeing the differences from when we played in early access to what they've made in the final run, final version, and generally having a really good time with it, discovering the world and stuff. And then we played a bunch today and ended shortly before we started recording this podcast, and we started having a bunch of problems. And I will get into those in a little bit. So for context, Baldur's Gate 3 is it's D&D. It's Dungeons and Dragons. It's set in the world of Dungeons and Dragons. Baldur's Gate is a location, a canonical location where a lot of things happen. Actually, funny side note, the campaign that I am currently in of tabletop Dungeons and Dragons, that's being run by one of my friends, it is basically like a prequel to the events of Baldur's Gate 3.
Nice.
Not that our characters are in it, but it's a couple of the main figures in my campaign have some relevance within the setting and the story of Baldur's Gate 3. So it's interesting to hear some names pop up in conversing with some NPCs and stuff. Oh, interesting. So, but yeah, it's if people know Divinity Original Sin, it is exactly that type of game. It's kind of an isometric top-down, largely click to move role-playing game where you could play turn-based or real-time combat. I've only done turn-based, where there's kind of a turn tracker at the top to show it follows all the D&D rules, so people have initiative, so it's a turn order. All of the classes and spells and subclasses and feats and features and proficiencies and stuff are all the same as largely all the same as within normal tabletop Dungeons and Dragons. So it has a really nice character creator, which is, I feel has just the right level of depth without, letting you go, without being overwhelming to people who just want to make a cool looking character, but offering up enough options for people who want a little more depth. They have some pre-gen characters that you can play as, which they call their origin characters. And they have their own kind of special side stories that tie into the main narrative. They are also, I believe, largely the party members that you can gain as you progress through the story. So one of the origin characters is in my buddy and I's party as an NPC character.
Nice.
And So like the idea that, and there's a lot of mystery around her character. Like there's some weird shit happening with her, and the idea that you could just be playing as her and kind of get access to some of that mystery right from the start is really interesting.
Oh, sure.
And then kind of like explore it as she's exploring it and experiencing it. It's a really interesting idea. So like there's some options there. I think my biggest problem with the game is the way in which you interact with it. It's all about controls for me. Like I don't like click-to-move games. It's why I played Diablo 4 with a controller, Diablo 3 with a controller as well. It's in early access for Baldur's Gate 3, they didn't have controller support on PC. They added that with the full release. I think the controller support is it's smart. It works largely fine, but it's really hard to select. Like it works great in combat, I should say, and just kind of like walking around the world. It's good. When you're trying to select specific things in the environment to interact with, it's not very good. It almost makes me wish I could just like bring up a cursor at any time and select the thing. And maybe I can, and I just don't know about it. But I found myself sometimes in, like, I'll enter a room with a ton of loot and a bunch of interactables. I'll just change to mouse and keyboard for that room just so I can click on all the stuff. Because it's really tedious and difficult with a controller and leads to a lot of mistakes. And this is not a game that is forgiving with mistakes.
Right.
You click on something you didn't mean to click on, and all of a sudden people think you were trying to steal shit and they will try and kill you, or all of a sudden you have triggered a trap you did not intend to click on, and even if you knew it was there, and all your party is wiped and you've got to reload a save, it's a little brutal sometimes. So like that has been a pretty big point of frustration. My biggest control frustration though is the camera, because in true kind of isometric game fashion, you can rotate left and right, kind of in an axis around your character, and then zoom in and out. You cannot like look up or really look down. It's really just zooming in and out and then panning left and right, or rotating left and right around your character. So I find myself really struggling, and the terrain is very vertical sometimes. I find myself really struggling to see a lot of the terrain and a lot of the area around me because of the verticality of the map design. Because I can't just angle the camera up to look at a thing. I have to like zoom all the way out and then move my character to the base of this tower so that maybe my camera's able to zoom out far enough to see the top of the tower. Like, I wish I could just fucking look around like any other goddamn third-person game lets you fucking do. I don't fucking understand. It's
old school, baby.
It's really driving me up a goddamn wall. It makes me almost not want to play it. It's that bad. Because, like, I can't see shit. Like, I'll stumble into things, and because I had no clue it was there. If I could just tilt my camera up and literally see what my character would be able to see, I would know it was there. And anyways, that's probably my biggest frustration. I also think like they're billing it as this big cooperative experience, but there are a lot of problems with playing it cooperatively. Because if you're playing it single player, you're controlling every character. You can have it set to like group follow, so you don't have to literally like click to move every character. Yeah. They'll just all follow the person you're playing as. And like as a single player, you kind of get to pick when you're going to engage with NPCs or start conversations or be seen. When you're playing co-op, like, I'm controlling two characters and my buddy's controlling two characters, and we're kind of, sometimes we go off on our own because a thing piques our interest, and then, like, my buddy's having a conversation that I'm not hearing way over to the side and I'm not getting information on, and I'm off doing this other thing. He accidentally triggers a combat, and I'm, like, really far away and can't help him. And like that's a problem. Yeah, it's a huge problem. And then there's also situations where like, because he and I might want different things from different situations, whatever character started the conversation is the one who gets to make the decisions. The other people can like listen to the conversation, even if they're not close. You can like open a menu and choose to listen in. And and like click on options, and your icon will show up next to the option saying that I think you should choose this. It's like, that's like a nice smart thing to give the person who's choosing the options some feedback about what the group wants. But ultimately it's up to that person to make the decision. And like, if you're trying to role play a character, like my guy's kind of an asshole, so I'm going to do the asshole things, and like, that's fine because I want my character to have repercussions for behaving that way. Sure. The problem is the entire party faces all of the repercussions of my one character being an asshole, no matter how nice they are. Like, if I say something mean to an NPC and I lose favor with that whole faction, my entire party loses that favor, even if they're off doing something nice for them. And it just doesn't feel... It's a limitation of the system and the fact that it is a video game and not like a tabletop RPG.
But you're obviously going to compare it to
D&D. Of course, because that's what
like
it is.
The antithesis of that.
Right, yeah. It's instead of... It makes me feel like I'm not encouraged to be an individual, because there is this like manufactured accountability that is oftentimes unnatural that gets applied on the rest of the party based on certain actions. And I mean, I think that is a huge problem. And also, like, when I say the game's punishing, like, it's also not clear about certain things. Like, one time I entered an area and it was full of a bunch of kids, and the kids were like, "This is our secret fort. You better get out of here." And like, there were some threatening dialogue options. I didn't choose any of those. It's just like, so what are you kids doing here? And like, I'm just not going to listen to you because you're a kid telling me to leave and I'm a fucking adult. But like, tell me what you're doing here. Like, this is some shady stuff. What's going on? I wasn't threatening in any way. I leave the area, this guard comes up, is like, "I heard you've been threatening children. You're going to jail, blah, blah, blah." It was written better than that, but like, and I was like, "No, I'm not going to jail, and my only other option is to attack you, so I guess I'm going to attack you." And my one character attacked the guard, and then my whole party got swept up in it, and all of the NPCs in this town were trying to kill us, and so of course we fucking wiped. And like, and it had been a while since the game saved, and so like, we lost a bunch of progress because of that, and like, that fucking blows. Because of a system of things that were happening that I wasn't aware of, and also like, I feel like in that situation I should have been able to rebut that, be like, yeah, I went into their hideout, but like, they were stealing shit, and no, I didn't threaten them. And so why are you listening to this kid instead of an adult telling you what's going on? But I had no options. It was, "I heard you were threatening children. You're going to jail." And so it's like, there's a... Like,
they made injustice part of the mechanic, and that's not super fun.
Yeah,
like, something
unwittingly.
Unfair happened to you.
Unwittingly.
And there was no way for you to get out of it.
Correct, yeah. And like...
That's not super fun.
No, and like, it's not... Like, that was clearly not intended design, but it's what happened to me, and because the game wasn't clear about the game wasn't clear about what my choices were actually conveying to the code of the game.
Yeah, like what the consequences were going to be.
Yeah, like it was very unclear, and then like the consequence was we just lost a shitload of progress. Like, and that fucking blows. So it has a lot of problems. There's a lot of magic there, and a lot of, well, like, obviously, because it's D&D.
Literal magic.
Yeah, there's a lot of literal magic there. There's a lot of great stuff. Like, the combat is a ton of fun. It encourages experimentation. The environments are insanely reactive. Like, of course, I'm starting with all the problems here. The game's also it is incredible. I don't think it's a very good cooperative experience for the reasons that I stated, because you really, like, you can't split the party ever. You should always be grouped up together in the same place, listening to the same conversations, and that's going to make it really slow. And you also should come to a consensus ahead of time that all of your characters are going to largely be on the same page about most things that happen. Because if even one party member is trying to go against the grain, it will screw everyone over, because there is no human DM there to make sure that it's still fun for everyone.
Sure.
Yeah, and that's
it's just the robot DM, and they suck.
Yeah, and that's a huge problem. And like, as a single player experience, I think this game would be largely unmatched. It would just be fucking incredible. And I think I'm going to play it that way eventually, but I have kind of signed up to have these 2 cooperative experiences, and so I'm going to kind of play those out and see how it goes.
Yeah.
But I have some pretty serious reservations about engaging with the game in that way because of my recent experiences playing it. But like there's a lot of mysteries there. I wish I could interact with it in a way that modern video games have taught me I should be able to interact with them, and I wish that the game rewarded individualism in a cooperative setting.
Sure,
but it doesn't. It doesn't do either of those things.
As someone who would only engage with this game from a single player perspective, like, would I get anything out of this?
I think so.
Knowing that I know jack shit about D&D, but would like this would be my foray into this style of game as well. Like, people are losing their minds in excitement over this game, and the immediate reaction, at least, has been largely positive. So, like, if I was going to give a shot to this sort of like immersive strategic RPG party-based game, like, would I be lost in its story and the characters in the world?
No, I don't think so. I mean, all that information is most of that information is in there, and if you want to talk to people about stuff and find it out, like talk to NPCs about things.
What if I don't want to? Oh, not real human people.
like the
video game people.
Right? Yeah, the video
fine.
game people have information. Like, all right, so here's an example of why this game is incredible, and like my issues with it notwithstanding, the game is incredible. I found early on an amulet, which is like an amulet from the D&D movie. It allows the wearer to cast Speak with the Dead, which it means if there's a body that's intact enough, you can cast the spell and ask the corpse 5 questions, and it will kind of recall the soul from whatever plane the soul exists in back to the body, and it will speak to you and answer your questions. And you can use it like once every long rest, which is for the purposes of the game is like once every day. And you can cast that on any dead body, as long as it's not like too badly damaged. Like if a body, like if, let's say you are perhaps a sorcerer who casts necromantic acid spells and perhaps burn people to death with acid, perhaps the body won't be in as good of condition as you need it to be to ask it a few questions. But let's say you're not playing a character like that, like some crazy person would play, and you're playing like a sword dude who slashes people with swords, a fighter, and you kill a person, like they have information you want or need, and they won't give it to you. You could kill that person and just force them to answer your questions with the amulet afterwards. And you can do that to any NPC in the game, and you can ask them this kind of preset of questions, and they will answer you. That's an insane amount of writing. That is a stupid amount of writing, because there are thousands of NPCs in this video game. And like that counts for goblins. If you have speak with animals in that amulet, I haven't tried this, but I suspect you could drink a speak with animals potion, use the amulet on an animal, maybe? It might have to be humanoid. I'll have to look at the text of the amulet again. But you might be able to then question a dead animal about stuff.
Right.
I want to try that. And like the game encourages that kind of experimentation, that kind of fuckery, in a way that is really impressive. And in a way that, like, that's the kind of shit you would do during a tabletop D&D session, thinking outside the box. The game feels like it has mechanics and systems that have been crafted that allow you to do that in most cases. And it is impressive. It's incredible. I wish I wish it was a better co-op experience.
It's like the opposite of Remnant 2, it sounds like, where the best part of the experience would be playing solo.
Yeah.
Despite it being obviously created to play with your friends exactly the way that you are doing. The problem is it's not capturing, or like it's undermining a lot of what makes tabletop D&D great, which is that collaboration and like the individualism that doesn't seem to exist so much in the video game version.
Yeah, not as much as I would hope for.
Yeah,
but you know, like it. I mean, it is. obviously it's still an incredible game. And as far as like your original question on like, is this the thing that would get you into it? Is this going to be accessible enough for you? Like, there will be pain points. Like, you will lose progress. And that, you have to be up for that. Because, like, you will discover a system you didn't know about. Or the game will just throw something crazy at you. And you kind of have to be okay with the fact that you're going to get fucked up and have to come back and try stuff later and try stuff again. Right. And find the humor in how badly fucked up you can get.
Sure.
Like, just walking through a stream. Turns out, this stream belongs to a witch, and now you have rot on some of your flesh because you walked in the witch's stream. Fuck you. Like, hope you have a cleric that can cast Cure Disease. Like, or a potion, right? Like, or maybe, like, if you can't cure it, then go to a city and, you know, find a chapel where there is a cleric and maybe pay him a few gold to fix your cure, like, cast Cure Disease on you. Like, there are other ways to do stuff. You just have to, like, you have to be willing to think outside the box and think outside the bounds of what you think a normal video game would allow, and just kind of try things and go crazy and know that you're going to fail sometimes, and that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for me, you know, as we're talking about the rest of the games that are coming out this year, and you said there's a bunch of stuff you're excited about. Yeah. There's less stuff that I'm excited about, if I'm being honest. We'll get to that. But, like, there's a very big chance that I'll be looking for larger experiences. Part of the reason I've got so many fucking games to talk about this month is because nothing held my attention. Like, I played through all of Burning Shores, but a lot of the other things on this list, I played for a couple hours and then moved on. So, like, I'm seeking out that larger, really, like, where I can dive into a world and a universe. And despite the D&D trappings, like, it seems like Baldur's Gate 3 could be a game that, like, I could get super into from a lore and a world perspective. Mm-hmm. But I just want to make sure it's not going to be too obtuse, knowing that I'm a loser who's played Cthulhu one time, and that's my exposure to tabletop games.
Yeah, but you're pretty well versed in, like, general fantasy stuff. Sure, and that's where D&D kind of falls most of the time anyways.
But a lot of it's more about, like, obviously I listen to the Adventure Zone podcast and stuff, but, like, I have never played D&D. The mechanics of it, how those are implemented into a game, it's like that's part of it too.
Sure,
like, is it going to be too obtuse for me to understand what to do in a certain circumstance?
I don't think so, because, like, they're really good about color coding things to, like, create pattern recognition for certain mechanics and stats and things. And, like, whenever you hover over something, there's always a button you can hit to get some more information. Like, on a given ability, you'll hover over the ability. It'll tell you exactly how many pluses you're going to get to your roll for the thing. Because you literally, like, for checks, you literally roll a dice. For attacks and stuff, it's rolling that in the background and kind of doing those checks for you in the background. So you don't, it's not like you have to roll or calculate dice for attacks and stuff. It's all, like, I'm going to try and unlock a chest with my thieves' tools. I'm going to make a roll. Are any of the characters around me able to help me that can give me buffs or bonuses? And, like, there are menus within that interface that allow you to do that straight from there instead of having to, like, jump out and do a thing. Like, it.
Right.
They're very smart about making it all visible to the player in some way, and, like, always having, like, in Final Fantasy 16. For all the problems I have with it, it has that thing in the cutscenes where you can, I forget what they call it, but you can pull it up and, like,
active time lore.
There is basically that depth of understanding of everything that's going on at all times, because there's always a button you can hit while hovering over something that'll tell you what's going on. And what are the pieces moving behind it, and what's all the flavor text that you need that's important, stuff like that. So.
Neat.
Yeah. It like I said, it's an incredible game. I have issues with it in the way in which I'm engaging with it, which I feel like happens a lot with video games, because I like to engage with things in a specific way, and when they don't allow that, I get mad. But
in fairness,
this one is pretty.
Like,
this one feels like issues that other people will have too.
It's not like you are expecting something that the game is not trying to offer, and then like that's on you that you expected something that the game was never trying to be.
Yeah.
This specific circumstance, it is extremely reasonable and probably preferable for most to play this game co-op.
Yeah.
And there are systems in the game that directly fly against enjoying this game co-op. So
Right.
I don't think that in this circumstance it's unreasonable that you're not enjoying that part of it.
Yeah.
I think I'm sure it will be fun as you're playing through like another campaign with a larger group, the differences in like the decisions and stuff that are made. I'm sure there's going to be
I'm excited to see that
variability
stuff.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like, I mean, even if you're playing solo, a ton of reason to play through the game
of course.
multiple times and see lots of different things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Well, I've got a handful here, things that I, just put a handful of hours in. As I mentioned at the top, I did go and check out Rollerdrome, which had been like at the top of my backlog for a while. The game has an incredible vibe. It's got that like painterly cell shaded look that I'm super into. It looks a lot like Sable that I talked about from last year or maybe 2 years ago. I don't remember now. But so I basically like this game for folks that don't remember. It's Tony Hawk plus shooter, where like the depth of the sort of trick system is nowhere near what Tony Hawk's is, but you do tricks in order to refill your magazines and your guns, and you're trying to kill people as you're skating around in your rollerblades, like in a dome, like you're like rollerblading in a dome, like the name of the game. What I didn't expect is this game is hard, man. I'm bad at it. Like, I was never a huge Tony Hawk person. I loved those games, but I wasn't like an aficionado where I was trying to get all the extra hidden things and max scores and bragging to my friends about all the tricks I pulled. Like, I approached them as a casual gamer would, which is like, it's fun to pretend to be able to skateboard, and that was it. And that's how I would love to approach this game. But that's not what this game's looking for. This game wants to shoot the hell out of you and make you explode over and over again. So each level, because like you're in sort of an arena, and all of them are different themes and etc. But each one it gives you like a huge list of like 10 to 15 challenges. And at a certain point, I know this from reading reviews and stuff, at a certain point, you need to be doing X amount of challenges in order to unlock the next one. I've not gotten there yet. Like, once I beat the level, I'm able to move to the next one. And, every couple of levels, you're getting a new weapon. So I've got a handful of weapons that I can swap between. You're learning some new tricks. I learned, how to wall grind.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like, it's a lot to manage at one time, and a lot of like, this is super technical, but just you're pressing a lot of buttons on your controller a lot.
Well, like video games do?
Yeah, but it's just it's like all the buttons do a different move. You know what I mean? Like, each button makes you do a different thing.
Wait, why don't they make all the buttons do the same thing?
Right? Like, I should just press a button and it does a trick. And then I press a button and the guy dies. That's the video game.
Right.
No, obviously this sounds stupid and it's hard to like literally describe. But I don't want to orchestrate an actual example because it'd be way too convoluted to describe. But like, in order to do a trick, you have to hold L2, and then to pick a direction, you use your left analog stick if you want to do a flip, if you want to do a spin, and then you press a different button to choose the actual trick that you want to do. Do you want to hold on to your roller skates from behind, or do you want to hold on to them from the front while you're also spinning or flipping? Plus, you're pressing a different button to slow down time and zoom in, and a different button to shoot a guy. And so it's not that like switching back and forth is difficult, or it is difficult, but that's just playing a video game.
Yeah.
That part I get. But it's like you're pressing 6 different buttons all at the same time.
Right.
And it feels like I'm playing Rock Band sometimes. It takes a lot of practice that I'm not willing to sign up for. So I've been chipping away. Like, I played for a couple of hours and I booted up 2 or 3 more times just to play like I'll try the map like one time and then I die again and then I'm like, I'm done for today.
Right.
So it's not something that I'm finding myself really diving into, because that level of challenge I didn't expect. And I don't really want that level of, like, I don't want to, just like with Tony Hawk, you have to practice if you want to get the best possible score.
That's true.
You got to run, you got to find the optimal line, and you got to run it over and over again.
That is true.
And I just don't want to do that. Like, it's not fun enough to make me want to be replaying it over and over again.
Okay. No, that makes sense.
However, it's got a great vibe. Like, I'm super into the aesthetic and the music, and there's like little bits and pieces of story as you're learning about your main character, which is cool. It's again, I feel like this is my phrase now. It's a game I respect more than I enjoy. So that's Rollerdrome.
Okay.
And then I also played a couple hours of the Entropy Center, which is a game I had seen a while ago and I bought randomly several months ago because it was on like a deep sale. But it reminded me of Portal in that it is sort of like a time/universe bending puzzle game with a quirky sense of humor. The quirky sense of humor part isn't playing a ton for me. Like, it's Portal is a hard thing to compare against. Yeah, like the writing really and the performances in that game are just absolutely like next level. So it's not really fair to compare some other indie game against fucking one of the best games ever made.
I agree with you though. I played the demo for Entropy Center and it also did. I had the exact same reaction where I was like, this isn't bad, but I cannot help but compare it to Portal, and it's not that good.
It is not bad. I guess it isn't doing anything to elevate the experience in the way that Portal would. Like, you would want to play Portal just to hear the funny dialogue. Yeah. There's nothing like that in the Entropy Center that's like driving me to the next thing.
Right.
I'll say conceptually, the puzzle mechanics are interesting. So for those that have never heard of it, like basically you are, I guess the best way to illustrate it is to give an example of like one of the early ones. So you're kind of setting up an item to run through time at a different pace than you are running through time. So like you'll come across a scenario where you have one box, there are two floor panels. One floor panel opens up the first door. The other floor panel opens up the second door. You've only got one box. You can't open both of them at the same time. So instead of like, oh, you put it on the first one, you go through that door, and then you pick it up to the second one, you can't reach it. So instead you use your like entropy gun or whatever the hell it's called, where you need to set the box to move in reverse time. So first you move it to the second floor panel. You set it down, you pick it up, you move it to the first floor panel, you set it down, you pick it up and put it just like on the ground. And then essentially like you press play and you can pause the block as it's moving backwards in time at any point. So you pause it when it's on the first floor panel, you walk through, and then you unpause for it to go back in time to the second floor panel, which is the first one you placed. And that opens the second door. That might sound confusing. That is the easiest example of what you do in this game. So there are certainly times where it felt like a mindfuck because you're thinking backwards in order to solve puzzles. And that I think is really cool conceptually. However, at least as far as I got in the game, which again was just a couple of hours, 2 to 3, there wasn't enough variation on the puzzles to keep me engaged. It reached a point where it became very easy. And I imagine there are other things that switch it up. I have not gotten to them. I'm not sure I will go back to the game to try to get to them. But yeah, it's cool in concept. It's stretched a little thin to where I am in the game.
Okay. I think that makes sense. Like, that was one of Portal's strengths, though, was every puzzle was an evolution.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And this, I definitely, like, the designers of the game would argue that each puzzle room is an evolution. There's not enough evolution from room to room for what I'm doing. It does the thing just like Portal does, where you're using the mechanics outside of the puzzle rooms as well. Okay. Like, there's a big section where, like, shit's that crashing down on you, because it's some, post-apocalypse that you're in, much like Portal. You wake up and the world has ended and you're trying to figure it out.
Hate it when that happens.
And so there's a section where, I know it's the worst. It's only happened 2 or 3 times in my life, but thankfully. But like, shit's falling down from the sky, so you got to pause it and reverse it in time in order to make it through, which, again, very simple example, but it is nice to be using and engaging the gameplay systems other than you're in puzzle room 2, now you're in puzzle room 3, now you're in puzzle room 4.
Right.
Being able to do it outside, quote unquote, in the world of the game is fun, but even those feel pretty straightforward in what you're trying to do.
Sure. So. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, that is I do like that a lot when puzzle games do that, because it feels like the puzzle rooms are your education, and then using that knowledge in between the rooms is like finding the application of that knowledge in real life, kind of a thing.
It's the exactly, the real life context.
Where it's like I actually get to use Pythagorean's theorem while I'm building this thing. This is fucking incredible. Right. Math is fun now because I'm actually using it for a real thing. So it's kind of like moments like that. That's something Portal was really good at, and it sounds like they're still doing that here too a little bit.
Yeah, it's like the game is too much like Portal to not compare it to Portal in like every single way. And that is the fault of the game. Like, they're trying to ape that experience just in the setup of the world and the characterizations of your little gun that talks to you and stuff. Like, or I guess not the gun, the whatever bug in your ear that's talking to you, but like it's just lesser. It's lesser Portal in every single way, and theoretically that would still be enough to be a compelling experience for me. But it's the fact that there isn't enough evolution from puzzle to puzzle that I'm losing momentum in it, basically.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Let's talk about Core Keeper.
Okay.
Did you play this last month? Did we talk about this game last month as well?
I think I had I had been thinking about playing it, maybe? I don't remember. My buddy and I, this month, we went back to Core Keeper and started a new save and started playing it again.
Okay. We have to... I'm looking it up again. Yes, we did talk about Core Keeper because it sounded very fun and a mishmash of all the genres that you love.
Okay, yes. It continued to be that, and this month, my buddy and I, we did this while we were trying to wait for Remnant 2 to come out. We beat all of the current content in Core Keeper and farmed all the stuff we got to farm for the most part, got a bunch of the new armor and stuff that we really wanted. And now it's just we're out of content for now, and the story's not finished, and there aren't any more bosses to fight. So it's I guess we got to table this one for the time being, which was sad. But that's, life of an early access game.
Well, and also, if you got a ton out of it already.
Of course, yes.
At a certain point, every game runs out of content.
Yeah, of course. I will say, though, it's interesting to then move on to Remnant 2, because in Remnant 2, my buddy and I were really motivated to eke every last drop that we can out of that game because of how beneficial finding every piece of loot, every option there is to craft a build. In Core Keeper, there are things that are just, there is an optimal build that you're trying to reach, for a given task or activity. Okay. And their progression thing makes things obsolete. So it's there are a couple of things that he and I could go back and farm a boss for to get just for completion's sake, but the stuff would not be useful to us now. Right. And so I think there's some work that needs to be done, some rebalancing, some retooling that needs to be done on that end in Core Keeper to incentivize you to go for those things a little bit more. Because there are definitely builds that they kind of start to hint at in Core Keeper that would be certain inflicting certain types of statuses or using certain types of weapons, but they never really allow you to get there. There really is only kind of one optimal build, unfortunately, despite all the various different kinds of armor and gear that you can get, where it's this one's really good for movement speed and this one's really good for that. Yeah, but even with the highest tier armor one, you're still getting fucking destroyed by these late game enemies. So like if you didn't have all that armor and were just trying to do movement speed, whatever, like you would get killed in one hit. Like, so that's not really a feasible build, so to speak.
Yeah. Not a lot of choice.
Yeah. So I mean that's kind of an issue with Core Keeper where we since we've played Remnant, like me thinking back on our time with Core Keeper, that's kind of an issue that I would like to see them solve, but I don't know that they will. But yeah, I'm interested, obviously, just to see more content because it was a really great time.
Yeah. How about Factorio? Because it got a similar vein, right?
Yeah. So this was the next game that he and I played while we were waiting for Remnant 2.
Yeah, waiting for Remnant 2.
Because we both owned Factorio, and I had never played it. I'd seen a lot of people play it. I've talked to a couple of my friends who spent a lot of time with it. And they rave about Factorio. So he and I started a world, and pretty quickly, like... So Factorio is, as the name would suggest, a factory building game. It's top-down, very simple graphics. Not that it looks bad. There's some detail there, but it's not complicated. It's like a 2D sprite-based game. And there are biters. Yeah, they're called biters. Which are like kind of the insect monster population on the planet, and they have nests that will grow over time. And as you build your factory, you're increasing pollution, and if the pollution reaches one of the nests, they get angry and they go and attack your factory. So you have to defend your factory. So there's like kind of a few different lanes of gameplay, right? There's the ore, like the resource generation, like getting the ores from pockets of ore that deplete over time. Then there's the ore processing and manufacturing process, like crafting the things. And then there's kind of the combat with the biters, and like the pollution management and stuff like that. So I don't think... I really enjoyed the combat with the biters because like as you're progressing up the tech tree and with the rest of your factory, you're unlocking new types of weapons and like grenades and flamethrowers and all this other stuff, new kinds of turrets to build and stronger walls to build around your factory. But my buddy and I, and maybe this is because we were on co-op, we were able to just drive around in like the lowest tier vehicle with a machine gun and drive around the nests and just fucking eliminate them. And to the point where we cleared a huge area around our factory. We could put as much shit in there as we wanted. The pollution grew and grew and grew and never reached any more nests, and so no more enemies spawned. And so that whole part of the game was moot, and like not... We didn't have to engage with that anymore at that point. And that was kind of sad, because it was a little fun. So I wish there were more depth to those mechanics. But the real aim of the game is proceed up the tech tree until you can craft a rocket and take off and get away from the planet. And we reached a point where... Because the structure of the game is like, so you mine ore, you process ore, and you create products that become research, and that you craft the products, multiple different products, into a certain type of research. You will use that research to unlock new tech things, which you will then package in new types of research to unlock new tech things that you package into new types of research to unlock new tech things, and arrive at a rocket. And all along the way, like, so the stuff to craft a rocket takes like all 5 different types of research. So you need to continue to manufacture these things. So it's not like you can shut down one branch of manufacturing and start a new one once you unlock the next tier or whatever. You have to continually grow and build out your factory. And it got to the point where it was like my buddy and I were pretty close to the rocket. And it's like, well, all we really have to do right now is sit and wait for stuff to generate. Because there are no enemies coming to fight us. We have the power problem solved. I have a massive solar farm with a huge battery bank that when the solar isn't generating, it all runs off the batteries overnight. We don't have to do anything. We just have to let stuff craft. And they're like, well, so I guess that means we're done. Because we don't just want to sit here and leave the game open to make the rocket
like,
to
that's
leave.
That's your optimal end goal, but then once you get there, it's no longer fun.
Exactly. And we reached it really fast. Let me look at Steam. And granted, we played everything default settings. There are some settings you can tweak to like make it a more robust experience. 11 hours we played. And like I know people have hundreds of hours in Factorio, and it seems like the community around Factorio is much more about like let's make as either like visual, like aesthetically pleasing factory as possible. And there are all these systems we didn't have to engage with. Like you can have robots and trains and stuff ferrying resources from depot to depot and different like we just conveyor belted all of our shit over into one area and did it that way, and it was fine.
You wanted to optimize,
right?
And like it sounds like the community at large is more about like they self-restrict or like they put. It's like when you're playing SimCity and you give yourself specific restrictions to keep it fresh and to keep it fun.
That's what this game, I think, is all about, and I just don't care that much. At least not right now.
Too many games.
Because we were explicitly playing it to wait for the release of a different game that we wanted to play. It's like we're not in it to like create the most hardcore experience for us or whatever. And like people have made maps and stuff on Factorio where there's like limited resources, so it's about trying to figure out how to get to the end with those limited resources. And there are all sorts of different experiences you can get from it. I just found the base vanilla experience with no mods, no messed settings or anything, like all the default stuff, to be not that fun or engaging. And I have a friend who Factorio is one of his favorite games of all time, and I went to my other friend's pig roast a couple weekends ago that he does every summer, and that one, the Factorio friend was there, and he sat down, he's like, so I saw you were playing Factorio the other night. And I was like, yes. He's like, and I was like, and buddy, I have some bad news for you. And like his whole face just fell, and he was like so sad that I didn't love it as much as he did.
Well, but it still sounds like you enjoyed it though.
Yeah, and like I was explaining it to him, and he was very helpful in like he explained what you and I just kind of arrived at, which was like, this is what the community is more into, and this is why it's this amazing experience. It's because you kind of have to craft that yourself with your own limitations. And I was like, hey, that makes a lot more sense, and I can now see why like that's important for you, and why you get so much out of it, because you can make those challenges for yourself. My buddy and I were just trying to kill time, so like it's clearly we weren't coming at it on the same level. But it is a cool game, and I just wish, in the way that Project Zomboid really kind of builds in the ability to create those challenges within the game itself. I wish Factorio did that. Like, I wish you didn't need to self-impose restrictions or like add mods to do stuff. I wish the game was like, oh, here's like a resource. I mean, frankly, maybe there is this stuff and I just didn't see it when I was going through the options, but like let's increase the number of biters, let's decrease the amount of resources, let's kind of like let's make the pollution matter, because the pollution does nothing except to like make biters mad at you. And like it needs more types of biters. It needs that whole system to be more robust and interesting with like different types of turrets, right? I want there to be a real tower defense game in here, sort of like a They Are Billions has. I want something like that, and it isn't in there, which I found to be a little disappointing. There's just not depth of those particular systems. There's depth elsewhere, and then all the self-imposed kind of challenge stuff. But you know, like, I'm not going to sit here and say it's a bad game. I thought it was going to be one suite of experiences, and it turned out to be another. And I think that's fine, and clearly people fucking love it, so.
Sure.
But yeah, that was my time with Factorio.
And then the next game on your list, I'm guessing, is the third game you played while you were waiting for Remnant 2.
Yes, you're right. I forgot I put this on there. My buddy and my same buddy, hey, we've been killing it together, man. We've been playing games all month together. It's been great.
I bet you'd want to play some Exoprimal with him.
I wouldn't. So there are puzzle games called We Were Here. There was We Were Here, We Were Here 2, We Were Here Together, and We Were Here Forever are the 4 We Were Here games.
And the 5th one, We Were Here Also.
Yeah, coming soon to a PC near you. We have beaten the first 2, and so we decided to go ahead and beat We Were Here Together, the 3rd one. Okay. And so we did that in a couple of sittings and beat the game, and it was a lot of fun. Those are very, very good puzzle games because the conceit is it's a 2-player co-op.
Thank you.
Dude.
I shouldn't have to I was about to ask you, so what is the game?
Yeah, no, I'm going into it.
You said we beat it and it was fun.
Yeah. And
that implied finality. And
no,
like,
I know the tone
about
of my voice was final. I needed to push the reset button on my brain for a minute. So it's a 2-player co-op puzzle game, and it needs to be 2 players because everything kind of has every puzzle has 2 perspectives because like there's a puzzle where and they're all kind of this ilk where there are like you're in separate rooms sometimes. And there are different kinds of instructions and that the environment is kind of informing you of. They're never explicit. They're always kind of like you have to suss things out based upon kind of like context and where things are placed, how they're coloring things, stuff like that. Like you pick up on environmental cues to tell you what the mechanics are going to be. And typically one player will be able to interact with or change things that affect different things for the other player. And so it becomes about communication, right? Like, what are you seeing? What are your options? Okay, this is what I'm seeing, and these are my options. I'm going to do a thing. Did that change anything for you? Are there any clues as to who should be starting this? Like, where we start from? Like, what is our start point? What do we think our end point is? And you have to break down all of the components of the puzzle without being able to see what the other person is seeing. So it's all about communication, which is why it was so good for my buddy and I to play, because we've been best friends for like 25 years. 23 years. 22, 23 years.
This is really important. It's really important to distinguish the number of years.
It's important to me that I'm right all the time. Like that's the bulk. That is the game, not the bulk of the game. That is the whole game. As you go from puzzle to puzzle, communicating about what you're seeing and things that are changing and how your actions are affecting each other. There's a little bit of a story that kind of goes along with it. It's not a particularly interesting or good story, but the developer certainly thinks it is because they produced a series of like webisodes of some B-tier off-Broadway actor dramatically reading things on a set that they built, and it is fucking hilarious. It is wild, and they're really into it. I'm
gonna have to look that up.
It is not good, but it is fascinating in its stupidity and earnestness. They are very successful at creating the experience that they advertise they're creating. And so, like, if you have one other person that you want to play those with, they are fantastic for that. And there are 4 of them, and they are often on sale, and they're not expensive even if they're not on sale. And they don't overstay their welcome. They're not super long. You can, let's see, because we were here. Let me see how long it took us to beat each one. We were here. We beat in an hour. We were here 2. We beat in an hour and a half. Together was 4 hours. And then we have not played forever yet. So, like, the first 2 were really short. The third one, obviously, that we just played was 4 hours over 2 sessions. And then I assume forever is probably around that same time frame, probably 4 hours.
Sure.
So, like I said, don't overstay their welcome. Puzzles are pretty well designed. They don't tend to be, like, intentionally overly obtuse. They're pretty solvable if you really think and communicate well. So
nice. Yeah, I mean that's for especially with what you're looking for, short experiences while you're waiting for a bigger game to come out.
Yeah, absolutely. Like
seems to be the right type of thing.
Yeah, like you have a weekend where you don't have anything to do and your friend's available. Like, hey, let's pick up this thing super cheap and play it and have fun.
Let me talk about some Sunset Overdrive, and then we can do our Call of Duty trade back and forth.
Yes.
Because we played 2 different Call of Duty games. So Sunset Overdrive. I have always wanted to check this game out because it was exclusive to Xbox. I guess Xbox One, which I never owned. I'm a huge Insomniac fan, and I always wanted to play the game. So it's been on my backlog for years. And so since I have a Series X, it was always like, when's going to be the right time where I am extremely unmotivated in anything else for me to go back almost a decade for a different game to play, because this game came out very
long time ago.
So I was like playing Rollerdrome, playing Entropy Center, doing some other stuff, which we'll get to. And I was just like not vibing with anything. I was like, fuck it. Let me play some Sunset Overdrive. So I will say that it is definitely, it feels like an Insomniac game in terms of the writing. And I mean that in both like as a positive and a negative quality. I love Ratchet and Clank. I love the Spider-Man games. Their ability to get a lot of mileage out of potentially dumb jokes is phenomenal.
Yes.
And a big part of that is because Ratchet and Clank and Peter Parker are characters that lend themselves to pulling off dad joke, cringy humor,
right,
and it being charming.
Yeah.
Sunset Overdrive doesn't really have that lead that can do that because you create your own character.
Oh, sure.
And so it doesn't feel like it's like a defined person. It feels like this is my cobbled together character that just happens to always have the same personality no matter what they look like.
Yeah, that humor is more acceptable from an other, but when it's coming from ostensibly you, the player character, not like mascot lead character, it's a little different.
Right. And also, in fairness, it's been... when did this game come out? Was it 2014? Was it that fucking long ago?
Oh, I don't know.
This game came out so long ago. But part of it, in fairness, is because the game came out so... Yeah, 2014.
Jeez.
Because the game came out so long ago, I give some of a pass on like the style of humor, because it was a different era.
Yeah.
I think, hey, we're all very different since 2020. For many, many reasons.
Yeah.
And it was a better time, let's say, in 2014. The world was a better place.
Depending on who you are, it was a better time.
I would say for the vast majority of people, it was a better time in 2014. Yeah. Although, I know where you're going, and you're still correct. You are correct. But yeah, point being, I'll give them a little bit of pass on the humor because a different era, let's say. And it is very much a quantity over quality approach to the comedy. There's plenty of stuff that still hits. There are some, like, all the characters are super over the top, but there is still stuff that hits. It's very much... The aesthetic is very comic book inspired. They do lots of like big, splash text things that happen. The bam kapow shit happens sometimes. Yeah. Like it's a very cartoony look to all of the characters. Very sort of like the characters all look like chimpanzees in a way. Like they've got really long arms that are like they just look oblong. Yeah. But that part of it is very hit or miss, I guess I would say. It reminds me a lot of Borderlands, but better written on average than Borderlands. And also, ironically, the dude that voices your main character, if you choose the masculine voice, is the guy that plays Peter Parker in the Spider-Man game.
Oh, funny.
So, like, hearing him talk, I was like, wait, what? Huh. So that was just a funny little moment.
Insomniac likes him, I guess.
Clearly, he's good. So I'll say, like, I've probably put 6 to 8 hours into it, and I feel like I'm still getting a grasp on the actual like combat loop, because this game is like all based upon, it's funny moving from Rollerdrome to this, because it's very based upon like you're grinding on rails, you are bouncing on cars and on like canopies, and you do more damage to the enemies while you're grinding, while you're bouncing, while you're like swinging on a rail or like a light post, etc. And the weapons are very much familiar to those that have played Ratchet and Clank. They're super over the top, ridiculous weapons. There's like a teddy bear grenade launcher. There's, a canister where you shoot a big, like, exploding freeze bomb that freezes things over an area. There's, like, a harpoon that you shoot, and where you shoot it, it drips out this, like, liquid that attracts a bunch of enemies to it. So it's very fun to mix and match the weapons, quick swap in between them based upon the situation that you're in. Some weapons do more damage to the human enemies. Some do more damage to what are ostensibly like zombies. The conceit is like a new energy drink launched, and the energy drink turns everybody into like this amorphous orange zombie. There are different types. There are exploders, the basic like runner versions. There are like the huge hulking guys that melee you. There are like ones that shoot acid from a distance. Like everything that you would expect in terms of enemy variety. So it is fun to mix and match, engage with things in different ways. But for me at least, I feel obligated to make my own fun with how I navigate the world in combat, because the easiest option is you find a rail that goes in a circle, and you go in a circle and shoot everything while you're on the rail. And that's not challenging nor fun, but it's the optimal thing to do. So it's like I'm forcing myself to not do that, and I'm not having that much fun not doing that. So it's either like something that is extremely straightforward, or I'm forcing myself to overcomplicate things and like not doing very well at that. Okay. So it's hard to say that like I'm super into the gameplay loop. There's something there in terms of the idea of the combat. Ironically, and I didn't add this to the news section, but there's a rumor going around that they're going to be making a second game. A few years ago, Sony registered the Sunset Overdrive name, which I did not realize that they could do because I know Microsoft published this game. It was exclusive, but apparently Sony registered it. Huh. They own Insomniac now, and I guess right around the time that they registered the name, one of their creative leads of Sunset Overdrive, who had since left Insomniac, rejoined the studio. So there's a big rumor, and we know, like, someone at Insomniac said that they're leading a third unannounced game beyond Spider-Man 2 and the Wolverine.
This would make a lot of sense.
They're making a new Sunset Overdrive.
This would make a lot of sense as like Sony's push towards online live service games.
Yes.
This would make a lot of sense for that.
There is a multiplayer component, which for obvious reasons I haven't engaged in. But like you bring in other people into your world and you do a bunch of shit together. And I'm sure that's a fun time because it's very over the top. That's not something I would have wanted to do, period. But in a game that's 8 years old, I imagine there are not that many people still playing this game.
I wouldn't think so.
So yeah, it's I will probably continue to chip away. Like I mentioned at the top, like this is one of those games that I'm giving it my best effort, and it's just not. I'm not feeling motivated to play more of it. But there is something there. There is enough humor that is funny. There is enough of like the open world goodness where you're checking boxes off and doing little side quests and missions and collectibles. And the gameplay loop itself, while kind of imbalanced, has a good idea at its core. And the guns feel great, just like any Insomniac.
Yeah, of
like
course.
The weapons feel really fun to use and are super varied and fun. So that's Sunset Overdrive. As always, bringing just the hottest new releases. Let's do our Call of Duty shit.
Yeah.
Do you want to go first, or should I go
I'll
first?
go and go. I played the Call of Duty Vanguard campaign again. That's the one with Laura Bailey as that Russian chick. And so when this game first...
And this takes place during
World War II.
World War II.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think I played that one.
It is one of the better Call of Duty campaigns, in my opinion. I mean, also, World War II is my favorite time period for warfare and stuff, which is like a weird sentence to say, but I like the weapons a lot. Like the guns. It feels like there's like a certain amount of inventiveness and just like fuck it, let's try that thing about like all the different guns. Like every country's guns were so different, and now it's just right. Like guns are guns now is what it kind of feels like. Like all guns are all kind of the same gun now. If that every assault rifle is kind of the same thing now. And anyways, so World War II is like. That era has a lot of different kinds of weapons, and I like the variety, both visually and functionally. And I just find it to be really interesting. Like a lot of metal guns now. We got a lot of plastic fucking guns now.
Yeah.
Back then there was metal and wood, baby.
Yeah, made out of pipes and
pipes and wood and metal and blood and bullets.
They burnt your hand.
Yeah. Sometimes they'd backfire and would burn your eye out.
They'd explode. The good old days.
Yeah, but boy, when you reload that
2014.
But boy, when you reload that M1 Garand and that ping sound happens, man, that's satisfying, huh?
Hell yeah.
But yeah, this campaign's great. I have an M44 manufactured in 1946, and so the gun that Laura Bailey has is a Mosin Nagant, and it is basically precisely my gun. And so I think that's really cool, and it's like her family heirloom gun, so you kind of have to use it for a little while. It has to be equipped for a while. And that's cool, and I think that's really neat because it looks just like it, and that really gives me the jollies. And her character's a fun badass, and I don't the cast of characters is fun. They're all very distinct and different, and they play differently.
It switches back and forth like most Call of Duty campaigns.
Right, yeah. There's a frame story where they're kind of imprisoned and undergoing interrogation, and part of that interrogation is going back into the missions they previously did as they're being interrogated and stuff. So
I see.
So it's got that whole, the typical frame story setup where it's a lazy way to elevate your narrative. Well, lazy is maybe not the right word. It's the easy way. Doesn't necessarily make it lazy. But yeah, it's really fucking good. There's a lot of variety there. There are a couple of boss fights, which are mechanically frustrating. I wish you could not ever drive a vehicle in a Call of Duty game. Those sequences all tend to be the worst.
Coming from someone that enjoys driving shit in Halo.
Yeah, but in Halo you have options. You can get out of the vehicle and fight. Call of Duty, it's
sure.
Is the
an on-rails.
Yeah, Call of Duty's the vehicle blew up, guess you're fucked. It's I could have gotten out of it, I mean, maybe not for the airplane sections, but the tank, I could have gotten out of the tank and found a rocket launcher. But no, my tank blew up. Guess this. It's in Metal Gear Solid 2 when the Colonel's Snake, you've created a time paradox. This tank can't blow up. It's supposed to be there later to save the other group. Gotta redo it. But
here's a splash screen with some fucking Mussolini.
Yes,
about war.
Exactly. Boy, that war, it sure is bad, huh? Mussolini. Abraham Lincoln. Or a dead president quote, boy, it's good being the leader of the free world. You get to do whatever the fuck you want. George Washington. So it's still got that, It's still Call of Duty.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, that's Vanguard. I had a good time with it. I really like those Call of Duty campaigns. They're real dumb, and I like them. How about how about yours?
Yes, that is exactly why I played Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. It was a PlayStation Plus game. I went ahead and deleted my entire hard drive so that I could download the 180 gig install. And I was very pleasantly surprised by the campaign of that game, or at least the ambition in the campaign of that game, with the sort of non-linear storytelling, and it has, these side missions that you have to unlock by solving somewhat complex puzzles.
Yeah.
That you find things in other missions, and then once you find all the things, you have to use them to put together some pretty abstract passwords, essentially, to unlock side missions to take down the lieutenants of the main bad guy that you're going after. You don't need to do that. I did it because why the fuck not?
Right.
The whole point of me playing Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War is that I'm depressed and I want a random shooty game to play. And I didn't want the shooty game to end, because once the shooty game ends, then I'm stuck with my thoughts at 3 a.m. instead of the shooty game thoughts. So I did everything I could in the game. But the story, let's see. I did not play Black Ops 3, I don't think.
Okay.
And I definitely didn't play Black Ops 4, but that didn't have a single player mode anyway. But I believe there is a through line of characters in all the Black Ops games.
I think so.
I recognized Woods and I recognized Mason because Mason's the guys with the numbers, and Woods is the Captain Price fill-in. And then the character you played as in Black Ops is one of the side characters in this game, whose name I cannot remember, but I think you play a new dude in this game. And there's also another new dude in this game that's sort of like the leader of the, mercenary cross-governmental task force.
Man, Call of Duty's crazy. They're always getting these new dudes.
Yeah, there's tons of new dudes because they keep killing them off.
Oh, right. You shoot them. Oh.
At least one dude dies in every Call of Duty game. Often multiple dudes. So eventually they're going to run out. They need to stop making Call of Duty games. They are going to run out of dudes.
Sometimes you don't even shoot a dude. Sometimes you stab a dude.
Yeah. Sometimes your dude gets stabbed. But yeah, like the way that game ends is this like total mindfuck where like you're replaying the same mission over and over again because the guy walking you through it is like, no, it didn't happen that way. It happened this way. And he's like, the narration is happening where he's like, all right, you got to a fork in the road and you went left. And if you don't listen, something happens where it resets you. And he's like, all right, remember, you went left here. And then that time you go left, but something gets fucked up anyway. It's like, all right, no, this time you go straight through the door. And it's like, it's very cool.
Yeah.
I really, really enjoyed the final mission. All the stuff leading up to it was what you're describing with Vanguard, which is fun shoot times.
Right.
Like, it's a Call of Duty game. But that last mission really stood out as like, damn, like they went for it to do something cool. Story-wise, it doesn't really pay off, in my opinion, because it felt like a Call of Duty story in a lot of ways.
Course.
But like, there's another mission in it too where you're playing as an agent in a Russian government employee who has defected to help the U.S. And so you're trying to help the U.S. guys break into the government building,
I
whatever
remember
it's
this.
called. And like there are like 6 different ways that you can do that. You're trying to get a key code from the main guy. You could go sneak into his office and steal it. You could go try to bribe a prisoner who is about to be interrogated to kill that guy so then you can get his key code. Or the way that I did it is I framed him as the defector because they're trying to find out who the defector is. So I went in and like hacked into a computer, and I had to do a little mini game to hack into the computer to forge my essentially emails. Email was not a thing, but essentially emails. Forge my emails as his. And then I went on tattle to him to like the secret police, and they arrested him, and I was able to get the key card that way. But you could have approached it in a million different ways. And again, so fun. No shooting in that section. Just a cool way to engage with the game. And then you shoot a fuck ton of dudes while you're escaping.
Yeah, you fucking do. Pew, pew, bang, bang, baby.
Lizard brain light gun. But yeah, I was blown away by the ambition of this campaign. And it bums me out that it is statistically insignificant, the number of people that play the Call of Duty campaigns when those games come out. And that's a shame.
It's this the one, only part I play.
Really cool. No, I 100% agree. I'm sure I could still play the Cold War multiplayer. I'm sure it still does exist. No fucking way am I going to do that. I played the single player and I deleted it from my hard drive.
The way God intended.
Speaking of, lizard brain shooty dudes, or I guess like shooty aliens, I also, after I beat Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War in one sitting and finished the game at 4 a.m. Did I mention I'm depressed? I was like, I need another first-person shooter. This is a good time in my life to play Halo again. I do not enjoy Halo. But I decided... So I decided to... Are we done?
everyone listening at home was fucking rocking out just now.
Okay.
Sorry, keep going.
Great. So I decided to play some Halo. Halo has amazing music. I'm not going to argue with anything.
Dude,
there.
so good.
I am not a Halo fan. I played Halo Infinite. We talked about Halo Infinite on this podcast. I respect the hell out of Halo 1 and Halo 2 for somewhat similar but also different reasons. Halo 1, just the innovation of first-person shooting and the way that it worked, as well as the multiplayer, and Halo 2 really taking that to the next level and also adding like the Forge stuff. Awesome systems. I just don't like the games.
Boo.
Like, I don't. The multiplayer is fun because any game is fun when you're playing with your friends packed in your basement having a LAN party. You could be fucking playing Yahtzee and it'd be the best night of your life. But like the story and the single player campaigns of Halo have never done anything for me. I think the story is stupid.
Fake gamer.
I think a lot of the characters suck.
Wee woo.
What? Fake gamer.
Wee woo. Gamer
fake
police.
Gamer.
Wee woo. Fake gamer.
Fake gamer. I've never heard that, and I love it. Frankly, I love that. Oh, that's so good. Fake gamer. Okay, stay back on track as we're talking about this game that came out in like 2002.
Uh-huh.
So, the biggest reason I wanted to play Halo was because I committed to replaying all of the Halos. I was going to do 1 through 3 and the Master Chief Collection. I was going to go back and play ODST, and then I was going to play Reach, and then I was going to play Halo 4, and then I might have even played Halo 5, which I have never played. All the other games I have played. The problem is that the Master Chief Collection, one of the worst performing games at launch in the history of the industry, it literally took over a year for some people to be able to play multiplayer in that game. I would argue it's the most broken game to ever launch, the Master Chief Collection. It is unbelievable how long it took them to make the game be able to function. Guess what? It deleted my fucking save file like 2/3 of the way through the game. I logged in one day, and it was like, sorry, we had to close, Halo Combat Evolved. And I was like, that sucks. I have to wait 10 seconds to open up the game. I open up the game, log into Halo 1 through the Master Chief Collection, and it's like, hey, continue? And I said, yeah, sure, continue, where I was. And it was like, pick a difficulty. And I said, this is weird. Why would I pick a difficulty? I'm already playing the game. And then it booted up the beginning of the game, and that's when I realized that my save file had been deleted. And as I mentioned, not a big Halo fan, wasn't having a ton of fun playing it already. So the idea to replay multiple hours of a game I wasn't having fun with, no thank you. So I uninstalled the Master Chief Collection. Fuck Halo. It's the worst, most overrated video game franchise there is. Send me your hate mail. info@SheaHatesEverything.com. I need it. I need your hate mail.
No, you need to send your hate mail directly to Shea, not to the Shea Hates Everything email, because I don't want to...
Here's his personal address.
I don't want to experience those emails on this podcast because they do not represent me. We are in a party, and we are playing Baldur's Gate 3. I am over here trying to have a good time with Halo. Shea is over there trying to have a miserable time with Halo. And this podcast GM will not recognize the fact that we're both trying to be individuals.
Dude, let me be very clear. I was not trying to have a miserable time with Halo. I wanted to go back and play it and enjoy it for what it was, knowing that I wasn't gonna love the games again. I've played all of them. I know that it's not my thing, but I want to turn off my brain and just be able to enjoy this and bask in some of the nostalgia and the love that everyone has for these games. That's what I was looking for. And instead, they decided to just waste 5 hours of my life. Fuck Halo. But speaking of Halo...
That hurts me. Speaking of Halo, what?
I downloaded a Halo Guns mod in Fallout 4.
Okay. All right.
And it was awesome.
Okay.
It's awesome. Unfortunately, they're all named dumbass USMC names. It's like the MP 1403-C97AB. Like, I feel like I'm rapping with numbers and letters. But, like, they're all named stupid things, so I never know what fucking gun, when I make it, what it actually is going to be, which is tedious. But it's super fun. I had to uninstall a couple of other mods that I hadn't really been using, because that mod was, like, 200 megabytes, which in a game where you only have 2 megabytes or 2 gigs for mods is a lot. But I was like, it comes with, like, 10 different guns. They seem really fun. They look cool. They look relatively lore appropriate. Probably a little too futuristic, but lore appropriate enough. And they were dope. Super fun to use. Unfortunately, I also hit a game-breaking problem in Fallout 4, which was only a matter of time with all the mods that I'm playing with, where I tried to load into... I was playing through the Mechanist DLC. I tried to load into the area... like the whatever building to finish it, game crash. Reload it, game crash. Reload it, game crash. I was like, fuck. So instead, let me go do the vault, whatever DLC where you build the vault. I go over to whatever the vault that is, 88, whatever number it was. Get to it, go to load into that area, game crash. Load it up, game crash.
That really sucks.
All right, let me go do Nuka World then. I'll go over there. Go to take the train, game crash. So some mod, no idea which one, is clearly incompatible with the DLC. Because I was able to do like all of the other stuff with the DLCs that were in the vanilla world, right? Like anything that happens out in the world is fine. But loading into an area that is specific to the DLC, something's incompatible. I don't know enough about mods. I'm not patient enough or interested enough to try to figure it out. So I just stopped playing Fallout 4, which is a bummer. I was really looking forward to playing through the story again. I got very far. I was like near some of the final decisions across the Brotherhood of Steel and the Railroad and stuff. And at any point I could have gone into the Institute. I was holding off on that for a minute. But it sucks. We talked about it. I've never played Far Harbor. I was really looking forward to checking that out. But I'm guessing my game would have crashed if I tried to take the boat over there.
Yeah, probably.
So I turned off Fallout 4. And I booted up Skyrim.
Oh, man.
And I probably only played like 2 hours. But because I had been playing, if y'all remember, I had been playing a lot of modded Skyrim on Xbox. So it was fun to go back to. I was progressing the Dark Brotherhood quest line, which is one of my favorites from that game. Yeah. But yeah, I played just for a couple hours. I will probably pick up Skyrim occasionally just to play a little more of it, because it made me remember all of the fun mods that I had installed with the different weapons and a lot of cool things that were in there. But yeah, played a little bit of fucking Skyrim, because why not?
Bruh. Crazy.
Skyrim's good.
You crazy.
Skyrim's good.
You know what else is like a good classic game?
Yeah. Hit me up.
Xenosaga!
You know what? I agree. Xenosaga is
God
good.
damn, that's good. I started playing it on an emulator, legally.
Of course.
And I got past Cathedral Ship. I'm about to go to the Kukai Foundation. That's kind of where I'm at. People have played it. You probably know. It is tremendous. It is such a good game. It is... I think because of the like roulette wheel mechanic of like getting extra XP, better crit rate, better boost meter generation, stuff like that. Like it keeps fights fresh, and you kind of have to come up with multiple ways of doing fights. And like if you want to min-max to get XP and stuff, it's like, all right, so how many characters do I need to have wait or use certain other types of attacks that aren't going to kill enemies until they get the certain thing to proc on the wheel. That's fun and satisfying. The cutscenes are very long. I am forcing myself to watch all of them because I have a tendency to like go back and skip as I play through things again. And I really want to kind of get the whole experience this time. So I'm watching everything. It's like I love that game. I just do.
Is the first one your favorite?
The first one
of the three?
The first one's the only one I've beaten. I've never played 3, and I only got about...
I also have never played 3.
I only got about halfway through 2. Maybe like 3/4 of the way.
Yeah, I think I beat the second one. I don't have a lot of memories from it, but definitely the first one is the one that stands out in my mind.
Yeah, and like the characters underwent like the whole redesign in 2, where Xion just looks like regular Japanese lady instead of anime girl, which is fine. But I kind of liked the like cartoony look of the first one. It was kind of distinct.
Sure.
And then they just kind of look like generic JRPG characters in the second and third games.
I agree.
In a way that's kind of disappointing, but I mean it's fine. Like a couple of the in a weird way, a couple of the characters are not redesigned at all. Like Junior and Momo look the pretty much exact same. Ziggy looks like the exact same. It's just like all of the like normal human characters became just like your most generic JRPG looking people.
I tell you what though, man, Cosmos can get it.
Tell me about it.
Robo baby girl.
The naval space cannon. Know what I'm saying? Anyways.
Oh man.
Anime is horny.
Stupid series.
But yeah, actually speaking of horny anime, the Kukai Foundation, that's the beach episode, baby. That's the swimsuit edition, the beach episode. Boy, I can't wait.
Even as someone that doesn't watch anime, I immediately knew what you meant by that.
Yeah, it is. Well, there is literally a beach, and the characters wear their swimsuits and go to the beach. Yeah. And that happens in every daily life anime that exists. There's always a beach episode. The characters have a barbecue at the beach, and they're in their swimsuits, and there's just sexual tension abounds.
Amazing.
It is a real Japanese wonderland of creative storytelling and tasteful side boob.
I would play the hell out of an HD remaster of that trilogy.
Boy,
it would take 1,000 hours.
Wouldn't it be nice?
Yeah.
If we had any other way to play the game, because you can only play it on original PS2 hardware with a disc. There is no way to play it digitally. There's no way to stream it. That is the only way to play it. So that is why I'm playing on an emulator, because they have not given me another option. So fuck them.
They forced you to break the law.
That's right. A cop is holding a gun to my head and making me do it.
Last video game to chat about, and we got a couple of TV movie things. Pokemon Sword. I'll keep this quick. I talked a lot about it last month, and maybe even the month before that. But I'm like well over 100 hours into Pokemon Sword. I'm near the end of it, and honestly, I am procrastinating finishing the game because it has been such a lifesaver to have a handheld game to play so that I'm not doom scrolling on my phone.
Right.
It's like made my life so much better to play Pokemon instead of scroll on fucking Twitter or Threads. But I am at the finals. My dudes are like level 54, 55-ish. Which, like, there's a steep leveling curve right at the end of the game where, like, I went into the finals and with guys that were, like, high 40s, and I'm immediately fighting dudes that are in the mid-50s. I was like, oh, shit, like, I need to go, grind some levels out. So I'm currently in the process of that, and I have to go back and beat all of the gym leaders again, before I can fight the final boss guy. I have no idea where the sword and the shield Pokemon come into this game. Because I didn't beat it the first time I played through. I think I burnt out on like the 4th or 5th gym. But like they mention the tapestry and the 2 heroes like 3 times in the whole game. And like, I know those legendary Pokemon are in the game. Where? Like,
they're on the cover, Shea.
Am I going to get the... Yeah, like, am I gonna not even see them until I have beaten everything in the game? Because that will make me disappointed. Because, hey, when I beat everything in the game, I will be done playing the game. I'm not trying to catch them all. Although I will say this, I have caught like 270 Pokemon in this game. Because, again, I'm procrastinating on finishing it. I have caught everything I come across. And I have leveled up to Final Evolution every Pokemon that I have caught.
Oh my God.
There are a handful that I can't evolve because of certain like friendship requirements where I'm too lazy. Or like they require a trade, which obviously I'm not going to be able to do. But like anything that I can level up through any relatively normal means, I have done. And which is, we talked about this, like me embracing that experience share, like leaning into that has made that process kind of fun and rewarding to like a Pokemon I have never, I have Pokemon that are like level 47 that have never seen battle. They've just sat at the bottom of like my 6 Pokemon, just gaining XP for hours and hours and hours, and then are going to live the rest of their lives now sitting in box number 6 at the Pokemon Center. They've never seen a battle. And I think that's kind of beautiful. They've reached their maximum form without any fight or struggle. Actually, that sounds like fucking privilege. I need to push them out into the real world and say, hey, get a job.
Those are the trust fund kids you got hanging out in the PC.
Right. My Minchino is extremely, rocking some cute Pokemon privilege, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But I do, so I have 30 Pokemon that I use regularly, which is a lot.
Yeah, that is.
But it is fun, because I've got like 2 or 3 of essentially every type. So it's just cool to like, when I go through and fight these gym dudes, they're going to get rocked. Because like, oh, hey, water gym? Too bad. I've got 5 Pokemon that know thunder. You're about to get destroyed, my guy. So that part of it will be fun.
And look, as long as you're having fun, I'm happy for you, man. Hey, listeners, I just want to remind you that Shea has expressed that he hates Halo. He is a fake gamer, and none of his opinions matter. Okay, so like let's just go along with what he's saying. He's talking about Pokemon Sword and Shield, which are absolute shit tier games, but like we'll just let him have that.
Hey, I never said these were amongst the best Pokemon games, but I never finished it. That's it.
Yeah,
there are a lot of Pokemon in it, and that at least is fun. But that's all the video games that we've been playing,
dude. So many games, bro.
So many games.
Imagine if you had actually been able to play Halo. We'd still be talking.
But like that's what happens when I'm not really enjoying anything that I'm playing. Is I play way more games.
Yeah.
In September, there will be a very much smaller list of games we are playing.
Right.
Let's say that.
Yes.
Or at least for me. There will be one game I am talking about in September. So yeah, that's all the video games. Now let's quickly cover a handful of things that we've been watching as well before we move on to the rest of the frickin' video games that we're going to play over the remainder of the year. So first, I guess because it's like the newest thing, is Secret Invasion. I will admit, like, I have not seen this. I don't know why. I want to wait until I watch She-Hulk, even though I imagine they don't cross over at all, just because like I feel like I should watch all of the Marvel shit. But yeah, how's Secret Invasion? I hear not great.
I'll neither confirm nor deny any type of crossover stuff. I'm totally spoiler free.
Yes.
Don't watch it. It fucking sucks. It's pointless. The ending is so incomprehensibly stupid and incongruous with everything else that goes on and is going on. And they constantly are like, they have the characters ask, why don't you just ask the Avengers for help? And guess what? Nick Fury's answer? This is my problem. Dude, the planet is at threat level Omega. Call in the Avengers, bro!
He should just say budget limitation.
Yeah, like that's what he's saying when he says it's my problem. I'm the one they could hire for this. Like, it's so bad. It is so bad. The writing is not good. Frankly, like, I like Sam Jackson. He's good in a few scenes, but he's not great in a lot of scenes.
Well, he's not a good actor. He's got plenty of charm, but he's not a good actor.
He's not even... but he's not pulling off that stuff anymore. Like, he's not pulling off the charm most of the time. A few times,
Does it feel like he's phoning it in, or is it just that the show is so poorly written?
I think I really think the writing is so bad, which is crazy, right? Because I'm sick and tired of these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane.
Best line in cinema history.
It's also one of the worst lines in cinema history. It's only one of the best ones because Sam Jackson says it so well.
Sure.
He can make gold from shit sometimes. He cannot make gold from this shit. This is non-goldable shit. It is not good. It is incredibly bad. Do not watch it.
That's a bummer.
I also don't think there's anything you can pull from this that would be relevant for anything else. I really don't think there's anything of value to be had here. It's really bad.
Like it feels inconsequential
Yes.
to any larger narrative.
Yeah, unless a thing that happens with Sam Jackson's character is traded upon later, I would have a hard time believing they would actually do that because it would break everything.
I see.
So, fuck that. Don't watch it.
Oh, man. Like, how far the mighty have fallen with the MCU.
Yeah.
Because a trailer for Loki Season 2 came out, and I watched it, and I was like, boy, howdy, I don't give a flying fuck about anything happening in this show. Sigh.
Yep.
How
about you?
I've been watching some more Star Wars Rebels. I'm getting into this show. I don't think it's awesome. I think, like, the main character, Ezra, is pretty annoying. Much like many, like, teenage characters are. But, like, they're building... It's like what happened with Clone Wars, where it was super episodic at the beginning, and then as it went on, they were building smaller arcs, 2 to 3 to 4 episode little mini arcs, and then they were doing, like, larger, behind-the-scenes storylines that would occasionally pop up, give you more information as more of, like, a larger narrative build that they're now doing in Rebels. So I just finished Season 2. And so I still have 2 whole seasons to go, which is...
Oh, jeez.
I'm not going to make my goal of watching it before Ahsoka comes out. But because I have 2 seasons of this plus the final season of Clone Wars that I would need to watch.
Yeah.
But I am getting into it because they're doing all of that stuff. I'm going to give spoilers for Star Wars Rebels because the show was on like 6 years ago. Darth Maul comes back. They're doing that whole business. That was fun. I imagine there's going to be some crossover with some other characters in the future. I think I mentioned last month that like Rex will become a character. And at that point, I was like, this is feeling a little too wink, wink, nod, nod to Clone Wars in like a negative way. And now it's starting to feel a little bit more natural. Like it's not like... at the time, it felt like stunt casting of like... Who cares? We know you don't give a shit about these characters, but you'll watch it because Captain Rex is in an episode.
Yeah.
And now it feels like it's more narrative building and world building, and it's directly tying those 2 universes together in a satisfying way. And so that's been cool. There was also a dope-ass moment at the end of the final episode in Season 2 where Darth Vader shows up. And he's fucking kicking everybody's ass. He's fighting Ahsoka. They have a whole moment between them because the last, I haven't seen the final season of Clone Wars. Their last moment that we've seen is her quitting the Jedi Order and turning her back on him. And then there's a whole fucking moment where she goes up to him and they're talking about her or whatever. Or no, shit. I think it's with Kanan, the like mentor character. I don't think it was Ahsoka. But there's an awesome line where just like Darth Vader is such a fucking good character. How fun would it be to write for him? Where I think it's Kanan, where they're getting ready to fight. And Kanan's like, I don't fear you. And Darth Vader goes, then you will die braver than most. And I was like, oh! Like, it's just such a good line. Oh, so that's been fun. And I'm actually like motivated to watch an episode here and there. I'm certainly not going to sit and marathon like multiple hours of that show, but if I've got a half hour, that's the thing I'm going to. So that's been nice. I'm glad that I'm enjoying it because the idea that I was going to watch 2 more entire seasons of a show that I don't like seems not fun to do. So I'm glad that I like it.
Good.
I did not like Cyberpunk Edgerunners. I'm not an anime person. I liked the visual style, which I know you said that was the thing that made you not want to check it out, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
I like it. It's very... Again, I don't watch anime. I have no frame of reference to compare the style to other types of anime. But it feels very 80s. Like, when I think of anime in the 80s, this is what I think of. But, like, with a modern twist. Because they use some of that, like, mixed 2D, 3D kind of shit.
Right.
I just didn't care about where the story was going. I think I watched 3 episodes. And then I was just like, okay, I'm cool. I get it. I get why people would like it. A lot of people like anime. Cyberpunk is a really awesome universe. There's a ton of cool shit to do. This just is not my kind of content.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's the end of that. And then I randomly was like, because I had watched, I think I mentioned last episode, or maybe I didn't, that I had watched Team America. Did we talk about that last episode? Yes, we did. And because I've been like having momentum to watch some like random old things that I haven't watched in a while that I love. And I was like, let me watch Christopher Nolan's Batman trilogy. Why the hell not? So I watched Batman Begins. I talked to my wife about it, and she was like, I'll watch The Dark Knight. Like, hell yeah, that movie's amazing. So we watched that together, which was fun. And then Dark Knight Rises is not my favorite. It's way too long. It's a little, like, overly serious. But it's still dope. Like, that movie's still great. Yeah. So I watched that one as well. A couple days passed, and I was like, which
one of the three is your favorite?
Oh, The Dark Knight.
Really?
I don't feel like that's a competition. It's not your favorite?
No, the first one's my favorite.
Oh, no.
The first one is so pure, like, tone. It's so perfect.
Like in its story and in the character of Batman, I can agree with you. The Joker is so awesome in The Dark Knight. The, like, how dark that movie is, I think, is just absolutely phenomenal. And I feel like the Christopher Nolan's direction really leveled up. His, like, auteurship in The Dark Knight. That Batman Begins felt a little bit more straightforward in its, like, cinematography, its shot construction, and its direction. It's a great movie, but, like, The Dark Knight felt like it had the Christopher Nolan stamp, which I imagine it did, because he made the first one, it was successful, and so they gave him more freedom to do his kind of thing. Sure. Which I think worked to the detriment of the third one, where the story was, like, a little bit obtuse and hard to follow at times, and, like, things were not explained well, which is a common problem with Christopher Nolan movies these days. But the biggest thing in the first one is, like, the fight scenes are dog shit. It has that Bourne Identity approach where, like, it's just a bunch of quick cuts. You can't see what the fuck is happening. The fight scenes are terrible in the first movie, and it makes it, like, hard to watch. No, I hate it. But yeah, I watched the trilogy. I had that little bit of depression, right? Where, like, you go back and you get the nostalgia hit, and then it's over, and, like, you want something to fill that hole. And so watching it on HBO, watching it on Max, the place for HBO. I kept getting recommended the new The Batman movie, which I have not seen. Uh-huh. And so one night, again, after playing through all these games that I was just not interested in, I didn't want to start yet another one. It was last week, so I had like 2 or 3 more evenings that I needed to kill before we did the podcast. So I was like, I don't want to start a new game because I don't want to add yet another fucking thing to talk about on the podcast that I didn't enjoy. Let me just spend 3 hours, because that movie is 3 hours long, watching The Batman.
Yep.
That movie it's not good.
No.
It isn't. I don't think it is bad per se. I think it is useless, which in a lot of ways is worse.
That's worse than being bad.
There is literally no reason for that movie to exist. It's like when they made The Amazing Spider-Man with, what's-his-face, Andrew Garfield, and they did it so that Sony could keep the cinematic rights to the character. Yeah. That's what this feels like. Because it offers nothing new. Like, the Riddler, in a vacuum, is mostly a good character in that movie. I think Paul Dano, by and large, is a compelling villain. But he's just the fucking Heath Ledger Joker.
Right.
It's the same fucking character.
It is.
And so the fact that, spoilers for the Batman, the fact that they tease the Joker at the end of that movie, I'm like, why? What are you going to do? You already did the Joker. Yeah. You just made the Riddler the same character. And, like, Robert Pattinson, bless his heart, I know he wants to be taken seriously. He's done a lot of roles in recent years that I have not seen, that a lot of people have been very impressed by. He was in a movie with Willem Dafoe, a black and white movie, The Lighthouse, I think it was called. Like, people loved it, said he was good. I have not yet seen a movie where he does a good job in it. Again, there's a lot of his project that I have not seen. He sucks in this movie. He's a mopey fucking loser.
It is so bad.
He has no charisma. There's no character. Part of what makes and why I loved Christian Bale's Batman is he towed the line so well between Bruce Wayne and Batman. Those two personas never met. He was this facade of a billionaire man as Bruce Wayne, as a cover-up for his real human being personality, which was the Batman. They talk about that in this movie. I think Catwoman makes a comment of like, this is the real you as Batman. I'm like, what do you mean? Yeah. It's the same fucking person.
He's just,
because when
he's
Bruce
still
Wayne,
not emoting.
Yeah, dude, he just glowers at everything and looks like he's gonna cry with his fucking, like teenage Professor Snape greasy ass black hair. Like, he looks like a fucking loser and he acts like someone that no one wants to be around, which is the case.
Yeah.
And then they go and fucking cast Andy Serkis, one of my favorite dudes, and he has like 4 lines in the whole fucking movie.
Yeah.
And he has no characterization either the whole time. And like, you and I, we were texting a little bit about this and intentionally didn't talk a ton about it because I wanted to save it for this. But like, there's no sense of place to Gotham City.
No.
It's like they tried to do all of it.
Yep.
There's these like gothic cathedrals in this church that he's in, and then there's like the grimy, they set the Batcave in a train tunnel, and there's dust, and when the trains run it, things rattle around the area. But then in the city, they tried to do more of the Christopher Nolan, where like it feels like an actual city in America, and not this cartoonized version, which like the Tim Burton version, or God forbid the fucking like Batman and Robin neon shit. But like, there's no personality to the city of Gotham, and Gotham is like the second most important character in the Batman universe, behind the Cape Crusader himself. And so like, you never get a sense of place. It's like, people went on and on about Colin Farrell and how transformative his performance was, but he has fucking nothing in this movie.
I know.
He has like 5 lines.
Yeah.
And he's so inept the whole fucking time.
Right.
Like, he's a loser. Yeah. And then at the end, they set him up as like, oh, he's the new criminal element in Gotham City. And they also, without literally breaking Batman's back like they did in Dark Knight Rises, the ending of this movie is just the Nightfall storyline from the comics. Where like, instead of Gotham being isolated from the rest of the world, it's all, it's underwater now. I'm like, who gives a shit? And the fact that it's 3 hours makes my rage so much harder. I was like an hour and 20 minutes in. My wife comes downstairs because she was doing stuff up in the bedroom. And like, I paused it and I was like, Kelly, this movie is bad. Or no, I may have said it's bad. I really don't think it's bad. All I'm doing is talking about how it's not good. I really don't think in a vacuum that it's a bad movie. But I was like, Kelly, I don't like this movie. I'm not even halfway done with it. Like, I just want to turn it off. But I can't. I gotta fucking watch it. It's a Batman movie. So there. That's my big rant. You've barely said anything about it. Like, what did I miss?
I don't know. I just
I like the music. The music's good.
I don't even remember the music because I've just forgotten most of everything about it because, like you said, it doesn't have any bearing on anything else and it doesn't matter. Yeah. And I just don't fucking care about it. I just don't care.
Like, the Batman theme I liked. It in my mind was like Hans Zimmer doing the animated series main theme song.
That's my thing. Like, I feel like this movie, more than any of the other movies, tried to pull from elements of the animated series. They just did it poorly and inconsistently.
Because that like is the biggest thing that I would have liked about this movie if all of the other elements also worked. Like if the narrative was more interesting, it wasn't so fucking long for no reason, if the characters were more compelling. Because the thing that I did love that would have really elevated this and differentiated it was the tone.
Yeah, if it was more especially of a noir story like the animated series is. Because they're definitely begging, borrowing, and stealing a lot of the gothic elements that are present in the animated series in pockets, like you said. But like they don't match the tone to it at all.
Yes. Like,
and certainly Robert Pattinson's Batman, the way he's written and performed, is nothing like the Batman from the animated series, or I mean, he's much younger, obviously, than the Batman in the animated series, but like he's nothing like that version of Batman, right. And so he would not, even if they tried to fit the tone around him of the animated series, he would then also not fit, and so I don't.
Yeah.
It would require extensive rewrites in order to make that happen, but like that's a thing that would interest me is a movie that's trading on maybe some more of a focused selection of themes than this one has. Yeah. And that's what I think like Nolan's movies are so good, and why I don't think we need more Batman movies ever. Is because like,
well, I got some bad news for you.
Dude, tell me about it.
We're gonna get new Batman movies forever.
Like I got that noir story from the animated series. I have a more realistic approach. Like just certainly like fantastical dark elements from the Nolan series, but more of a realistic approach there. I don't need another version. Like those are kind of the two versions I care about. So I'm kind of done.
But I guess. Yes, I don't disagree that if executed well, this would just feel even more like the animated series. So, like, in a sense,
what's the point?
Does it have its own standalone value?
Right.
But it being live action and so much larger in scale, I think could have been cool, because even more so than the animated series, this is like, I keep using the word dark, but like, this felt dark in a fucked up way in this world. Like, the Joker, Heath Ledger's Joker is menacing to the characters of the world, but not really to you as an audience member. Like, he's still a little goofy and cartoony. You know, he's dressed as like a clown. Like, it's a little bit fun in his approach, despite being like a realistic setting. This version of the Riddler, like,
he's just a serial killer.
Like, yes, he feels like a literal real life serial killer.
Yeah.
It's scary at times. Because they do the fucking shit where he records a video of himself being all intimidating and torturing someone. Right. And I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? We like, literally, this already happened.
Yep.
But the point is, those things felt a little bit different in a good way in this, because I was like creeped out watching it in the Batman, where I wasn't really creeped out. I was more like fascinated in Nolan's version of the universe. So that could have been something that really made this stand out and stand alone. But because everything else about it felt so, not vanilla, but so like to what you were talking about, where they took pieces of every other version of Batman and just mashed them together like it's an Assassin's Creed game. Like, that makes it feel empty.
Dude, Assassin's Creed Batman. that is such a good tagline for this movie. That's such a good, like, back of the box. This is the Assassin's Creed of Batman movies.
Yeah.
That hurts.
And honestly, I didn't even intend to talk about this movie for this long, because we've got a bunch of other shit to cover. But I find myself being very angry because I'm mad that this movie exists. Yes, I'm mad that this movie exists. And also, like, I should have known better. The dude that directed this movie did, like, Cloverfield and the War of the Planet of the Apes trilogy. Like, not saying that those movies are garbage, but they do not have substance. So I should not have expected him to come into this and have this, like, again, auteurship. It felt like fucking Ron Howard made this movie. Like, it felt very generic, just, like, creepy. It's like Ron Howard doing a Halloween movie is what this felt like.
Oof.
Now I'm just have all these episode titles. Ron Howard's Halloween. Like, I've got, you know.
Assassin's Creed Batman.
So that's it. That's everything. That's all the things we played, all the things we've watched. Let's quickly move on to all the things we're gonna play.
Yes.
There's way more on this list than I originally thought there would be when I pitched this segment. So we aren't, this is not literally everything that is releasing over the remainder of the year. As I mentioned at the top, it's like all the AAA things, some of which we are interested in, some of which we are not, which we will call out for humor's sake. And then a smattering of smaller games that we certainly want to check out.
Yep.
Let's take turns. How about you do August?
Okay. Yeah. So this month, obviously, Baldur's Gate 3 released on the 3rd. I Am Future, which is a survival crafting game set in the future after an apocalypse happens in a city full of high-rise buildings, and you're kind of going across the rooftops. It's very cartoony. That's coming out in early access on August 8th. There was a popular Steam Next Fest demo that got a lot of good feedback. I think it's a third-person game, survival crafting game. Also on the 8th is WrestleQuest, which is a 2D wrestling RPG where
it looks great.
It looks really good. I don't really care about wrestling. This seems interesting to me. I don't know a lot about the mechanics of it or anything. I've just kind of watched a quick trailer for it, but the art looks fun. It's 2D sprite based. And just the idea of a wrestling RPG is delicious. So that also comes out on the 8th. Again, this podcast should go up on the 7th, so that would be the day after this goes up.
Correct.
On the 10th, we have Atlas Fallen, which is not Lords of the Fallen. Atlas Fallen is a cooperative third-person action game.
It can be co-op.
It can be co-op.
To me, it feels more like it's designed as a single-player game than a co-op game.
Yeah, potentially. It's like a lot of it. It's got a lot of high motion action.
It's Darksiders. It's Dark Souls Siders.
Vanquish.
Darksiders and
Dark Souls Siders : Vanquish, because it seems like it moves kind of fast. Like Vanquish has good movement. It seems like there's some of that in this as well.
It's not a shooter though.
No, not a shooter. It's more like melee and magic based kind of stuff. And it's got that pretty. I don't know, it's a well trodden aesthetic that modern high fantasy where everything is very metallic and has a bunch of sweeping organic shapes in the armor, and the action is in a Japanese an Eastern developed game, very overly animated and arcadey. Yeah. So it seems like kind of one of those.
It seems potentially it's a mid-tier game that could be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I have yet to see anything about it that I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta check it out.
Right. It's not a must buy for me. I'm I want to see some coverage on it and see what it is.
If my guess is that this is an 8 out of 10 sort of review game.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's competent and decent. If it ends up being surprising and there's more hidden depth that we haven't seen yet, then I'm super down to give it a shot.
Yeah.
But thus far, it hasn't really jumped out.
Exactly. Yeah. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is coming out on the 18th. Yeah. This is a Jet Set Radio-like game where you're kind of skating around in an environment. It's got a lot of the same vibes of both mechanically and aesthetically. And it just kind of seems like a rad time. Because
I am looking forward to listening to the soundtrack.
Yes, very much so. It sounds I bet the music's going to be super good. Then Immortals of Aveum comes out on the 22nd. I will be checking that out. Maybe pulling the brains out of my ears with all the quippiness, but I will be checking it out.
This game is not going to be good.
It won't be.
I'm putting the Shea Sixth Sense stamp on this game.
Bruce Willis was dead the whole time. Immortals of Aveum has always been bad. Spoiler alert. Yeah, I will report back with my findings on Immortals of Aveum, and I
can't wait.
I bet it will be something along those lines.
Well, ironically, even if it's surprisingly good, I bet you're gonna hate it.
Yep. You know what? Gosh darn it! When you're right, you're right. Competing for the same slot on August the 22nd is Fort Solis or Solace. Solis. That's that Troy.
I think it's Solis.
I think so. It's the Troy Baker sci-fi horror game that was teased at a conference a year or two ago.
And the dude that played Arthur Morgan in Red Dead 2, right?
Oh, maybe. Yes.
Yeah,
I think you're
it's
right.
the two of them.
Yes. I'd forgotten that. That obviously excites me because I love sci-fi and I love horror, and I'm not as big of a fan of Troy Baker as perhaps I used to be, just because he's in everything. Right. But the guy was Joel, so like you got to kind of give it up.
He's good.
He is good.
You got to give him.
Sometimes people just want him to do the one thing, and that's what annoys me. I'm sure also annoys him a little bit.
As Jeff Gerstmann would say, the Troy Baker A voice.
Yes, the Troy Baker A voice. Hopefully, it's not just the A voice in this one, though I bet it is. I do want to check it out, though.
As someone that does not like horror games, I probably will not play this, but I would want to. Like, if it reviews well, and like if you're say, like, hey, the story's good, I would want to check it out because the conceit was interesting, and like knowing that the vocal talent is strong. Yeah. It would be interested in checking it out. So curious to hear your feedback.
Yeah, I mean, with horror games that are more narrative focused, it's definitely it can be a lot of like having a little bit of narrative vocal talent can go a long way. There was this one game, I can't remember the name of it, by a really small developer, and they got Sean Bean to voice like the narration throughout the game, and like
the Resident Evil movie.
No. Okay. This was a video game, Shay.
Lord of the Rings.
Oh, that was it. Lord of the Rings, the horror video game. We'll get to that later. But I forget the name of the game. But like, I mean, that's the thing that propelled me through was like wanting to hear Sean Bean deliver those lines. And kind of add a little bit of gravitas to it. So that can sometimes make or break it. Fort Solis, 22nd of August. On the 25th of August, the much-anticipated Armored Core 6 coming from Software, the Dark Souls folks. So this is... they're taking a lot of the design philosophies of Dark Souls and kind of layering them throughout the Armored Core franchise. So you still have your big robots you can customize and build out loadouts for and stuff like that, but there are supposedly like bonfire equivalents where you will rest and enemies will respawn, but there are still like you are exploring a world just like a Soulsborne, and there will be secrets. Undoubtedly there will be ways in which to traverse it in different ways, like different types of missions that you'll encounter things a little more organically, maybe have a little bit more of a solid narrative through line than a Souls game would have, because it's a little bit more, Armored Core tends to be a little more straightforward in that way. So I don't anticipate it being as like obtuse as a Souls game. It's going to be a little more straightforward narratively, I suspect. Mechanics will be familiar for people who play Armored Core games, but there will be some systems in there that are kind of informed by the Souls games as well, so that might kind of help bridge the gap, because Armored Core tends to be a franchise that gets mired in its niche that it's created in these kind of robot games, and so to have the From Software team openly layer some Souls-like elements on top of it might be enough to bridge the gap and bring some people over and make it more of a wider hit. So I'm interested to see how it performs is what I'm getting at.
I have seen a pretty in-depth preview of this game that one of my YouTuber guys did, and it is not at all Souls. Like, I don't know how much it compares to the early games because I'm not really familiar with the series, but like, there do not at all seem to be Souls-like elements in the combat, in the structure. Like, it is very, there are open spaces, but the missions are extremely linear. You choose missions and launch missions, and the mission ends and you go back to a screen. And like the shooting is very mobile, both vertically and horizontally, but like you're managing different types of weapons on your systems. There's a ton of customizability in building your mech, both in like the appearance as well as your outfitting. Different legs give you different powers, all of that kind of shit. I did not at all get any like Souls vibes from this.
I'm talking more. Talking more in the way of like your dodges have certain iframes, like your encumbrance and the way in which your unit moves will be informed by the equipment that's on it. You're building stagger meters on certain enemies. You have a fixed number of repair kits for your suit that regenerate when you rest at a bonfire equivalent where the enemies respawn. Those are the kinds of things I'm talking about, not necessarily like
like the combat and the world and stuff.
Right, yeah. Not like the esoteric world building and item description stuff. That's not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about some of the way some of the extra options in combat that maybe weren't there in previous Armored Core games, and then it's largely the bonfire repair system is something that I know for a fact was not in previous Armored Core games and is kind of a direct pull from the other titles they developed. But I mean, this is interesting to me. I feel like I need to see just a little bit more of it and hear a couple people's opinions on it. And then, like, if I have time to play it, I would like to check it out, I think. Because I used to really like Gundam. I didn't, like, watch the shows or read the manga or comics or anything like that. But there were a couple of Gundam games that I really liked. I liked the action figures. I liked building the kits and stuff. And so... but I've never found a video game that I could, like, really get into. It's always been like, I'll spend a little bit of time with it just to kind of check it out. Yeah, it's fun for a little bit, but I think I'm good. So I'm interested to see if this one, with some of its familiar systems, is enough to kind of pull me in and let me kind of encourage me to deep dive on it.
Real quick to interrupt you, I messed up. I had a thing for us to add to this segment to, like, make it a little bit more, like, with finality. So we don't need to go back, but something for us to go moving forwards. I would like a hype meter rating from each of us for these games. Like a 10 being like a I've already pre-ordered the hell out of this sort of vibe, and a 0 being like a I'm mad at anyone that plays this sort of vibe.
Okay.
So Armored Core, where are you on that
I think I'm like a 6.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. That's why the number's good, because I would have put you at like a solid 8 based upon how you were talking about it. I'm like a 5.
Okay.
I won't play it, but, like, I am interested.
Okay. In a world with infinite resources and time, you would probably play it.
Totally. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
That's a great descriptor.
Sure. So that comes out on the 25th. Then we kind of have a flurry of a few smaller games at the end of the month. The 29th is Sea of Stars. That is coming to Game Pass, by the way. That's that 2D turn-based RPG I talked a little bit about. I played a Steam Next Fest demo of. It's my issues with it. I've kind of covered it already. There's no farming. There's no random encounters. Every encounter is fixed, so progression is kind of fixed in that way, and therefore, you can't kind of live that kind of power fantasy. There's always kind of that creep, and I felt like that could lead to some balance issues further on. Which, the random encounter thing also can lead to balance issues just in a fun way because you feel powerful, not in an unfun way where you feel not powerful enough and don't have a way to fix it. So I'm a little bit on the fence about Sea of Stars. I think the art is really good. The story seems solid. It's doing some fun things. The setting's interesting. Like I said, art's great. The music was a huge standout for me. The music was terrific when I was playing the Neckfest demo. I think I am going to play it, but I have some reservations about it. So I would probably put it at like an 8.
Yeah, I'm at an 8 as well, knowing that it's on Game Pass. Like, I fully intend to play this, which there are not that many games this year that, like, I know I'm going to play. Like, everything you said, the graphic style, the music, just it being like an old school approach, JRPG, like that's exactly what I'm looking for right now. It's been a while. So yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, I found the writing to be witty and fun as well. And a lot of times, like those kinds of games, like trying to ape like the classic 2D RPG, the writing tends to be really, really by the numbers and boring. But this felt like it was dripping with personality. So
that was the Octopath Traveler problem.
Yep.
Like the writing and the characters were so like in that game.
There.
Although I heard much better in the second.
It is better in the second one. Yes, can confirm. So that's on the 29th. Also on the 29th is Under the Waves. This is the one that I confused last episode with Still Wakes the Deep, which is a very different kind of horror experience. Under the Waves is that third person diving game, kind of adventure puzzle horror game.
Yeah,
a little more cartoony.
I got like more of like a suspense, more so than like direct horror. Yeah, thriller is a good phrase.
Yeah,
I think this looks really cool.
Yeah.
I'm a solid 7, 8 on this one as far as like indie games that are much more approachable than like signing up to play a huge AAA game that I don't know about.
I'm also floating around a 7 or 8.
Eesh.
Also on the 29th, the third game on the 29th is Goodbye Volcano High. Did I put this on here or did you put this on here?
I think you put this on here, but I left it on here because we deleted some because this list was too long. Yeah. But so I've been following this since like announced just because I thought the style of it was really cool. There's been a lot of like furry jokes being made, which makes me like it makes it less appealing a little bit. Sure. And like and the style of it could be, I feel like it's going to be on the extremes. It could be like A Night in the Woods, which is like a hit of nostalgia, makes me think of when I was that age in a fun, different kind of setting. Or it could be like a fucking Gen Z teenager mess, where it just is cringe dialogue the whole time. I have no idea which way it's going to go. I'm 100% on a wait for reviews sort of approach for this, but I really do like the world and the trailers that I've seen of the story seem interesting. I'm probably like a 6 at this point.
I'm interested to hear you say you're waiting for reviews, because I feel like this kind of a game is hard to get a take from a review that's going to apply to you, because it is so specific what it is going to evoke for you.
I think there's two different things. It's like, is there a consensus on the quality of the writing, for one? And then the second part is less of a review and more of a specific people talking about this game. Those specific people, do I align to the types of experiences like this that they enjoy versus I don't? Perfect example, Alex from the Nextlander podcast, formerly Giant Bomb. Mm-hmm. I, for years, have always checked out games that Alex recommends that are more like this, a little more niche, a little more indie feeling. Yeah. There have been standouts that I have loved. Night in the Woods is a great example. But by and large, I have realized in the last couple of months, I generally don't enjoy the games that he recommends like that, like an Oxenfree, for example, things like that. So like, if he is hardcore all about this game, point being like, that won't make me want to try it out. And in some cases will make me maybe a little more suspicious that it isn't the style that I'm going to enjoy. Okay. So yeah, less reviews, like numbered reviews, more reviews from people I follow, whether or not I align to how they typically enjoy these types of games.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I fall in the same area, around about a 6. Like it's a game I would like to play, and to kind of find out for myself if it's going to hit the right way. But given all the other things that are coming out around that time, and I also, even if I had the time, I would need to be in the right headspace for it. And that's the thing I've been really struggling with lately, is being in the right headspace for these kinds of games. I don't know if I'll end up getting to it on release. It might end up just being kind of a wish list thing for me and play it down the road. Right. Last item for August, on the 30th, the most important game to release in the month, Daymare 1994 Sandcastle.
Like you're definitely a 10.
I'm a 10 on this one, not because I think it will be good, but because I think I will enjoy it. It will be absolute garbage and very stupid, and I can't wait.
I am very excited. I'm a 10 for hearing me talk about it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Great.
All right.
So that's August.
Yeah, you take September.
Not like, all things considered, a big quantity of games that we're at least interested in, but not a ton of like big bangers in August. No. Atlas Fallen, Immortals of Avium, Armored Core are probably like the 3 big ones, and I would call, I guess Baldur's Gate. But even Baldur's Gate, all 4 of those I would call as like AA style AAA games, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Like, it's not like a big 10 million people are going to play.
Yeah, they are targeting a specific part of the audience.
Yeah. All right. September, I had written down Baldur's Gate 3 releases on PS5, or maybe you wrote it down. But Baldur's Gate 3 releases on PS5 September 6th. this is where I would be playing Baldur's Gate 3 if and when I choose to play Baldur's Gate 3. After hearing you talk about it, honestly, I'm less interested in Baldur's Gate 3 than I was before. Not because it sounds bad, but like the heaviness on the D&D side and like that a lot of the enjoyment, despite the systems not mapping to the multiplayer, a lot of that getting the vibe of D&D comes from playing it multiplayer, which I would not do. I was looking for more of like this is a isometric action RPG. Like that's what I wanted this to be, and hearing all the other stuff, like I would have been at like a 7, and I'm probably more like a 5 now. For me, at least, to play.
Sure. And I didn't get into a lot of detail about all of the positive things about it. I touched on some of them because I know there's a lot of positive buzz around it out there right now, and people can probably get those opinions elsewhere. Because there are like a lot of incredible things about that game. I don't want to sell it short. I just like these are the issues that I think are important to note in the middle of all of this positive buzz, because I think it will have an effect on how some people engage with it.
Yeah, well, and you're going to keep playing it. We'll definitely be talking about it next episode, too.
Right.
So we got plenty of time to, as you get deeper
my thoughts
into
may
it,
evolve, yeah.
And then on the 6th also is Starfield. 10. I want to play Starfield. That game looks fun. I want to play it. I hope it isn't bad.
11.
Yeah, 11. That without a doubt is my number one most excited game for the rest of the year. Like it's not even close.
I'm actually okay. This is I hate to say it because I don't want to like start the conversation because it might be a long conversation. But like, I'm not excited about Starfield. I have just accepted that it is going to happen, and I'm going to play a ton of it, and will probably enjoy most of my time. I'm kind of not like. I'm not like, man, I can't wait to play Starfield.
You know what? Yes.
Weird.
And I think that is less about Starfield and more about sometimes it's hard to be excited about anything when it feels in many ways like the world gets worse every day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean there are some things on here where I'm like, yes, like
you are excited about.
Like Alan Wake 2. In October. I cannot fucking wait to play Alan Wake 2.
Sure.
I don't know why I don't feel that level of excitement for Starfield.
Well, it's a known quantity. Like True. Alan Wake 2, I'm sure has tons of surprises. Starfield, it's the same fucking game they always make.
Right.
It's just more of it in space.
You're right.
And that'll be dope. Even if it's not that good, we'll still love it because it's a Bethesda RPG.
And I think
that's why.
And part of it is also I wish this was another Fallout or Elder Scrolls. I would rather one of those.
No, not me. I'm glad it's something different. In fairness, I have put 300 hours into Fallout 4 and Skyrim over the last 2 years. So I'm definitely ready for a new type of thing.
Yeah, it's not just like I'm not saying boo bad, but it's like in my heart of hearts, I really do just seek more of those two things.
Fair.
And so I have a month to open up my heart to Starfield, and I'm gonna work on doing that.
But again, despite we say 10, you're not actually at a 10. You're not like hyped for the game, but like. It's because you know you're gonna love it.
Yeah, it's because I know I know once I start playing it, I will be a 10.
Yes.
So it's a projected 10.
Yes. All right. On the 8th, another just AAA banger, Fae Farm.
Yeah, Fae Farm.
Which you wrote this. I don't really know hardly anything about this game other than it's a cozy.
Yeah, you
Animal Crossing.
Okay, done. Cozy Animal Crossing farming game. With cute graphics, you nailed it.
So you're a 10.
So I'm a 9. I know I will play this. I can't put it on the same level as Starfield because it's Fae Farm.
Fair enough.
I am excited because I know my partner will want to play this, and so I'm excited to kind of have a back and forth with them about it.
This seems like a game that like they put in your mind to play.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I won't play this, so I can't I'm like, hey, let's call it a 4 because it seems adorable, but I'm not gonna play it. Let's be real.
Okay.
Myth Force comes out on the 12th of September. This we talked about last month or whatever. Times of Flat Circle. I don't remember what month. But this is like the visual style of a Saturday morning cartoon, but it's a first-person kind of dungeon crawler, class-based, which I always felt like was a little bit of a weird approach. If you're going to do the Saturday cartoon thing, why is it a first-person game?
Yeah.
But I do like the visual aesthetic. The sense of humor is appealing to me as well. It's very that 80s, 90s Saturday morning cartoon. The gameplay style with it being like sort of a co-op multiplayer that feels like it's the optimal way to play the game.
Yeah.
Takes it way down in terms of like, will I play it? What's my hype level? But given the aesthetic, like that's what makes it like, it's probably like a 6 for me.
Okay. If there's a way for us to play together, this is one I would like to play with you.
That'd be great. That would, yes, I would be very much more excited to play this game if I had someone to play it with. And as we know, someone to play it with means you. I do have a buddy, which, hey, Ben, if you're listening to the podcast, he complains that this podcast is too long, so he's probably tuned out right now. But Ben listens when he has listened to the podcast. He has bugged me many times of like, hey, if you want to play Diablo 4, I play Diablo 4, and I'm like, Ben, you aren't understanding this. I don't want to play video games with anyone. Period. I do play games with my brother because it's a chance for us to hang out, which we can't do in normal circumstances. That's it. I don't want to play any games with anyone. That's not why I play video games.
Yeah.
That time of my life. I used to love that, but that time of my life is over.
Right.
But Ben, I'm sorry. I'll play something with you someday, I promise. All right. On the 19th, Lies of P. This is in the vein of Lords of the Fallen. It's sort of a B-tier Dark Souls game. The setup of it being like a gothic Pinocchio story is dumb as hell and like fun, and I like that. This, I'll say it's a 3 because I like the approach, but again, 0% chance that I play this. It is coming to Game Pass, but I said I was going to play Wolong Fallen Dynasty because I'm like, it's coming to Game Pass. No fucking way I was ever going to play that game. Yeah. There's no way I'm ever going to play this game either.
This one I think is a 7 for me. I want to see if it's actually good enough for me to spend some time with because it's coming to Game Pass. Otherwise, it would probably be a 5 or a 6, but because it's on Game Pass, I can play it as part of my membership. The barrier to entry is much lower. I bet I'll end up spending some time with this if it reviews well enough and I see some coverage that sells me on it. I just want to know that it's competent enough at what it's aping, which is Dark Souls, and more specifically Bloodborne in this case. But as long as that's good enough, and I have I need a break from Starfield and Fae Farm, then maybe I'll play it for a bit.
Right. All right, on the 20th is early access for Witchfire. If Witchfire was releasing on the 20th, it would be a 9. I am very excited to play Witchfire. I will not be playing early access because I do not play video games on a computer. So it's a 0. But for Witchfire, period, it's a 9.
I do need to see...
Is it like an open early access? I don't even know.
Yeah, let me see. Witchfire... releases to early access on the Epic Game Store. Is it releasing anywhere else? I'm not sure. It might be early access exclusive on the Epic Game Store, in which case, no, you would not be able to play it. This one, for me, if it was just coming out, I think it would be an 8. Since it's early access, and it's like a roguelike game, I think it's more of like a 6. I need to see some coverage about it and see like how much is there at the start.
Well, yeah, you could just choose to not play the early access and wait till it releases.
Right,
that's also an option.
And that's what I might end up doing. That's why I put it at a 6.
Yeah. All right, on the 21st, Payday 3. We wrote this down because it's a very large game release. This is a 0. I have no interest in Payday 3. I have nothing against Payday 3. But you just heard my spiel about playing multiplayer games with people.
Yeah. 4 or 5. Only only will I play this. I will only play this if my friend group wants to get together to play it.
Totally. It's a great game for that. And extremely popular. I'm sure it will make a lot of money. All right. On the 26th of September, a couple of games. First, El Paso Elsewhere, which this, again, I think we talked about as one of the summer stream episodes. Where this is, it's sort of like a mixture between Hotline Miami and Max Payne, where it kind of has like the bullet time diving stuff, but it's like a cartoony, more isometric
PS1 graphics.
Camera angle. Yes, very PS1 graphics oriented, not like pixel like Hotline Miami, but very, I think of Cloud from Final Fantasy VII when I think of like PS1 era 3D graphics.
Yeah.
Just the like he's made up of circles and cubes and triangles, and which shape is each body part.
Yeah, by the color.
This looks really cool. It's sort of like in that mid-tier for me of like, I feel like there are always dozens of games that are like El Paso Elsa where I'm like, this looks really rad. I just don't have time to play all of them, and I'm not going to spend the money to play all of them because I can't wait for a Steam sale because I'm not going to play it on fucking PC anyway. So interest-wise, I'm like a 6 or a 7, but if I'm being real about it, it's more like a 5 in terms of will I play this.
This one's a 9 or 10 for me. I played that Nexus demo and I really, really loved it, and I wanna see more. So I already know what it is. It's just like, can I fit it in?
Totally.
But I will play it eventually. So 9 or 10.
All right, and then also on the 26th, Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty expansion. I'm a 9, which I'm just gonna say is because I don't want to feel like I'm missing stuff because it's been so long since I played the base game. Because of like where this takes place in the story before the end of that game. Like that's my only concern about it is like, is this going to give me enough that I feel like I'm really diving back into this universe that I loved?
Sure.
I fully anticipate it's going to be sick. I'm very much looking forward to it. I just have a little bit of trepidation on like, am I going to get everything out of it that I want in my mind to get out of it?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'm a 9 or 10 because all of the changes that are coming to the base game along with it.
Oh, yeah.
That will give me the motivation I need to like start a new character and experience it all over
that's
again.
Tempting.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, being realistic, Starfield comes out 3 weeks before it.
I know.
There's no way that I'm going to replay Cyberpunk 2077 at the same time.
Yeah, that's
all right.
the problem.
Third game on the 26th, Miniko's Night Market, which you wrote down. I did watch a video of this, but this was your edition.
Yeah, so you mentioned Night in the Woods earlier.
Yes.
This is trading on a lot of the same kind of art direction and tone and stuff, it seems like.
It's a little cuter, I think,
yes.
But yes. Immediately when I was watching the trailer, I was like, this looks like Night in the Woods.
Yeah. So I put this on here, I think, largely for your interest to kind of remind you that it exists because I think it's a thing that you might be into. So I'm probably like a 5 or 6. I might play this eventually, but I would wait to play it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the gameplay systems is less of the kind of game that I am into because it's sort of like you are running a night market and there are different activities and like it seems like you're building different booths.
A lot of mini games and stuff.
Yeah, and just like a lot of that, it's just not really my vibe.
Sure.
If that's like a side part of a different game, like I think of like Moonlighter as having two very distinct gameplay experiences that go together well.
Right.
If this had something else beyond just that, which again, like we'll see. I want to see some more gameplay and do a little more research on it. But when I was watching the trailer, it didn't jump out as like I need to add this to my must play list. So I would say it's probably like similar to you, where it's like a 5 or a 6.
Okay.
And then Fortune's Run on the 27th, which I have completely forgot what this game is.
This is that boomer shooter, but it's more like a Deus Ex simulator set in that really grungy cyberpunk future world with like a bunch of this game is fucking rad as hell. This game is very cool. That was a great Next Fest demo. It completely sold me on it. This one's a 10 for me.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, given that, because this is exclusive to PC, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not a game that I can play, but I do remember thinking the vibe of it was very cool.
Oh, yeah.
Boomer shooters are always such an easy genre to make awesome. Yeah, I mean, but it's probably like a 4. And then lastly, on the 29th is Cocoon, which is the new game from the dude that made Limbo and Inside. This is a 9 for me. It's like more of a puzzle game than those games I would call like atmospheric puzzle games.
Yeah.
This feels a little bit, not like a straightforward puzzle game like we're talking about Portal and Entropy Center, but like it seems like it leans more heavily on puzzles than on atmosphere.
Yeah.
But the visual style of it looks absolutely incredible. This game looks really, really sick.
Yeah, I've seen like a couple of trailers for this, and something that was in both Limbo and Inside, there are levels of unsettling elements to them that like put you like make you uneasy. Like in Limbo, it's the enemies, like the shadowy spiders and the creepy stuff, and like the dark forest. Inside is obviously like some of the body horror stuff and the creepy water ghost baby. And this one, I haven't seen any of those weird unsettling elements present in any of the trailers so far. So if it is a little more straightforward puzzle kind of thought experiment type game, I don't know that I'm that interested in it. I want something that's going to make me uneasy, which I know is kind of the opposite of what you want. But sure. I like that little bit of extra kind of endorphin rush of that little fear injected into my puzzle solving. And so, I mean, the pedigree is what keeps me somewhat interested, but I'm probably around like a 6 or 7.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, October. We're moving through. I will say October is when you start seeing some heavy hitters. Yeah. August and September is pretty low key in terms of like AAA releases, but October is
October is pretty packed. Yeah. So we start off October on the 3rd with Lamplighters League. This is a turn-based strategy RPG. It's sort of like an XCOM game. You put this on here. Do you have anything else you wanted to say about it?
I added it because it's coming to Game Pass, so that's like the biggest reason. And again, it being a I think it's multiplayer. At least like watching trailers, it looked like it was multiplayer. So I guess I should have verified, because in my mind I was like, this is maybe a game Colin and I could check out.
Sure.
But it's not my style of game, that's for sure, in like the XCOM vein.
Right.
It's more just like if it's heavily on multiplayer, it could be cool to check out. But I like the because it's got that. Oh shit! What's the phrase? The like a steampunk sort of vibe to it.
Yeah.
Which is generally fun. But yeah, I mean, it's like a 3 for October 3rd release.
Yeah, I think I'm about the same. I have a hard time with those tactics games. I like my tactics games to have a grid. I'm a grid sicko.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
I probably live somewhere around the same number, 3 or 4. On October 6th, Detective Pikachu Returns releases for you Pokemon sickos out there. 0 for me, because I know I will never play it.
It's a 2 because I'm happy for people that like Detective Pikachu.
Oh, all right.
I'm not going to play it.
All right, a 1. I'll give everybody gets 1. October 10th is Forza Motorsport. 1.
I'm like a 2. Like, I don't want to play it, but again, it's on Game Pass, and it being a new release racing game makes it far more likely for me to check out than like, I'm not going to go like, let me go check out Forza Horizon 4 that came out 2 years ago. Who gives a shit? But the fact that it's a brand new game, maybe. Probably not.
No, definitely not. On October 12th, that is Assassin's Creed Mirage. I'm about an 8 on this one, which is the highest you will ever hear me say for an Assassin's Creed game for the rest of my life.
Yeah, this is another one that it's perking up my Shea's bad game Sixth Sense. Like what we've seen from it feels too, and we talked about this in the Summer Games Fest stuff, but like it feels too trying to be the first game without making it feel modern. Like, it doesn't feel like there's an ambition or like a creative idea here. It feels like you guys asked for this, so we'll make it. That said, I'm like a 7 because I do want that old school experience. So if I'm willing to have an open mind, but I'm getting the feel that this is not going to pan out.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility when it comes to Ubisoft.
Yes.
Then the next day, October 13th, my wedding anniversary,
No.
5th wedding anniversary, is Lords of the Fallen. They're touting it as a reboot, but it is functionally a sequel because it takes place 1,000 years after the Lords of the Fallen.
Okay.
And it's Soulsborne mimicker. It's one of those. And I found the original The Lords of the Fallen to be fairly competent. If not, reaching the quality bar of the style of game that it was aping from. This one, they've had some time. They've put out some other projects, been working on things. I'm interested to see what they're able to make happen in this one. So I am... Given that Lies of P is like the month before.
Sure.
And then Armored Core 6 is the month before that. Can I do another one of these that month?
Especially because like with Lies of P, it has such a more unique feel to it. Like Lords of the Fallen is just going to be fantasy shit.
Yeah, you say that, but I feel like Lords of the Fallen will be more of a quality experience and less rough around the edges than Lies of P. I don't know why I get that sense.
I absolutely agree. No, I absolutely agree with that. Based on the pedigree of the studio, like they've made a lot of these, and like the Surge and stuff have been successful. It's more about like
and I kind of liked the Surge too. So
yeah, it's more about the uniqueness of the game,
right?
Like, will this just feel like lesser Dark Souls, like the first one did? Whereas Lies of P feels very different in its tone and its world.
Yeah,
that's more what I meant.
I'm probably around a 7 on this one.
Yeah, I'm a 0, dude. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
I hope it's good. I hope people like it, but it ain't for me, brah.
Give me a 1, please.
No.
Fuck you. October 17th, the only game that really matters, Alan Wake 2. Sam Lake's Alan Wake 2, October 17th. This is a 10.
Yeah, I'm probably like I would say I want to be an 8. But I'm like a 6. And that's purely because I never finished the first game. Mm-hmm. I have no affinity for the characters or the world. And the fact that it's more of a horror game in some ways, it sounds like. Or like more of a mystery horror, which is the kind that I don't like. Because that's scarier to me because it's like it's in my mind. Not slasher shit, which I don't care about. Like, I want to be excited for it is my point. And I'm just really not. Not because I have any lack of faith in Remedy or in the game, and I'm super excited for everybody that I'm sure it will be a very high quality game. It's probably not going to fit into my world.
Yeah, I think that's fair. God, that's a 10. On October 19th, Endless Dungeon releases. That is a procedurally generated roguelike. I think it's a third-person action game that is also co-op. That it seems fine. I like if I find myself in a place where I need a cooperative experience, this would absolutely serve that, and I think it would be totally fine in that kind of filling that niche for me. 6.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a perfectly fine one of those. I don't really like those. 4.
Okay, fair enough. Also, the same day, competing for the same slot, Hot Wheels Unleashed 2.
10.
Are you really?
No, not actually.
Oh, okay.
But in all sincerity, Hot Wheels Unleashed, the first game, was like a surprise hit. People fucking loved it. That's been in my it's like Hot Wheels Unleashed and Power Wash Simulator are like the tippy top of my box of shame of like amazing games that I want to play that I just, for whatever reason, I'm never like in the mood to actually do it.
Yeah.
But again, to the point of like, it's a new game. It's very similar. I've seen some preview coverage of it. It's very similar to the first game. It's being a new release. makes me far more likely to check it out. I will say, now that I'm thinking about it, I believe Hot Wheels Unleashed, the first game, is on Game Pass, and I don't think this game is going to be on Game Pass, which will absolutely slash my hype meter for it.
Yeah.
Because legitimately, I was like an 8. Like, I want to check it out, but if it is not on Game Pass, I will just play the first game, and so it's like a 5.
1. The next day, the very next day.
Oh, man.
October 20th.
Gonna be up all night. 2 nights in a row.
Yeah. October 20th. Marvel Spider-Man 2. 1.
You're just a bad person.
I will never play this game.
I'm like an 8. And not because I don't have faith, but much like you were talking about with Starfield, like, this is a known quantity. I know I'm going to enjoy it, but nothing I've seen about it has gotten me extra excited. So I'm an 8. High level of likelihood that I will really like it. Not a ton of like direct excitement for it.
Okay. Super Mario Bros. Wonder, that new 2D Super Mario Bros. Game, is coming out on October 20th as well. I mean, this is a 1.
I'm warming to this game. We were both pretty harsh on it after the Nintendo Direct when it was revealed. And hearing some folks talk about it, like on the Next Liner podcast, they were talking about like their level of excitement and just like all the new things in the game and like new stuff to explore and uncover. That's not really what I'm looking for from a 2D Mario game, but like it feels like there's more ambition here than maybe I at least gave it credit for the last time around. The like randomness, I'm not convinced, but like this would have, if we talked about this last episode, this would have been a 1. Like, I was mad that they're making this game because it seems dumb. But I'm probably more like a 4 or a 5 now. Like, I'm open-minded to checking it out if like it sounds like people are enjoying it.
Sure.
And it's not too much just like random Nintendo bullshit. I'm kind of over that.
Yeah, I realized within the past few years I just don't like Nintendo games anymore unless it's Animal Crossing.
Woof.
October 24th is Cities Skylines 2. This is a 10.
This one is coming to Game Pass. I will definitely be playing it. I will probably suck ass at it. Like, going into it, I'm like an 8 because I'm really excited to check it out. I will play it for 2 hours and never touch it again.
Sure. This is a 10 for people who like Cities Skylines.
Well, yeah.
For me,
right.
This is like
a lot of people.
This is like a 5 or 6.
Cities Skylines is wildly popular.
Yes, absolutely. This is like a 5 or 6. I just don't know that I have the patience to do this kind of experience again. I've done it so many times in so many games. I just don't know if I can do it again. But again, happy for people who live and breathe their city builders. On the 24th, the same day, is Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1.
Negative a billion.
Oh my god. This is a 10. It's a 9 for me because I'm not like excited about it, but I know I will get it.
Hey, remember what I said about Halo being like the most overrated video game franchise? That's still true. But you want to know what the second most overrated video game franchise is?
Mario.
Metal Gear Solid. Send your hate mail to info@SheaHatesEverything.com.
I am writing an email right now. Thank you. This is the Volume 1 collection. It comes with Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, and Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater. That is the Volume 1 collection.
Metal Gear Solid 5, The Search for More Money. There's a Spaceballs reference for all you degenerates out there.
Metal Gear Solid the Flamethrower. The kids love
Metal Gear Solid
one.
the Lunchbox.
Solid Snake the cereal. I love the marshmallows in that one. So yeah, that's great. This is really I will buy this so that Konami knows they have to release a Volume 2 with Metal Gear Solid 4
with Metal Gear
in
Solid
it.
4. Yeah. I'm rooting for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Then the day after, the last item for October on our list is the Alone in the Dark remake. This is a shock and surprise to everybody because that first Alone in the Dark game was fine. I believe it was the original PlayStation game. Then they had a reboot on the 360 era on PS3 and I think it was on PS3 and 360. And that game was fucking bad. That game was horseshit. Awful. Trash. So the fact that they're rebooting it again is weird. But it feels like it's a little more in line tonally with the original game, which has a little bit of a cult following. So I think it makes a little more sense. Like the reboot on the PS3 and Xbox 360, it largely didn't have much to do with the original, and the attitude is horrible. It was that early aughts era of badness where everything was brown, browns and grays and muted colors.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is. It's 6.
Yeah, I mean 0.
I want to see, because some of the trailers I've seen, it looks a little rough. The writing and voice acting might not be that great, so I want to see some more of it on release to make a determination. Because this would be a game I would like, right? Survival horror, classic Kyle game. So this should be something I'm excited for. Just what I've seen thus far is kind of it's pretty middling, so we'll see. Especially given the fact that Alan Wake 2 releases 8 days before it. It's come on now, son. But
yeah,
'tis the season for those kinds of games. It's October. And that wraps up October, speaking of.
It does. Yeah, the list for November and December are much shorter. There will inevitably be more games that are announced. Obviously, at the time of recording, these are all the games that have definitive release dates over the remainder of the year. There will be more stuff in December at least. But like we said, October is pretty jam-packed. Forza, Assassin's Creed, Lords of the Fallen, Alan Wake, Spider-Man, Super Mario Brothers, Metal Gear Solid. That's a lot of big games.
It's a lot.
November, less so. Starting off on the 2nd with Star Ocean Second Story R. I have no fucking idea what this is. I don't even want you to tell me what it is.
It's the second Star Ocean game, and they're doing the HD 2D. It's HD 2D remaster of the second Star Ocean game.
Okay.
I think
10.
I'm an 8 or a 9.
Nice. Is this so? I don't actually want the answer to this question, but this is me being the podcast host, right?
Uh-huh.
I don't actually care, but I'm asking it because that's what I'm supposed to do.
Uh-huh.
Can you give me some context on what the history of the Star Ocean series is?
I can't.
And again, just extremely briefly.
My whole experience with Star Ocean was I played Star Ocean something on the PlayStation 2 and thought it was interesting and cool, but never beat it. This is Star Ocean's Second Story, which was was this even a PS1 game? It might have been before PS1 even.
A PS0?
Yeah, PS -5. I've never played the original, and so the original version of this game. So I'm
sure.
I'm wondering if I play this, and I'm kind of maybe I like Star Ocean enough to play some of the other Star Ocean games.
Beautiful.
This is my version of feeling it out. At the very least, it's an HD 2D game. It's classic RPG.
Yeah.
Hard to completely miss me with that one.
Fair. And then on the November 3rd, WarioWare Move It. 0. Apparently this game is horrendous.
Oh,
everyone has hated it. And early, because the whole point is you got to stand up to play the mini games, and it's a lot more big group style mini games.
Oh.
And apparently it was previewing really, really, really poorly.
Awesome.
Yeah. 0.
Awesome.
All right, November 7th, the 23rd Don't Nod game over the last 2 years. Banishers: Ghosts of New Eden. This game is confusing to me.
It's a terrible name.
It is a terrible name. It's got a really cool story setup.
Yeah.
Of you're some kind of ghost hunter, but your wife-ish is a ghost and she helps you.
Yeah.
It's got combat in it, which they don't make a ton of games that are heavy combat focused.
Look, you got to fight fire with fire, and you got to fight ghosts with ghosts.
You know what? I've heard that. That's the Final Fantasy 16 approach, where you don't need to pick opposite sides.
Right.
You just fight fire with fire, and it's fine.
Yeah, you shoot the flame bomb with fire and kill it instead of healing it.
Of course.
That's every
what
Final
gamers
Fantasy game.
like.
What every Final
Fake
Fantasy game has been.
Fake gamer. Anyone that likes Final Fantasy 16 is a fake gamer.
Fake. Yeah. Yes. Actually, yes.
All right. Back to Banishers: Ghosts of New Eden.
I'm mad again.
It comes out on November 7th, so I'm going to say a 7. I'm interested in this game.
Yes. You know what? Just for symmetry. Comes out on the 7th, you're a 7, I'm a 7.
Love it. The 17th, Super Mario RPG. I'm a 9. I've never played Super Mario RPG. Them doing a 3D approach with the super chibi shit. I'm all about it. I'm very excited for this one.
Super Mario RPG, Sonic the Hedgehog, Donkey Kong 3, Adventures of Lolo 1 and 2, Dig Dug, something, Chu Man Fu, Harvest Moon, Puzzle Pokemon.
Where are we going with this?
Adventures of ToeJam and Earl, Adventures on Funkotron.
Oh my god, what's happening?
It's the Wii Shop Wednesday song. Super Mario RPG, Sonic the Hedgehog, Donkey Kong 3. I've sent you this video before multiple times.
Dude, great. That's a great joke.
When
did it come out? 1997?
Dude, it's a classic internet meme. It's a video.
Was that on fucking You're the Man Now, dog?
kind of. I think it's a little more recent than
it was,
that.
shit. What was that, fucking E-Bombs World video?
Yeah, it's YouTube era. It's not that old. But it's a comedy group called Nirvana the Band, which is very funny. And I've sent you this video so many times.
I'm sure you have, and clearly I thought it was hilarious.
Fuck you. Anyways, that Super Mario RPG remake is interesting. I'm not going to play it on my Switch because fuck the Switch, 0.
Oh, man. It's getting late.
It is literally 12:01 a.m. and that's how you know.
It's the witching hour of the podcast.
Yeah, I'm mad.
Things get bad.
I'm mad about
fast.
Final Fantasy 16 and the Switch still. Some things never change.
All right, our last game in November on the 17th, Persona 5 Tactica.
Yes.
You got to tell me what this is.
It's like Final Fantasy Tactics, but it's Persona 5.
Okay.
That's the whole pitch. So
cool.
I really like
0.
I really like the Final Fantasy Tactics games, and I enjoyed Persona 5, except for I think this is well documented on the podcast. All of the time management stuff was bullshit. So right. If it doesn't have that, which it probably does because it's a Persona game, if it doesn't have that, 8. If it does, 0.
Great. Okay, and let's wrap it up. December on the 7th.
Actually, a huge month in December, starting with December 7th. Oh, no, I'm sorry. And ending with December 7th. Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. That's it. That's all that's on the docket for December.
Yeah.
This is an 8 because I know I have said I will get it and I will play it.
Right.
And there are caveats with how much I will enjoy it.
But yeah, even if it is just a Far Cry game, the fact that it is in Avatar universe, that's enough for you. And that's totally reasonable. I care about, art and ambition and effort in video games.
Not in Halo, apparently.
I don't live in Pandora, pandering. Get it? Like they're pandering Pandora.
Your take is unobtainable.
Oh my god. We still have like half this podcast left.
Oh, we're fucked.
Think about that. I'm a 5.
Okay.
I'm not like, again, this is my triumvirate of Shea's bad game meter red flags. Like, I do not have a lot of faith in this game, but I am open-minded to being incorrect and having those assumptions proven wrong. I could be totally down for a new Far Cry-esque game. I thought I would be down for one of those when I played Far Cry 6, and I was not. So maybe I will be this time. Who knows?
Right.
5.
Oh, and they haven't like announced it yet, but they kind of announced it. In November, there will be the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 remake / remaster.
Well, they didn't say it would be in November.
But every year it's in November. So it'll...
I don't think that's true. They've done October. They've done October multiple times.
Well, given the fact that they haven't announced it yet, it's probably November.
Maybe. We'll see. I mean, it seems like they potentially rushed this because they weren't originally going to release a game this year. Yeah. So we'll see. They're announcing it in the fucking
Warzone,
multiplayer thing, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't include that in the news because who gives a shit?
Right.
But like, just... That's all it is now. Everything is Fortnite. Everything is doing Fortnite.
Fortnite.
Okay. Those are all the games coming out the rest of the year.
Games.
As I mentioned, more games than I thought there would be when I signed up to do this, but not that many games that are like at an 8 or above.
Yeah, way more for me than for you, which, again,
yes.
We set that up, so.
Yes. And, again... You playing on PC opens up your library of games far more than mine, unfortunately. But yeah, it's just hard to get psyched about a lot of this stuff for all the reasons we covered. Just like a bunch of sequels, at least on the AAA space, like a bunch of games that are like kind of some bad vibes about. So it's going to be an interesting rest of the year, that's for sure.
Yeah.
There have been many surprises this year. Remnant 2 is a great example.
Totally.
So I'm sure there will be games that come out of the woodwork, games that have not been announced, or like at least release dates that haven't been announced. And some of these games, hopefully, that I'm not sure will be good. Maybe. But probably not. Let's do the news. Let's talk about the Microsoft Activision Blizzard merger, baby.
Oy vey.
Our favorite news story every month.
God.
It feels like we're reaching the end of relevance for this. Because honestly, this is probably the last month where there will be like any conversation to be had about it. Because this is a done deal, man.
Yep.
Like, so they had all the FTC hearings, 5 days of testimony. The judge has ruled in favor of Microsoft against the FTC injunction. They've denied that request.
Right.
Basically, the FTC was trying to pause all of the merger shit in the hopes of getting it canceled entirely. Nope.
Or adding concessions.
Correct. Which is what the UK's Competition and Markets Authority, they also rejected the deal, but said they would be open to what word did
concessions.
You say? Concessions, thank you. Which that will inevitably happen. Microsoft and Activision have postponed their original deadline for the merger, which was July 18th. The deadline is now October 18th. If the deal doesn't get done by October 18th, they'll just change the deadline again.
Yeah, that's the way it works.
That's the way it works.
Because there's no punishing large corporations.
No, it's meaningless. As I mentioned, the UK's Competition and Markets Authority, that's sort of like the last roadblock globally for the deal to go through. Microsoft, I'm sure, they've already mentioned some concessions they're willing to make. I'm sure that will come through. August 29th is the date that the CMA, that Competition and Markets Authority, that's the day they're going to have their review on the 29th. I imagine that will be the day where they're like, yeah, we're all good, man.
Yeah.
Check cleared. We're good to go. The biggest things to talk about is less about the deal. And like last month, as we were talking about like some of the shit that came out as part of the testimony, the big things that came out, or I guess it's like it's the big, really one thing that came out, which is Sony just acquiescing and just admitting they know this is going to happen. They might as well try to get what they can. They have agreed to a 10-year deal to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation, which is what Microsoft also offered like for Nintendo on the Switch / whatever their next thing is.
Yeah.
Originally, Microsoft offered to Sony for all Activision games to also launch on PlayStation through 2027. So, 4 years. Sony rejected that deal because at the time they were trying to get this shit kiboshed entirely.
Right.
That didn't work.
You can't kibosh the kibosh.
They're going to take what they can get. So now Call of Duty will be on PlayStation through 2034, but only Call of Duty is guaranteed to be on PlayStation. Any other Activision Blizzard games are off the table, and I would imagine will be exclusive to Xbox. That is a huge difference between every Activision game for 4 years and only Call of Duty for 10 years.
Yeah.
It's possible Sony's strategy was always, we only care about Call of Duty. It's the biggest game there is. It's possible that they see this as a win, and all things considered. The real win would have been to cancel this. But in the circumstances, it's possible they see this as a win. 10 years is a long time. There's specific language in the deal that essentially says, like, Microsoft can't weasel their bitch ass out of this deal, which was always going to be a fear. But there is specific language saying they can't get out of it. So, it's crazy that you need to write language in a deal that says you can't get out of the deal. What? But apparently they needed to do that. But anyway, man, like, the point is, every other fucking game, like, they're going to make another Diablo game. That's going to be exclusive to Microsoft and PC. That will not come to PlayStation. Whatever the future vision is for Minecraft, that's probably going to be, if they do a Minecraft 2, whatever it is, that'll be exclusive to Xbox. Yeah. Well, I guess that was already the case. But anyway, with Activision Blizzard in particular. When they make World of Warcraft 2, you're going to have to buy an Xbox. So yeah, money always finds a way. I'm sure we'll bring this up at some point in a future podcast episode, but like that, this is done and dusted essentially, unless something absolutely insane happens.
I'm ready to not talk about it anymore.
Yeah, it's to me, it's only been annoying because fucking duh, it was gonna happen.
Right.
Like all this hemming and hawing and all the analysts, like, oh, even for me as a layman, like, dude, it's one of the biggest corporations in the fucking world. They're gonna get to do whatever they want because the biggest corporations in the world always get to do whatever they want
because they make the rules that govern themselves.
Yeah, dude. Like, it was so naive, and frankly, it was like clickbaity almost to have these things of like, what stands in the way of this? Like, fucking nothing. That's what stands in the way. The CMA was always going to kowtow to what they wanted. They're just trying to put up a fight, and they're going to lose. Just like the FTC did.
Yup.
Moving on. Staying on Microsoft, Xbox Live Gold is donezo. It's over. It is now Game Pass Core.
This makes sense. Like,
it does. But it is also now confusing?
Yes. It makes sense to get rid of Xbox Live Gold and just start calling everything Game Pass. The way they're doing it is bad.
Because if you buy Game Pass, the current subscription of Game Pass, that does not include what formerly was Xbox Live, the ability to play games online.
Right.
But everybody has Xbox Live and regular Game Pass. Now, if you get Game Pass Core, or you get whatever the hell they're calling the medium tier of Game Pass, you can't play online video games. You have to buy Game Pass Ultimate in order to play online games.
Yeah.
Which is, what, $17 a month, I think?
Oh, I maybe. I mean, that's what you have listed here.
Yeah, it's $17 a month, $16.99, whatever, marketing bullshit. So, Games with Gold is also gone. No one gives a shit. It's been a laughingstock for like 5 years.
Yeah.
Like, not a single good video game has been on Games with Gold for a long time.
Well, and now that there is Game Pass, there is no need.
Yes.
So.
Yes, but that's the point, is they're changing it from every month you get 2 to 3 games that you get to add to your library as long as you have Xbox Live Gold.
Yes.
Game Pass Core is a smaller cohort of games, around 25. They said they'll add games a couple times a year. I would imagine they will also remove games a couple times a year. Around 25 games, but you don't get, like, those games come on and off at the whim of Microsoft.
Right.
It's not like games with Gold or PlayStation Plus where as long as you pay for the service, you get it in perpetuity. So that is a big deal change. However, the games on Games with Gold, no one gave a shit about anyway. So is it really a loss? I don't know.
Right.
So the Game Pass Core is still $10 a month or $60 a year, just like Xbox Live Gold was. The base price of the other Game Pass is only $1 more a month. So obviously that's what they want everybody to do.
Yep.
So they will almost assuredly use this as an excuse to raise the price of that mid-tier Game Pass and maybe even Ultimate as soon as humanly possible. Which they did just raise the price in the last couple of months.
Which means it'll be about a year before they raise it again, and that's going to be when they add the Call of Duty games. They will add the Call of Duty games and raise the price.
Yeah, we talked about that. I think you're right. Yep. I think you're right.
I'm pretty smart.
And whatever other Activision Blizzard shit that they want to add as well.
Right.
It's a value add. We can justify it.
They're not entirely wrong. Like, I would love to just have all the Call of Duty games on Game Pass.
All of them, absolutely.
And just play any of the campaigns that I want at any time. Because right now, in order to play a Call of Duty campaign, some of them I have on Steam, some of them I have on PlayStation. One of them I only have on disc on PlayStation, and so it's kind of and some of them I don't own anymore, so it's kind of a mess. So it would be nice to have them all.
And if you want to go buy a Call of Duty
they're still
game
full
that came out
price
5 years ago,
it's so stupid.
Yeah, they're regularly on sale, but even when they're on sale, they're still like $45.
Yeah, it is so stupid.
Fucking absurd.
Yeah, it's the Mario of like the multi-console releases. Yeah.
Extremely sad news-ish. The LA Tourism Board has recently said that the plans for E3 2024 and 2025 have been canceled. So this didn't originally come from like the whatever, I don't remember the name of the agency that was doing the planning for the 2023 one. This came from the Tourism Board because obviously they map out significant events happening in the city to track what tourism numbers they expect. So they were the ones that said, yeah, it sounds like this isn't happening anymore. So it's over, dude.
Yep.
Game over, man.
Game over.
E3 is done. Dunzo for sure.
Put a bullet in it.
Which, like, again, we've talked about this ad nauseum, but like, in theory, it's sad. In reality,
Yeah.
You know?
That horse's leg is broke, man.
Yes. Shotgun to the face. Okay, let's do a couple of these like big buyouts because I think a lot of this has a lot of downwind implications here. So this just happened a number of days ago. Tencent has now purchased majority stake in Techland, who Techland owns the studio that made like Dying Light, historically had made Dead Island. So they have added Techland to their stable, which already exists, either majority share or entire ownership of Riot Games, Epic Games, Turtle Rock, Sumo, who made the Sackboy games, Crackdown, Clay Entertainment, which is a Don't Starve studio, Playtonic, which is the ukulele studio, the studio behind DayZ, Don't Nod, as we mentioned, and Remedy. And I imagine there are a couple others that I couldn't remember.
It's a lot.
That's a lot.
Too many.
Some might say too many. It's a lot. That's a lot. The reason that it's worth mentioning this is in a direct line to the next story, which is that Embracer Group, one of the other biggest games publisher owners that have been acquiring studios left and right everywhere, they have announced a restructuring plan, aka people getting fired. They had a partnership that was planned, a $2 billion partnership that was planned.
It's a big
did
number.
Not work out. So as a result of that partnership not working out, no idea what it is. We'll probably never know. As a result of it not working out, they have slashed their forecasts. Their stock price plummeted by 40%, which is a lot.
Big time.
And then the CEO is like, I take full responsibility, and as a result, we're going to lay off a bunch of you guys.
Everyone else is going to lose their jobs, and not me.
I'm going to give up 50% of my yearly bonus. So my take-home pay is only $20 million instead of $22 million this year.
Yep.
We're all making sacrifices. 17,000 people are employed by Embracer Group. This is the cost of this fucking acquisition bullshit, which is why I get pissed at anybody like, I'm glad Microsoft is acquiring Activision. It's good for their employees because all of the sexual harassment will magically go away. Like, no, for one. And also, what happens when Microsoft has a bad quarter, which they already did last quarter,
right?
And they laid off like 10,000 people as a company. Now what's going to happen when one game does poorly that's in their studio? Like, this is what happens, dude.
God, it's almost like we should have less publicly funded corporations that are beholden to the cycle of growth. It's almost like that's bad. Because nothing can keep growing. Why isn't it okay that things are stable?
Like, I feel like there's like a socio-political word, like an approach to an economic structure that encapsulates what we're talking about. It's like the capital of a company is the thing that matters the most, and that capital is always going up. It doesn't matter any other like macro micro economic factors. The number has to go up. I feel like there's a word for that, and if there was a word, I personally would argue that would be like a bad approach to building an economy. And like a society and a government all beholden to financial numbers going up no matter what.
Well, I don't think we're going to figure it out on this podcast, so
I think you're right.
I guess we got to continue to be depressed.
So literally and figuratively.
Yep.
A couple of comments from the CEO at Embracer that was sent in like an internal memo that, of course, made its way externally, and I'm sure somebody's going to get in trouble. Quote, part of the outcome of this will, quote, be the closing or divestment of some studios and the termination or pausing of some ongoing game development projects. Which, to be fair, has been clarified that most or all of those cancellations will be for unannounced games, and that none of the launches of announced games, like with release dates, none of those should be affected. For at least like the large, I think he said the large announced games. So there's some nice wiggle room. That's some good CEO talk.
Yep.
He also said that they're going to, quote, reduce third-party publishing and, quote, increase external funding of large budget games. AKA fewer fun projects, more sequels.
Right. Or live service games.
So, mention that the releases of these other games shouldn't be affected. Remnant 2, that's an Embracer joint.
Yep.
The rest of this year, Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2, Payday 3, Hot Wheels Unleashed 2, Arizona Sunshine 2, Alone in the Dark, Homeworld 3, all this year-ish, all Embracer games. I have a bad feeling a lot of those games are not going to perform particularly well because a lot of those games don't look that good.
I'm excited about Space. I'm excited about Space Marine 2. I don't think that's coming this year.
That does seem cool. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's been in previews.
I think it got pushed.
Yeah, that might be the case. But also for context, much like Tencent owns everything, Embracer owns everything else.
Right.
So they recently purchased from Square. They purchased Crystal Dynamics, Eidos Montreal, Square Enix Montreal, IP like Tomb Raider, Deus Ex. They own a ton of fucking other IP and studios, including Lord of the Rings. There was a meme going around about the COO saying that the Lord of the Rings license needs to be exploited. And I wrote, business dudes saying business things.
Yep.
What the fuck do you mean?
It's the
you realize that exploited has zero positive connotations.
Yep.
But I get it.
Well,
at least he's being honest.
It has zero positive connotations for people who care about people.
Yeah.
It has all positive connotations for people who care about
for money.
Whatever that other word was that we were trying to figure out earlier.
Right. It's like a capital letter, something along those lines.
No, that's like an important city, right?
No, you're right. It's it's esque. It's like capital-esque. Is that what it is? Or like a ish, capital-ish?
Capital-ish sounds right.
It's something like that. So yeah, Lord of the Rings license needs to be exploited. Thus your comment earlier about Sean Bean starred Lord of the Rings horror video game.
yeah.
It will be happening. So look, they bought the Lord of the Rings IP, and that's across all media. That is not just video games. They own Lord of the Rings. Obviously, they want to get their money back. I think it was a couple $2 billion to buy it. The reality is, this is just my opinion, Lord of the Rings doesn't have that strong of a track record in media. Like, there's the Lord of the Rings original trilogy. The Hobbit movies made a lot of money, but were not well received.
Right.
Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor, great video game, did really well, but not because it was Lord of the Rings. Like, that's not why people bought it. It's because it was like an open-world Assassin's Creed style game.
Right.
Like, I'm sure Lord of the Rings helped it, but like, it's not like Lord of the Rings isn't Star Wars. It doesn't have mass appeal in that way. So it's just weird to like hedge your bets on this being the IP that needs to be across all media. We need to be making tons of video games and books and more TV shows. I'm sure they want to do more fucking movies. Like, it just feels weird. It feels almost like, what's the word when you are like taking advantage of something and like pushing it out into the world and kind of like exposing it beyond its level of like safety? What's that word?
Exploring?
Something like that. Yeah. Like an explosion, something. This is just the same joke that we already did, but it worked.
We're gonna keep making it.
It sucks. It's a bummer because all this means is that we're gonna get more games, and they're probably not gonna be great because the goal is to make more games.
Right.
More potential revenue streams.
Like, look,
not quality revenue streams.
If they make another War in the North game, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Man, wouldn't it be cool, though? I loved War in the North.
That's the best joke of this podcast, is the idea that they would make another War in the North game. Like, that game's not that good, though, dude. I think you got some rose-tinted glasses on that.
You and I had so much fun playing it.
Yeah,
that game's
because
fine.
We're brothers and we like hanging out.
Yeah, but that game's fine.
It's 12:30 in the morning. We're all close to 4.5 hours into this fucking podcast, and we're having a good time because we like hanging out.
Yeah, that's fair.
The story of War in the North was fun. Like doing it with the whatever Elrond's sons.
Yeah, like kind of like running parallel.
Yeah.
To the events of the films and stuff.
But the video game is not that great.
But like I could see like a modern version of that with like some competency thrown behind it.
Sure.
Like some pedigree thrown behind it. I could see a version of like if it played as well as Remnant 2 plays. And it had kind of like that co-op structure. You could make it more live servicey where it's a little more randomly generated. There are like quests that you can go on to get gear. You could do incremental loot stuff, like whatever. You could do cosmetic stuff, emotes, make it like a bigger group of people that can play together, maybe 4 to 6 people or whatever. Like, yeah, totally. I could absolutely see a world where that game could perform pretty well. But no, we're not going to get it.
No.
That Lord of the Rings Conquest game was also good. The Battlefront-esque Lord of the Rings game, that was also good. Like, actually good.
Yes. And, I mean, even, like, the Two Towers game was great.
The movie games were awesome, well. Yeah.
But yes, I guess I should qualify and say the recent track record
Right.
of Lord of the Rings content, like the Amazon show, which I still intend to watch mostly for the visuals.
I
that
liked
thing
it.
was lambasted. Like, people fucking hated that
I can't
shit.
believe
And
people hated it. I kind of liked it.
I am very confident that show did not bring good ROI to Amazon.
Yeah.
Because that, I believe, is the most expensive
They
show
spent
ever made. I'm pretty sure.
a ton of money on it.
Yeah. So anyway, again, pointing back, that's why I brought up the Tencent acquisition, because this is the future for what's going to happen with Tencent.
Right.
It's exactly what's happening with Embracer. A couple of these, all it takes is a couple of these bets to go poorly, and it impacts everyone. That's what happens with fucking acquisition culture.
Tale as old as time.
A couple of recent, rumorish announcement things as well. A little update on the Perfect Dark game, which was announced back in 2020 with a little trailer. IGN had sort of an expose where they spoke to 13 people close to the game who said that little progress has been made since that trailer.
Yeah.
A lot of the blame is thrown at the Initiative, which was the original studio that was running development. Apparently nearly 50% of their workforce quit over the course of 18 months after that trailer.
Sounds like my previous job.
And then Crystal Dynamics has since come in to be leading the development now. So maybe they get it back on track, maybe they don't. Crystal Dynamics is a little hit or miss in terms of their development cycle. Again, now owned by Embracer. So yeah, don't announce games that early.
Yep.
Because then they just never come out.
Unless you're Bethesda and you know it will actually happen. That's like the one exception to the rule.
Well, and it shouldn't be. They shouldn't be announcing Elder Scrolls 6 when that game's coming out in 2029.
Yeah, but that wasn't like we got to get ahead of this thing and generate some buzz. It was, we need to shut people the fuck up because they won't stop asking us.
Right.
Well, the answer is yes. Howard, it is obviously yes. Shut up.
the audacity of Todd Howard to also say, and then after that will be a Fallout game. Like that, we're talking 15. The sun will be burnt out by then, my guy. We will be fucking living in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. We will be living in a Fallout game. Holy shit, I didn't even mean to set myself up for that.
Ugh.
All right. Let me do some of the... I'm going to skip the story and come back. So let's jump ahead to more rumor mongering on remakes specifically.
Okay.
Red Dead Redemption 1. Allegedly, this had been canceled after the GTA trilogy was so poorly created.
Yeah, there were a lot of problems with that.
A Korean ratings board has rated a Red Dead Redemption game, which isn't a normal thing to do for a game that came out 13 years ago. So people are like, that probably means they're remaking it. There have also been several insiders, scuttlebutt, saying they know people that think an announcement is imminent. Yeah. I did also see on Video Games Chronicle, I didn't actually pull the story, which I should have. There was something else where a poster leaked or a logo leaked or something to that effect.
There was something on their website. There was an asset that appeared on their website for a short time.
Yeah. So that's probably happening.
Yeah. I don't think it was actually on the website. I think people were data mining the web code and found it for a short time.
Yeah. There's also a rumor, Kotaku has some sources saying that there is an Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake happening that allegedly will implement some Skull and Bones ideas.
You know what? Seriously, this makes so much sense. Yeah. Why? We know Skull and Bones is a loss, right? Why would we not then try and utilize some of the work they did to capitalize on recapturing some of that, some of that investment again in this remake project? That makes so much sense. And if you're gonna have a Black Flag remaster or remake, you're gonna want to add some systems to freshen it up a bit. And what is the thing everyone talks about when they talk about Black Flag? That cool ship-to-ship combat. So, yes, this makes 100% sense to me.
And I'm a sucker because I'll play it.
This was the last.
shouldn't.
This was the last Assassin's Creed game that I really, really liked. So,
Well, yeah, not for me. I really liked Origins and Odyssey, a little bit less, but enough to dump over 100 hours into both of those games. But yes, in terms of like an actual Assassin's Creed game, because Origins and Odyssey are not actual Assassin's Creed games.
Correct.
Valhalla certainly isn't either. But yes, Black Flag was very good.
yeah.
And in fact, like, because I didn't like the third one.
No.
I never played Assassin's Creed 2 Revelations, the third one, right? So I had skipped a number of them, and then Black Flag was dope.
Yeah.
Okay, and then finally, Jeff Grubb of Giant Bomb is
And
saying
Games
that the
Beat.
Final Fantasy 9. Sorry, yes, whatever. He works for like 6 different companies.
Yeah, I know. Look, my
that's how you gotta
man's
pay the bills
getting
when you work.
paid. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well,
Respect
that's how you got to do it
Yeah.
if you want to get paid in that industry. He's reporting that there is a Final Fantasy 9 remake happening, which I would be extremely excited about. I have never played Final Fantasy 9. It's like the only legit Final Fantasy game I've never played. I've never played any of the first 3, which I know like are also weird in America, but that's the only other one that I've never played.
Yeah,
So
and
that'd be super cool.
This is supposed to be styled more as like a remaster.
That's correct.
Because it doesn't seem like they're going to be revisiting any of the.
Yes, not like a Final Fantasy VII remake.
Correct.
It would retain the turn-based combat
Right.
style, all that good stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, and then actual announcement: EA has announced a new studio, and also the game that they're working on. So Cliffhanger Games is a new AAA studio based in Seattle, and they're making a Black Panther game, which sounds cool. Just in concept. The head of the studio used to be at Monolith, Kevin Stevens. For reference, Monolith worked on Shadow of Mordor, the Fear series, the Xenoblade Chronicles series, Gotham City Imposters, which I always thought was a really underrated game.
Yeah.
This will be a third-person single-player game. Hand of Jesus. Hell yeah. Preach. And then also, I also just wrote that this was announced last year, but EA also has Motive Studio that is working on an Iron Man game. And Motive Studio, they're the folks that did Star Wars Squadron. So just interesting that we have an Iron Man game coming in the next couple of years, and then probably a year or two after that, a big Black Panther game.
And then
So,
Insomniac is
Marvel
working
shit.
that Wolverine game.
Wolverine, yes. So Marvel shit is not going away,
Nope.
which I'm okay with. I'm fine with that in a video game context.
Sure.
That's totally fine because
Yeah.
they're not trying to create a shared universe, at least not so far.
Right.
And also, please don't.
Yeah. Yes. Please, God, no.
Like, make another Avengers game in 5 years and make it a good one.
Yeah.
But like, you don't need to have Insomniac's Peter Parker from Spider-Man as the like, make it fresh. Who gives a shit? It's a video game. All right. Last news story.
Yeah, this one warms.
You want to take this one?
This one warms the heart.
Yeah.
No Clip, Danny O'Dwyer and co.'s documentary, Patreon-fueled independent games media documentary group. No Clip. They rescued some boxes, apparently largely from GameSpot, is really where they came from, of old game tapes. Right, so storage media of old press conferences, interviews, gameplay, and just boxes and boxes and boxes of the stuff that was going to go to a landfill. And most of this stuff has probably never even been played, or if it has,
Right.
it's only been played once for a single person as they were scrubbing through trying to find some B-roll for a trailer or for some video segment or whatever. But also, like, a lot of it is just like media that the press would send them and they just wouldn't need it or open it. And so it's a lot of things, like there's some things that people have never seen before, or like a lot of recordings of behind closed doors demos from E3's Christmas past. So it's a lot of that stuff. So No Clip is going through those boxes and trying to identify and categorize all of the footage, which sounds like a fucking bear of a process. They're having to buy like specialized equipment to, because they're also digitizing all of this stuff, and they're putting it up on a separate YouTube channel from their main channel, and they're also uploading it to It's like the Video Games Archive. There's some archive foundation that has its own hosting site for video games history, and so they're also uploading the raw files there, and the stuff they upload to the YouTube channel, some of it's trimmed and cut, and they do like some upscaling stuff to make things look a little bit better because some of the tapes have degraded over time. But they have some real gems so far on that YouTube channel. It's at No Clip Archive. Like they have a press package for Oddworld Munch's Odyssey, like a random interview with Hideo Kojima about Metal Gear Solid 4 before it released. Some unreleased gameplay trailers, like I said, closed door presentations for games like Knights of the Old Republic, which is crazy. Like you see like a really early version of Knights of the Old Republic where like the game's clearly unfinished and it's the guy's, so part of it's like a slideshow and then some of it's like a really bad frame rate run through of a city where they're like, this is how many NPCs we can have on the screen at a time. It's just like crazy stuff. They have a tour of the Infinity Ward offices, which is hilarious. It's during the development of Call of Duty 4, so kind of before it like launched and kind of took the gaming world by storm. Footage of a since closed Nintendo employees only museum that was in their headquarters. So it has like, there's a giant original Game Boy like arcade machine that looks like an original Game Boy. It's just a lot of like really cool shit in there. That one, something that's really relevant for you and I, Shay, that one Final Fantasy 13 E3 trailer where they show you quote unquote smear quotes gameplay where it's really just like a fake UI pasted over like scripted scene. They have that in HD for the first time. That's never been posted in HD before. They have the entire E3 2006 Sony press conference in 1080p, which again is a resolution that we've never seen before for that footage, because it's not the way it was streamed out. It was streamed out in like standard def. But these are like, again, raw recordings in 1080p, like from cameras in the convention center. Footage from some canceled games as well, like The Getaway 3, Dead Rush, which was a canceled Treyarch game, and a canceled game called 8 Days. So they have like all sorts of trailers and stuff, and they kind of break it down on their channel. So there's a ton of videos on there already. If you have been around for a little while and been playing games for a while like we have, or even longer than us, I guarantee you there is something on their channel that will make you smile and kind of take you back or be really interesting for you. So that's at No Clip Archive on YouTube. I encourage people to go check that out. They're doing good work over there, and it's like important conservation work because a lot of this stuff, like if those tapes are destroyed, there would never be a record of it ever again. It would just be, some person, their synapses fire a particular way on a podcast and they talk about it. Oh, I remember when we were showing this thing off, whatever, but now we have some footage of it, which is super cool. So,
yeah, doing the Lord's work.
Yep.
Well, like the video game Lord's work. Who would be
God Howard?
I don't want to get off on a whole thing.
God Howard.
No, but like, what video game character would be like God of all video games?
Ooh, Spartan 117, John.
Oh God, he'd be the loser, the loser of all video games.
The loser god.
The personality-less schmuck.
Hey. Don't make me angry.
Oh, dude. No, you know who it would be? Prince of all Cosmos. Or King of all Cosmos.
Oh, hell yeah. The king?
Katamari.
Boom, 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 boom.
He's the video game god.
Boom. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm down.
All right, man. That's the news.
Yeah.
2 more big sections. See, this is why this podcast is so glorious, right? Like, we just did all the news, and now you can stop listening, come back in a couple of days, and listen to us do We'll Probably Hate That Game. Come back a couple days later, listen to the emails. We got nice, meaty chunks of beefy podcast goodness.
Where's the beef? All up in this shit.
We did not cut off the fat. That is clear. But it captures, it like traps the flavor in.
Yeah. I made a burger today for lunch, and I mixed a bunch of shredded cheese in the meat. So,
like in the patty?
Yeah, Monterey Jack cheese in the meat.
Right.
With some red pepper flakes, some salt, and a special pepper blend I like.
Okay.
Damn, that shit was good.
So then do you put a slice of cheese on it as well?
I did do pepper jack, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think I would rather... So I've done, like an onion beef patty.
Yes.
Like, that's the kind of shit
I
that
thought
would
about
do.
putting
like,
some onions in there.
Yeah, like... I'm sure it was delicious, but, like, I'm getting my cheese out of my slice of cheese that I'm putting on there at the end.
Yeah.
I would rather put something else, like, to give it an additional kind of texture.
I was just kind of fucking around and wanted to see what would happen.
Yeah, oh, no, it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was good.
Yum. I'm definitely going to have to eat. I was telling my wife earlier today that, like, it's the timing of this podcast is always brutal because we finish at like 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And I'm starving when we're done.
Yeah.
And like, what am I going to do, man? I need to go to sleep. I've got a family. But I got to eat. And like, it's going to be too late. Taco Bell's going to be closed. I thought that they were open super late, but they're not.
Oh,
the one near me
man.
is not. I think they close at like midnight or some bullshit.
Boo.
I don't live in a college town anymore.
They're supposed to be open to 4 and then closed until 7. They're supposed to be closed 3
Right.
hours a day, damn it.
Let the employees get a quick nap.
That's the law.
Yeah.
You let the machine
All right.
sleep for 3 hours.
Let's do some We'd Probably Hate That Game, bro.
Yeah.
So as a reminder, for those of you that are listening to this section weeks after you listen to the beginning of the podcast.
Oh, right. Yeah. No, they've been listening to it 4 weeks nonstop in order to get to this point.
Correct.
That's what it feels like.
Correct. Yes. But yeah, the purpose of this game, we're going to create a video game on the spot. We're going to improv game design. So we're going to take turns walking through things like the genre of game, what platform, which also means like the era of the game release, what's the budget, what's the setting, what are the graphics, walking through all those elements of the game, and then finally coming together and having a dope-ass name. And then just for fun, as reference to earlier the episode, rate it 0 to 10. How hyped would you be to play this game that we would probably hate?
Okay.
I don't remember who went first last time.
I think you went first last time.
Okay.
Because I threw you a curveball with the platform.
Sure. Yeah, fine.
So I'll
first.
start. All right. I got the genre.
All right. And we're gonna type. We're typing ourselves because obviously we need to keep track.
Oh
of this
yeah. Okay.
So type in your own stuff.
Right. Okay. So genre. This is a fishing game.
Oh Lord. Why do you do this?
It's fun,
It's only the
Shay.
second time we've done it.
It's fun.
You're supposed.
What you want?
You're supposed to say
first-person
fishing
shooter.
Game.
We're just gonna
Exactly.
make Halo.
Yes.
If I say first-person shooter, we're just making Halo. Fishing game. God damn it. Yes, and.
But we could make it good.
Yeah.
We could make Halo
Hey.
good.
Oh, you piece of shit. Let's make this fishing game good first. Show me
Okay,
you got the
fine.
chops.
All right. So it's a fishing game, and I am choosing what platform it releases on, which also means when the game came out. Is it a modern game? Did it come out on the fucking Game Boy in the late 80s? Let's say that this is a fishing game for the N64.
Okay.
That seems like a fun platform for this fishing game.
Yep. And you know what? The fact that it's that shitty controller doesn't matter because it's just a fishing game.
Well, and that hey,
I mean, we'll see.
We're gonna get into the mechanics later on, baby.
Yeah.
Maybe you can make use of all the extra buttons that
Those-
no other games ever did.
Shitty Z button, whatever that is.
Hell yeah,
All right.
dude! Get some C-stick action when you're reeling it in. Sorry, not trying to put any spoilers in your mind. You know?
Yeah, well, the C stick is GameCube Shay. The C arrow buttons were on the N64.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're right.
If we're gonna do this, we got to be on the same page. All right,
Yes.
fishing game on the N64. What is the budget? I'm gonna say, like, what tier is it? Is it AAA, AA, single A, B tier, indie? I'm gonna say this is a AA.
I was just waiting for you to say AAA fucking fishing game.
No, I thought about it, and then I was like, that's too stupid. Let's go AA. So this is
Okay.
like, there's gonna be some sort of a big name behind this thing, and I think that's gonna drive sales, man. So we're able to set the budget at AA.
A category that we don't have in here, which I don't know that we need to add, would be like the studio, which we kind of get a little bit of as we talk about the rest of it. But I feel like it's reasonable to say this is a like mid-tier studio making a mid-tier game.
Yes, I'll put AA, mid-tier.
Yeah. All right, the setting for this fishing game. It's an ice fishing game, dude. Layup.
Oh shit! All right. Okay.
Easy.
Okay.
And I mean, let me say, to take it a step further, tons of different locations. Like you can go to Antarctica, the North Pole, Canada. Like the point is, it's ice fishing, but you get to you're globetrotting ice fisherman.
And is there? Would you like assign a year to this? Like, is it contemporary for the N64? Does it take place like earlier?
It is not an era-based fishing game. Let's call it. It's a modern fishing
game. All right.
Yeah.
Ice fishing across the globe. Modern fishing game. So graphic style. Ooh. All right. So N64 is limited in some capabilities. I'm gonna say it is. They're going for realism. As much as they can, right? Like, you think N64, you think crazy, vibrant colors. This is, like, much more realistic. They're doing some tricks with the colors to, like, kind of have a more muted color palette, which I think is distinct from other N64 games. So, realism with a muted color palette. You're out on the ice. It's not. It's right. A lot of whites, and so you need some of that subtle gradient to get that to come across. So, realism with a muted color palette.
I dig it. Okay, the themes.
Good luck.
What kind of narrative themes are we going for in this modern ice fishing game on the N64?
Well, if there is no true narrative, and there doesn't have to be, themes can be established with like tone and other things like that. Right. Like So
yeah,
it doesn't have to be.
That's a good.
You can give it a narrative here if you decide to.
Right.
But we don't have to.
Well, no, we're not there yet. We have some story categories where we can make those decisions based on who has the option. Right. But thematically, I don't want to end game, to use an acting phrase. Right. I don't want to like put the cart before the horse. Thematically, I think things that make a lot of sense to me for an ice fishing game, based in realism. Let's talk some like isolation.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk some
isolation.
Like, tension. Yes. Isolation and tension. Mm-hmm. That's what I would say.
Okay.
I'm trying to set us up for like some opportunities to lean into other types of genres there.
Yep.
Which you
I appreciate
you probably are imagining what they are.
I appreciate it.
Might go in a totally different direction.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, music. So if the themes are isolation and tension, I think the music needs to be informed by those. I think Southern American instrumentation, like a lot of small band, like banjos and harmonicas.
Okay. Like a bluegrass vibe.
More just, but more, like somber bluegrass.
The Last of Us.
Yes. Yeah, in parentheses, The Last of Us. Banjos and harmonicas, somber bluegrass, The Last of Us.
Sad banjos. That'll make you cry every time.
Dude, me too. Sad banjos and harmonicas, somber bluegrass, The Last of Us.
Sad banjos. I've got a long list of really good episode titles, And Sad Banjos is extremely good.
That is...
I'm not sure it's going to win the top one.
Yeah, sure.
The first one that I came up with. Here.
Let me scroll up. I want to see.
Sad Banjos.
Okay, fair enough. Right.
I love, like, it's like making what we're going to call the episode during the episode, like making that part of the episode, I think is super fun because the audience, they know what the episode name is. They know what we chose. Yeah. So there's like, for us, it's a mystery.
Well, it's
right?
called
but
dramatic irony.
Oh, hell yeah. Love that shit. That's my fucking AP literature class, bro. Okay. So let's just quick recap here. Yeah. We have a modern style, or I should say modern in its time period, ice fishing game where you're a globetrotter. It's on the N64, but we're leaning into more of a muted palette. Mm-hmm. We're dealing with isolation, with tension. We're using some somber bluegrass music, some sad banjos and harmonica sounds. So from a story perspective, this is the opening or the inciting incident. I believe, for the sake of, like, let's not go too fucking hard on this game. We went pretty fucking hard the last time we played
went really hard.
I don't think this game has a traditional narrative. I don't think it's needed for an ice fishing game, especially when we're dealing with that, like, isolation with the tension of man versus beast, man versus fish, as it were.
Keep it pure.
Or hell, maybe it's not fish. But I think the biggest thing, because what I want when I'm playing a game is, what's my motivation? Mm-hmm. Why am I trying to win? Am I shooting for high scores? Is there a competitive nature? Especially with something like this, where at the end of the day, it's a repeatable task. You know, it's like a racing game. You're doing the same thing in different environments. I'm sure we will find mechanics that introduce new concepts throughout the process, right? Yeah. But, like, I'm thinking, like, is it like a Rock Band game where I'm just trying to catch the biggest fish, or like catch it the fastest, or unique kinds of fish? No. The opening of this game, you fall under the ice. Your character falls under the ice, and he is almost murdered by these fucking fish.
Well, and he's almost murdered by something. We don't have the villains assigned yet.
Fine. He's almost murdered by whatever is under the water.
Okay.
And it becomes his mission, and by extension yours, to catch and fucking kill everything under the water.
Okay.
That's the opening inciting incident. That's your motivation for playing the game. I don't give a shit what kind of reel you use. I don't give a shit how many tries it takes you to catch the fucking thing. You're gonna catch it and you're gonna kill it.
Okay. Catch and kill, baby.
Yes. It's the new form of catch and release.
Yeah.
It's like it's halfway like that, but a little different.
Uh-huh. Much harder.
I'm trying to figure out, how do I capture
how do you write it?
Incident. You fall under the ice and almost die. Due to or I should say, you fall under the ice and are almost murdered by the beasts underwater. I'll write this afterwards.
You fall under the ice and are almost murdered.
But that's not it, baby. That's not all the motivation. And so you set out on a path of revenge.
Right.
Cool. All right, what's next?
The main character. So.
All right, it's all you.
Yeah, the main character is you, the player.
Sure. Are you taking a picture of yourself and uploading it, and it's making it look like you? Or are you designing?
No,
like,
you never.
What do you mean it's you?
You never see the character's face.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a first-person fishing game.
Well, wait. We should save that for mechanics.
Okay.
I like the idea that you never see their face.
Yeah, okay.
But we don't need to decide right now.
Faceless pro tag.
Yeah.
So you, faceless pro tag. This is main character with an S in parentheticals. Given that our theme is isolation and tension, I don't think we can achieve tension with isolation as effectively if we only have one character. You need to have a presence that is felt and also lost, and then found, and then lost, and found and lost. So like have a little bit of like, so that you need to have a connection in order to lose it to help heighten the isolation, the feeling of isolation. So I'm going to say there's one other person, but you only communicate with them through radio contact.
Like Firewatch style.
Yes. Through radio contact, but they're echoes of previous radio broadcasts. So you don't know the status of this other person.
Okay. So you're not communicating. You're listening to recordings.
Okay, well this is getting to mechanics. I need to be careful. All right, so let's say there's one other person.
Right. What's their relationship? I feel like that's fair to define here.
There's one other person. Let's say feminine voice. One other person with a feminine voice. Who has fished these areas before you.
Okay.
They have been here before you.
But like, do you know, like we have to this is the area where we would define this. Do you know this person?
I don't think. Okay. See, I'm struggling between what we as the designers know and what we want the player to know.
Well, but we have to decide.
Right.
Regardless of whether or not the player knows.
Right.
But the bigger thing is, like, we can create mechanics off of this, but we need to start with what the relationship is,
correct,
not what the mechanic of
yes,
the relationship is.
One other person. Let's your daughter.
Okay, great.
Your daughter who has fished these areas before you. So the main characters, you, a faceless protagonist, and your daughter who has fished these areas before you.
Dope.
Got it.
The villains. For a second I was like, do I take this in like the jokey way? Are these like zombie fish and it becomes fun and dumb? But I feel like we're setting up like a really good vibe here, and I don't want to ruin that with some kind of like kitschy approach.
Okay.
I do think narratively, I don't think we need to decide why this happened, but like we are just talking about sea creatures. These are normal sea creatures. It's not just fish. Like we're talking sharks, maybe crocodiles that they could live under the ice. Who knows? But like we're not talking alien fish. We're not talking made up versions of fish. These are like normal creatures that we have on Earth, but they've got some kind of bloodlust.
Okay.
They fight extra hard.
All right.
And they wanted to kill you. That's why they are villains.
Okay.
And they must die.
All right. It's coming right for us.
They are fish and sea creatures that are out for blood.
Damn. All right.
Your blood.
Good. Okay.
I work in marketing.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Snaps for that. All right. Mechanic 1. Well, there's an obvious one. It would be to fish.
You fish.
I'm going to say each location is an open area where you pick where to break through the ice and fish.
Okay.
So there is some, and where you pick affects the kind of sea creatures you'll encounter.
Yeah.
That's the first mechanic.
Yeah, and I'll say, to kind of expand upon that, retroactively inspired by the new Legends of Zelda games, because obviously this would have released well before. But I love the idea that it's not random, and it also isn't like predetermined by the game and they're going to show you. You have to learn and test, and you have to discover for yourself. So the second mechanic is there's an in-game map, like a literal, what's the
mini map?
Cloth, like a cloth, like a cloth map that you pull out of your inventory and mark down where specific fish are. You're circling things, and it's completely abstracted from the actual world. So there isn't an icon that, like, there isn't a "you are here" icon. You need to understand where you are in the space yourself, so that you can map that to the map itself.
Got it.
So you have a map for tracking fish, but it's all manual, including where do I write this on the map?
Right.
You need to write your own landmarks on the map.
Right.
All that kind of shit.
Okay. And we could have icons and X's and circles that you could just paste on there and stuff like that and scale up and down.
Especially thinking it's an N64.
Right.
We're not going to ask you to draw
with that shitty
with
joystick.
An N64 controller. Yeah. Yes, there could be predetermined icons and shit, but the point is, much like in Breath of the Wild, you are placing the things based upon what you see in the distance.
Okay. The climax of the story. So far, are inciting incidents. You fall into the ice and you're almost murdered. So you set out on a path for revenge. You, a faceless protagonist, and your daughter, who has fished these areas before you. The villains are the fish and sea creatures that are out for blood. Your blood. Each location...
Ooh, what a line.
I know, man. Each location is an open area. You pick where to break through the ice and fish, and where you pick affects the kind of creatures you'll encounter. And you have a map where you are manually filling it out and tracking where to catch certain things. So you go about doing that, right, for a little while. You go to a few locations. We haven't talked about kind of how the daughter plays in yet. We have ideas, but we haven't solidified those within our mechanics, so we can't make assumptions there. So I think the story climax is... oops. That's the wrong line. I think you catch up with your daughter. You catch up with your daughter's snow sled. But she's nowhere to be found. And there is a hole in the ice. You dive in and find your daughter's mangled overcoat in the jaws of a giant bloodthirsty anglerfish.
Okay. Yeah, the we're coming against a reality that I don't know what kind of fucking fish live under the ice.
It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
Also,
Sick.
maybe the planet has been
oh yeah, no,
maybe
totally.
It's the whole planet is ice now.
Yeah, totally. The point of it is,
so you have to fish to survive.
There's a variety. There's a variety of fish that are under there. Yeah. And that's why I also say sea creatures, because it's not just the whatever the natural kingdom of fish. There could be turtles and shit. Who knows?
Right.
All right, we're on to mechanic number 3. Now this, in the last one, we made this mechanic as like a direct outcome of the climax. I don't think we necessarily need to do that.
Right.
Like, we don't need to change up the game in a significant way based upon the climax of the story. Especially in this where, like, there isn't a ton of story. So I'll say, let's do something like with the world itself. Trying to think, like, is there like a traveling component to this? Like trying to tie into, like, she had her sled. So maybe it's a less traveling and more like you're like on the hunt for her, right? You're trying to find her. So part of the location mapping and like choosing where to go next is driven by some like narrative breadcrumbs, which I think we can leave open-ended.
Yeah.
But like when you go to a location, there are hidden things, or maybe you are fishing in a hole and instead of a fish, you pull out a fucking note in a bottle. Like that kind of shit. We don't need to get super detailed, but like the locations that you choose, you can take in any order. You can go wherever you want. Some of the stuff maybe is level, like soft gated on the types of creatures you're getting. That might be too hard for you to reel out or not. But the point is, like, there is that sort of pseudo narrative that you're piecing together by finding things.
Yeah.
And certain locations will give you clues as to her location.
Yeah, like maybe one of
to
her
the
notes
climax.
or recordings talks about how she caught a certain type of fish. And you go, oh, I know where those are caught.
I know
They're
those
marked.
fish are
So maybe
here.
I should go
Yeah.
look around this area and there's another clue.
Yeah, and putting on my game design hat, like the obstacle for me there is like, okay, but what if they randomly pick the area where her sled is and it ruins it? So in me, like, you have to put some puzzle pieces together in order to unlock
The last area.
the area where her sled
Oh,
is.
yeah, the
And it's
climax area.
Yes, like you unlock that area, so it's not a surprise that you are going to find something there, but what you find is the surprise.
Yeah.
All right, how do we streamline that there? So the mechanic is by fishing and by exploring the environment, you're finding breadcrumbs that lead you to new areas and new sort of like story tidbits on your quest to find your daughter.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, final mechanic that we are going to define. I do think it is very funny and zero obligation on your end to make it the final mechanic, but very funny that we have not described how you fish in this game.
That's fair. You know what? You're right. It should be something to
Like,
that
you certainly
effect.
don't need to do that. I don't want to put you in a hole. I just think it's funny that with 3 chances so far, we haven't even told you how you fish.
Yeah, I think a fourth mechanic is, as you explore, you are finding new pieces of fishing equipment and unlocking other kinds of finding new pieces of fishing equipment, e.g. A spear gun or a deep water lure, etc., which are needed to catch new types of fish / creatures.
Mm-hmm.
So, so there's sort of like a ramp up, right? Like you might try and fish in an area, and you just have a fishing rod, and you attempt to catch a thing, and it breaks your line, right? And so you need, I need something like with tougher line, or maybe maybe this is an aggressive fish. I need to get in the water and shoot it with a spear gun, right? It's like you could get in the water and look around and see what kind of fish are there and be like, yeah, okay, I get why this type of fishing equipment doesn't work on this fish. And then so you keep looking. You mark where that is on your map, right? You go like, these fish are here. I can't catch them yet. Through exploring, you discover, I found a shed where there is a spear gun with some ammo. So I can now take that back to that hole and fish it and kill that fish. And that fish swallowed something that leads me to another clue or whatever it is. That kind of thing.
I dig it.
Yeah.
Cool. So it, as you're fishing, it's either sort of like narrative breadcrumb progression or it's gameplay progression. And you need both in order to hit the conclusion, which is the next bullet here that I'm going to define.
The ending.
I think, like, certainly when you find that your, daughter's overcoat in the jaws of a giant bloodthirsty anglerfish, as we know, your goal here is revenge against these sea creatures that tried to kill you, and now you think did kill your daughter. You're going to catch that fucking anglerfish, and you're going to get its brains out. So that's like the final, let's call it a boss battle. It's the final catch that you need to make that would roll credits, is catching the anglerfish that maybe killed your daughter. And as you gut the fish, sure enough, you find parts of her body. And
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Look, this is an N64 game. It's not going to be that graphic.
Yeah.
But the point is, yes, this anglerfish did kill your daughter. And in the spirit of isolation, you find that this quest for revenge against the creatures that wronged you, against the creatures that took your daughter from you, have left you more alone than ever. Because now even the villains living under the ice are gone, and there's nothing left for you to fight against. So you just sit in silence on the ice as it fades to black.
Oof.
Okay, so, and I'm just gonna, after all that poetic setup, I'm gonna write down as far as the ending. Anglerfish ate your daughter. You kill it. You are sad. And alone. The end.
So we're supposed to do the name together.
Yes.
I have one that I would like to type on the screen.
I already have a couple ideas as well. It's funny, like the first one we really struggled with. How do we get a good name for this? That is very much in the vein, pun intended, of what I'm thinking. So go ahead and read aloud your name.
My name is Ice Fishing : Blood Runs Cold.
That sounds like a fucking Dolph Lundgren ass B movie if I've ever heard
because
of one.
I was thinking N64.
Right.
A lot of those those games, the name is what it is. So that's why I put ice fishing at the front. But then I was like, that's also disingenuous because people are going to think it's an ice fishing game and it's really about something else. So, Blood Runs Cold.
Blood Runs Cold. Ironically, like the two that came to my mind were similar. I had Blood in the Water.
Okay.
And Frozen Alone.
Okay.
Were the two that came to my mind.
I like Ice Fishing : yeah, one of these. Blood in the Water, Blood Runs Cold, or Alone on the Ice? Frozen Alone.
This is a two-party system where there are only two votes.
Yeah.
I would throw my weight behind Frozen Alone. Something, because we both came up with something with blood. That feels a little too...
It is. Especially for N64. I like, Ice Fishing,
if there are
Frozen Alone.
Yeah, if there are other ideas beyond Frozen Alone, I'm open to that too. But I think that between the three subcolons, I feel like that's the good
Ice
one.
Fishing Isolation. Oh, Shea.
Ice hyphen elation?
Yes. Ice hyphen olation.
That's too jokey. That's very funny. It's too jokey for the tone that we're going for here.
Damn it. Ice Fishing. Frozen Tundra? No, because there's
but you're all across
there's all
the globe.
sorts of
yeah.
Ice
Fuck it, dude. Maybe at some point you're fucking ice fishing in the back of someone's house, like in their pool.
Yeah, you never know. Ice fishing. Because it's like
frozen.
They're a bloodthirsty
cold.
fish.
Yeah.
And it's a story about a protagonist and their daughter losing their daughter.
Yeah. Cold something. Ice fishing. Cold, like cold winter, like not literally that, but like that makes me think of like a noir detective.
Right. Which there are definitely elements of that, right? There's
like,
some detective puzzle solving here.
Yeah. Again, like not literally this, but like cold morning, cold end, like that kind of cold end.
A cold end. Ice fishing, a cold end.
All right.
Hey.
All right.
Oh no. All right, let's walk through ice fishing, a cold end.
Hell yeah.
We start out, it is a fishing game, because of course it is. It's called ice fishing, and it's on the N64.
Mm-hmm.
It's a AA mid-tier game, so it has a little bit of money behind it, which is, I think, how they can afford a little bit more of the production value and playing around with some of the color palette on the N64, right? It's more muted color palette. They're going for more realistic graphics, what power they're able to eke out of the N64. It takes place in modern times, right? And it's ice fishing across the globe. So it's a little bit of a globe trotting, a bunch of different locations you're going to go to. Why don't you take some more of it from here?
Yeah, you mentioned a little bit like we're playing with some muted colors, more of a realistic approach on the graphics, and we're dealing with things like isolation and tension. Those are the feelings we're trying to evoke as people play. We're going to partially accomplish that through the music with some somber, sort of sad banjos and harmonica sounds in the vein of like The Last of Us. And story-wise, I guess story is a little bit loose, but the setup for the game, the first thing that you see and experience is you're fishing and you fall under the ice and are almost murdered by the creatures under the ice. So you set out for a path for revenge against all these beings across the globe because, of course, you lope them all together. And your character is?
You, the faceless protagonist.
Oh.
You never see your face. And, of course, your daughter. Your daughter has fished all of these areas before you, right? You're trying to track her down because you don't want her to get swept up in this path for revenge, right? So you're trying to make sure that she's still okay. And your path for revenge on the fish and sea creatures that are out for blood. Your blood. And the blood of your daughter. Each location, it's a big open area. You get to pick where you break through the ice and fish. And depending on where you pick, that's going to affect the kinds of sea creatures that you'll encounter. Because of that, you're going to have a map for tracking the fish. But it's all manual, so you, the player, are picking what stickers you want, like circles and X's and lines, some limited text options, and putting down stamps on the map, right? So you're kind of tracking things, showing where things are, where different types of fish are, and maybe where you find some different clues and different things like that. You can track those on your map.
Yeah. I'm going to take these a little out of order because I feel like the other two mechanics set up the climax. But as you're fishing, you are finding notes, other narrative breadcrumbs. You're also finding new pieces of equipment like a spear gun or a deep water lure. Those are unlocking different types of fish that you can catch, different types of areas that you can explore, all with the goal of finding enough clues to put together where your daughter went. And when that happens, you unlock this final area where you catch up with your daughter's snow sled. She's nowhere to be found, but you see next to the sled a hole in the ice. So you dive back in, dreading the worst, and find your daughter's mangled coat in the jaws of a bloodthirsty anglerfish. And what do you do to that anglerfish, Kyle?
You kill it.
Oh, yeah.
and then you're sad and alone.
Boss battle, and then you're sad and alone.
Big boss battle where you're utilizing all your kinds of equipment. Maybe you're like using some of your other lures and things to catch other fish to bait the anglerfish out and attack it with your spear gun.
Yeah.
And when it's dead,
you're using all those ethers that you had saved up from earlier battles, and you're like, I'm gonna need this when I finally go up against the final boss. And this time, unlike all the JRPGs you ever played, you actually use those ethers.
Yeah, because it's a tough fight. That anglerfish is mean, but you do kill it because you're a parent filled with rage and sadness.
Yeah, dude. Like, my mind went to like a John Wick place.
Yeah.
Like, as you're trying to reel in this fucking giant anglerfish.
Big time. The Baba Yaga underwater with a spear gun.
Hell yeah.
But revenge does not warm your cold heart.
Well, I was about to say revenge is a dish best served cold.
Is a dish best served cold. But you know, even that revenge cannot warm your cold, sad heart, and you sit there on the edge of the ice as the wind blasts your face and whips the snow around you, and you are truly alone. Title card. Ice fishing.
Ice fishing.
A cold end.
A cold end. No, what happens is fade to black, the end pops up, and then the fades away, and then what fades up is ice fishing
a cold.
so that it reads ice fishing a cold end.
Yeah.
And then ice fishing a cold fades away, so it just says end. And then question mark?
Oh. and you hear
none of that happens.
And then you hear the ice cracking as if a larger creature is breaching.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
And then the sequel, Ice Fishing 2, twice as cold.
Blood runs cold.
Blood runs cold. That is that's the GameCube.
Yeah.
We'll do that next episode.
That one's rated M
dude,
for mature.
That's a fucking dope ass ice fishing game, my guy.
Hey, I probably wouldn't hate that game. It would be on the N64, which would suck.
Right.
But I probably wouldn't hate that game.
At the end of the day, the fact that it is a fishing game would probably make me not super...
Sure.
This almost feels like a Frog Fraction scenario.
A little bit.
Where, like, it's an ice fishing game, but it ends up being this, like, narrative murder mystery almost, where you're, like, putting all these things.
Yeah.
It's like a fucking Heavy Rain meets Bass Pro Fishing.
Man, and you wanted me to pick an FPS. Just have faith.
Oh, man.
Just have faith.
That was fun.
That was good.
That was fun.
Hey, email us at podcast@SheaHatesEverything.com.
Oh my god. No, stop.
Info?
You're only going to confuse people.
Info
at SheaHatesEverything.com. If you don't know what it is, don't fucking say it. If you give them the wrong address, they're going to send it to the wrong address. And then they're going to get mad at us for not reading the email.
It's 1:30 a.m., my guy.
Well, speaking of emails, we've got a shit ton.
Yes.
Let's do the emails. No, but you're going to say email in. We'd love your feedback. And also any better ideas than ice fishing a cold end.
Yeah.
Also would love to hear, how do you think you fish in this game? Because we sure didn't define how that works.
Nope.
Not important at all to an ice fishing game.
Look, everybody knows video games only have 4 mechanics. So
we ran out.
Yeah. We used them all up.
Great. All right. Emails. Tons of emails. Multiple emailers. And look, that's the price we pay for not reading them out last month. Look,
yeah.
Zero guilt for you all. Thank you for writing in. We're going to start. We'll take these in turns here. We have 2 emails from our friend Dallas in Austin, Texas. The first email is titled Gamer Friends. Hey dudes, in love with the serious life advice talk you did last month, editor's note, technically 2 months ago, would like to ask something similar, but since this month has to be be video game related, I think I can meld the two together, which again, in fairness, I didn't say it has to be video game related. All I said was it cannot be Disney World related.
Yeah, but you can be very authoritative when you speak, and
that's
so
true.
People,
I'm extremely intimidating.
The sheeple just tend to follow. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah. That's why it's the Shea Hates Everything podcast, bros. all of you worship all of my opinions. No one has ever disagreed with me.
That's so gross.
All right, but first, the important stuff. And then I asked you all to not write to us about Disney World, which I appreciate that no one did. I'm sure folks were tempted.
Yeah.
What I did not clarify, which in hindsight I wish that I had, I feel like we're building an email cinematic universe.
Oh no.
Of the dumbest shit.
No.
Where everyone that writes us an email also responds to every email we received the previous month. So Dallas, before getting to his question, needs us to also know that he has 3 favorite sandwiches, which is an email we did get that we talked about, which was very fantastic. I think multiple people that wrote emails.
Shay, you probably said at some point, email us your favorite 3 sandwiches.
You're probably
right.
You're
told them
right.
to do this.
It's that engagement, man. It's that marketing brain. I gotta drive engagement. And again, the reality is that many of you that listen to this podcast don't know me personally. It's that like parasocial relationship, right? Where you listen to the podcast, but like we've never fucking met. You don't know me. You don't know my middle name.
You don't know me.
So I do want to clarify, because I feel like we take the piss out of a lot of these emails, and we make fun of you guys a lot in writing the emails. It is always important for me to clarify, nothing but love.
Yes.
I love all of the emails. It's fantastic. Dallas, I'm so glad that you wrote to us about your 3 favorite sandwiches, because it allowed me to do a bit on how, what the fuck, now we're just getting emails with people telling us their favorite sandwiches. Like, what is the point? What are we even doing? So thank you, Dallas, for doing that. Dallas's 3 favorite sandwiches: Panera Bread Chicken Fontega. Is that how it's pronounced?
Maybe.
The Jimmy John's Italian Nightclub, adding hot peppers, which he clarifies is the same as the Vito, but it comes with mayo and ham.
Interesting.
That, honestly, I got to be honest, something about that doesn't sound that good.
Yeah, that's not... you made it worse.
Because like an Italian sub, 100%, I'm sure Jimmy John's is good. I'm sure I've had it.
Yeah.
Hot peppers plus, absolutely. But the Italian club has mayo and ham on it? That doesn't sound right.
Well, yeah, like, so instead of the Italian meats, it's mayo and ham. So it's not like you're putting ham with the Italian meat. It's like a meat substitute. So that
doesn't sound right.
I know. They took it and made it worse.
I'm tempted to ask Dallas to write us in and clarify, but then it's just more emails about sandwiches.
This is also 2 months old.
That's true.
Imagine
too.
how
But
moldy that sandwich is.
The Panera Bread Chicken Fontega, I don't believe I've ever had
Me
that.
neither.
The bacon turkey Bravo, that is a fire sandwich from Panera. It's got some kind of like tomato-ish bread. Extremely good.
Okay.
Turkey, bacon, it's a good ass sandwich. Now I got to try the chicken Fontega because I love a good chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
Speaking of a good chicken sandwich, third on the list from Dallas is a Chick-fil-A Spicy Chicken Deluxe, added Chick-fil-A sauce with a waffle fry, and also he puts 3 more waffle fries on the sandwich before putting the top bun on. I eat at Chick-fil-A a lot. I don't think I've ever been smart enough to put a waffle fry on.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And now I'm mad.
That sounds good.
Now I'm mad at myself. I do love the spicy chicken. I don't get the deluxe. I don't want the lettuce and stuff on there. I just want it clean.
Me too.
I just want the meat. But I feel like if you're going to add a waffle fry on top of that, or in this case, 4 waffle fries on top of that, you need some crunch.
I think you're right.
That sounds fucking delicious.
Yeah, that sounds very good.
Now I'm angry, especially because I'm already hungry.
Yeah,
See, this is why the sandwich idea was bad.
I know.
Okay. So those are Dallas's 3 favorite sandwiches. write us in your opinions on Dallas's 3 No, I'm
Holy
kidding.
shit.
All right. Fantastic sandwiches. And, like, inspiring. I'm not sure about the Jimmy John's one. I'd be willing to give it a shot, but I don't know. I think he's saying that the Italian club is the same as the Vito, but the Vito comes with mayo and ham? I don't know, dude.
No, he's saying the Italian nightclub is the same as the Vito, but instead of the Italian meat, it's all the other stuff, but with mayo and ham. So
I do not think that is correct, but I don't want to argue with you anymore about it.
Well, you know what I mean? It's called the Italian nightclub, so maybe it does still have the Italian meat. So maybe it.
Okay.
Anyways.
So now that we did that, I'm reading the email again. Now that we did that, with a lot of the gaming industry going towards live service, it seems critical to have a friend group for gaming going forward. I have a group of friends from college that I keep in touch with, but that's pretty much it. 2 of them play Warzone, and only Warzone. The other 2 will try something new, usually, but fall off pretty quickly, which can be a bummer if I'm enjoying it a lot and the game requires a battle pass grind or something. That's always a bummer. It doesn't matter the context. I also have made some friends with my daughter's friends' parents, but that's pretty spotty, as usually it's hard to find something in common with them other than parenting and what the hottest TV show is to add to the list that somehow never stops growing.
Yeah.
Recommendations so far, he mentioned Severance, The Bear, and Silo. As an aside, I've been watching The Bear. It's good. It's not as good as a lot of people have told me. I have some problems with it, but we don't need to talk about that. What tips do you both have for making friends in your 30s or later? It can be tough, but any advice or things you can recommend toward getting new or the current bros together for game night would be awesome. Dallas and Austin, Texas. I wish that I had great advice. You are barking up the wrong tree with me. And I feel like you probably know that. Like, I feel like you mean you're asking Kyle, because I've been very clear. I don't have shit for friends, man. I don't play games with anybody. People ask me to, and I say no. And seriousness, though, like, you already have a group of friends that is more than a lot of people do in their 30s. Like, you have 4 college friends that you keep in touch with, and some of them even play video games. I think that's a win. And I'm not trying to, like, privilege shame you, but I think taking some context that is a positive thing, that you still have friends that you've had a while, that you still have things in common with and like a way to connect, even if they're not as hardcore as you. The parenting friends thing, I 100% understand. It is extremely hard to like actually make friends with the kids' parents, like my daughter's friends, their parents, because when we're around each other, it's for play dates, it's for birthday parties, and we are also focused on our kids in those circumstances. So it's hard to like really vibe and have conversations more than that surface level shit. There's also the reality that a majority of people out there aren't a good fit to be your friend. So statistically, if your daughter has 10 friends, that's 20 chances at a person that could be your friend. Statistically, it's still not likely that one of the 20 would be a good fit to be your friend. That sucks. For me personally, an approach that I would recommend, not something I practice, is finding other hobbies that are more social. So like not pitching a religion, but for me, like finding a church where there are other adults that share somewhat common values. That's a good place to start to like meet people. Not suggesting you like go out to the bar and try to make a friend. That sounds like a good way to have a bad time. But like finding other activities that are more social inherently than video gaming, which can be pretty isolating, is a good place to at least expose you to other adults where you might, like, you're increasing the % chance that you're going to find somebody that has shared interests. Anything other than that, Kyle? You've got a ton of friends, you bastard.
I have... Dallas, can I give you some of my friends? Dude, because I have the crew of 4 degenerates from high school that we're still friends with. I have my best friend, who it's the one that I keep talking about, right? Like, he and I have been the closest for the longest. So when I say best friend, it's longest friend. I don't like to apply the best friend label, but like he and I spend the most time together out of any of my friends. And I put that important qualifier in there because I know one of my other friends listens to this, and I don't want him to feel bad because I love him very much.
Oh, Lord.
And
who cares?
anyways, and then I have my Bizarro group of friends who I met like in college, and there's like 7 of them. So I'm drowning in friends, and I can't keep up with all of them.
Oh,
all of that to say, people like me. People don't like Shea because he hates everything. So you're correct to ask me this question, Dallas. I'm pretty sure it was aimed at me, Shea.
He does say dudes at the top.
Yeah. Well, it's like the royal dudes.
Sure.
Aimed at me.
I'm the secondary pity dude, if you will.
Secondary pity dude. The third wheel dude. So in terms of recommendations towards getting the current bros together for game night, like, I don't know how close you are with your college bros, but for me and my high school bros, we talk about our friendship and like our dynamics a lot. And so it was really just a matter of, because like 2 of the group of us 5 total, 2 of them live in different states now. 3 of us are still local and are within, distance of each other to meet together. So we just like eventually realized like, hey, we can't only get together once every year and a half when all 5 of us can magically be in the same place at the same time. Like the 3 of us who are here together, we need to start spending some time together. So we talked about that and said, all right, you know what? The first Friday of every month, let's set that aside for us to get together. So, like, have the conversation and make the plan and keep making the plan. And if it falls through once, don't let that stop you from making the plan for the next month. Like, we did it in May and June, and we missed July, but we're doing it next weekend in August. Like, so just, don't let up and hold each other accountable and tell each other that you will be holding each other accountable. Open, honest communication, like, I guarantee you they want to spend more time with you too. So just have the conversation and, be transparent about it. Like, we all have a bunch of shit going on, and
right.
It's okay that our priorities shift over time. That should happen, and it's not a thing to be like guilty or ashamed of or hurt by. The fact that you are all still friends and maintain contact is a beautiful thing. Like, celebrate that, and then try to put some stuff on the calendar. That's my recommendation.
Yeah. I think that's great advice, like, for managing existing relationships. Yeah. As you were talking, it also made me think of like another potential avenue in terms of like, I'm trying to meet new people. Again, idea that I don't follow through on, but one that I probably should. The internet sucks.
Yeah. Social
media sucks. I'm not suggesting that you arbitrarily like be on Twitter more and you might meet someone, but if you find dedicated places like Discord channels, things like that, maybe places that have a little less toxicity, which I guess is, in fairness, nowhere. You're going to have to wade through toxicity. But you can definitely meet people. Like, if your goal is, I want to meet some adult gamer friends, I'm sure there's a ton of online communities like that. Discord's probably a great place to like start that, or even Reddit maybe. I'm not a huge Reddit user, but I know there are safer places within Reddit. But that could be a good way, again, in that more like parasocial perspective of people, it gives you access to people across the globe, not just people in your like actual literal vicinity, where you're starting from a point of common interests. And not hoping that you're going to meet someone with a common interest. So that's an option as well. All right. Never enough. Dallas sent us a second email this month. Subject line, too old for internet. Words. I have no words for how much I love this email. Dallas, thank you. Dallas says, hey friends, I came across a headline last month that got me thinking. The headline was, Livy Dunn rizzes up baby Gronk. This was the first time I think I saw a sentence in English and said, that is a different language. I don't know what that means. That's so fucking funny. I love that so much. have either of you had the same moment where you said, that's too much internet for me, or I don't care for pop culture anymore, I'm going to go live in the woods now? Any feedback or input would be welcome. And then there's the second part that we'll get to, but I do want to address the first part first. Unfortunately, I know what this sentence means. Only because Livy Dunn is, I don't even know if that's how you pronounce her last name, if I'm being honest. She is a very, what's the phrase?
Caked up.
Like, well, I was going to say successful, but also, yes, she is an extremely attractive and successful gymnast who is now like an Instagram model because, of course. Baby Gronk, I know who Gronk is. He was a football player. Rob Gronkowski played for the Patriots. He's a douche nozzle, but I did not know what Baby Gronk is, but contextually, it's some kid, I'm sure, that is like a baby Gronk. He's huge and annoying and probably really good at football. Rizzing up being like some kind of bullshit Zoomer greeting. So I vaguely understood what that headline meant. Why someone would write an article about Livy Dunn rizzing up a child, I will never understand. But I do understand what it is trying to communicate. To your question, have I ever thought that's too much internet for me? Fucking yeah, bro. That's why I started playing Pokemon Sword, because I wanted to spend less time on the internet. And not even because like I don't care about pop culture. That's been true for a decade plus. And in reality, I have never cared about celebrity shit. Most celebrities are bad people because in order to have that level of success, you either need to be a bad person in a way that you are taking advantage of people to attain that success, or you were born into that level of success, so you never needed to know how to be a nice person, so you're a piece of shit, or having that much fame and notoriety and money and everyone in your life saying yes to you at all times will inevitably turn you into a bad person.
No good.
That's why there are literally 0 billionaires who are good people. It's impossible for that to be a thing. So yeah, I already didn't care about celebrity shit, but the broader talking about pop culture, for years it was the memes. That's what I liked. I liked people making fun of the thing. And so in order to get enjoyment out of the making fun of the thing, I had to have a vague understanding of what the thing was, but enough time spent understanding the thing makes the memes not as funny anymore. Because most times the thing is something really shitty.
Yeah.
So I just had to shut it down. And I am a much happier person for doing that. So yes, I feel that way all the time, including this very moment.
Yeah. I felt that way 3.5 years ago. And so I logged out of Facebook for basically the last time. And I got rid of one of my Twitters. And didn't make any new social media accounts at all and barely ever use Twitter. So I basically just don't use social media anymore. And that fucking rules. My life has been so much better. I did that when I was like 28. And now I'm 31 and feeling fine, baby.
I was happy for myself because I did make a Threads account when it launched because it was easy and I already had an Instagram. I logged onto Threads. I threaded a funny comment. I logged back on 2 or 3 days later to thread another funny comment and have not even fucking thought about the app since then.
Good.
And that makes me very happy. Zero temptation. I don't care. And that's what I wanted. That's what I needed to cold turkey from Twitter because that place is horrendous, especially now.
It's not great.
That the dude is running things.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, X now. But yeah, life is better when you're not on social media.
Yeah.
You ever wonder why you see people out in the world that are like looking like they're enjoying their lives, and you're like, how are they enjoying their lives when all this bad shit is happening all the time? It's probably because they're not on Twitter. So we should also not be on Twitter. But yeah. Okay, second part of the question. Name both of your favorite movies, or I think both name your favorite movies, I think is what he intended. Both name your favorite movies outside of the top 100 IMDb movies list. I've seen all of the top 100 and would like some new recommendations from your perspective outside of the norm. People always recommend the same thing, and I'd love some cool new stuff. Would love to hear your thoughts. Thanks for the pod, Dallas and Austin, Texas. 100 movies is a lot. I have not seen all of the movies in the top 100. I can't imagine. I've seen a lot of movies. My favorite movie that came to mind that isn't in the top 100 is a movie that I am sure you have already seen, and it is Mission Impossible. I have to say it because it's one of my favorite movies and it is not on the list.
Yeah, I can't believe that's not in top 100. It's so fucking good.
Apparently a lot of people didn't like it, which I was very shocked to learn. If you haven't seen Mission Impossible, come on. Mm-hmm. And if you have, which I'm sure you have, you should watch it again. That movie rules. The actual recommendation for a movie you may not have seen, and also in fairness, I used to be a hardcore movie person until I graduated college and had kids and have no time. However, a movie that I have seen in the last 5-ish years that really stood out is called Lion. It stars the dude from Slumdog Millionaire or something. Dev Patel is his name. I'm not a huge Dev Patel fan, but he is only in like half of this movie. It is based on a true story. It is about a boy in the Middle East who gets lost from his family and his crazy fucking journey getting back to them. That's all I'll say about it. It is phenomenal. I was absolutely sobbing many, many times in that movie. The triumph of the human spirit knows no bounds. That movie is amazing. So that is a movie you may not have actually seen that is phenomenal. It is called Lion. What about you, Kyle?
Just a quick note. All 3 Lord of the Rings movies are in the top 15, which is fucking absolutely fantastic. That makes me feel so good.
Isn't the top 100 like by user score?
I don't know.
I think that's the case. Not saying that all 3 Lord of the Rings movies aren't phenomenal, but like, are all 3 of them really in the top 15 best movies ever made? I don't believe so.
Yes.
I believe that people would say they are, but like film critics, I do not think they would say they are.
Oh, well, I've never cared what the film critics say. They're the ones who are like, they're the kids who in high school when the teacher was like, "What's the symbolism?" "Oh, it's Jesus again." And they were the kids who were like, "Wow, it really is, huh?" And I was the kid going, "Yeah, no shit, idiot." Anyways, my 2 movie recommendations that are not in the top 100, and I bet you have not seen either of these, Dallas. The first one is Rubber. And it is I had a stint where I was really into absurdist media, including plays and stuff, like Rhinoceros by Eugene Ionesco, which is a very good play. It's about Nazism and the propagation of it. Rubber is...
So funny?
Well...
What a comedy.
No, that's not... Okay, anyways. But...
Absurdism is comedy, right?
Rubber is comedy absurdism. And it's a film about a tire that has telekinesis and murders people.
Isn't this based on a Stephen King book?
No. I do not believe so. It's also a little bit of a genre bender because there's like a fourth wall breaking group of people, like it's like a tourism group that is there to watch the events of the movie happen. And spoiler alert, they get swept up in the events in some way. Anyways, Rubber, phenomenal film. If you're up for something that is kind of absurd.
I have 2 comments on this. The first is that it is not a Stephen King novel. It apparently was inspired by Stephen King's Christine, which is about a car that killed people of its own accord.
Well, sure.
Rubber is about a tire that kills people of its own accord. The second thing, which is a far better comment, is that when I saw that you had written Rubber, I thought you wrote Flubber.
I knew, like, when I wrote Rubber, in my head, I was like, I bet Shea says something about Flubber. Which
shit.
is a
In
secret
fairness,
third recommendation from me, by the way, Dallas.
well, but I do want to clarify. I did not double check to see if Flubber
It is
is
not.
already in
It's
the top
not.
100. Okay, good to know. You should watch Flubber as
yeah,
well.
Flubber's very good. My actual second recommendation is he's cool. He's out of sight. He is Black Dynamite.
Great movie.
An ironic take on blaxploitation films.
Blaxploitation.
Starring Michael J. White, who was Spawn in the original Spawn movie. And he's also a martial artist. Super fucking hilarious movie. Fiendish Dr. Wu.
Agreed.
Just so, man, what a fucking great movie. That's just a great time. So Rubber, if you're feeling a little adventurous and are up for like something really weird. Black Dynamite, if you want to fucking roll out of your seat laughing.
Yes.
Yeah, those are my two hits.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the emails, Dallas.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on. Email from our buddy Mike. Subject line: video game music.
Sorry,
Y'all
Robot
are good
Mike.
at writing.
Robot Mike.
Sorry, Robot Mike. M1K3, as it were. Okay. M1K3 says, not comfortable sharing my trophy score here, but Steam level is 32. This is an even bigger callback.
Yeah.
This was like 4 months ago. We were talking about, someone wrote in asking about gamer score shit. So Mike says Steam level 32, which is very high. Well, is it high? I'm like a Steam level 10, so to me it seems
Steam
high.
level 40. Bow before me.
Okay. Well, you play a shit ton of PC games, so that tells me that 32 is still pretty
Yeah, I'm not a fake gamer, so.
Fake gamer. Okay. Mike continues. I'm not a big sandwich guy. Oh my god, here we go. I'm not a big sandwich guy because too much
you're a
bread.
robot.
I like wraps.
When you don't eat.
I like wraps. That's a sentence that Mike wrote. I like wraps, he
Well,
says.
yeah. Like
Kebab-
the robots have trouble breaking down gluten.
Kebab shop Mediterranean wrap with the fries in it. Fucking
That sounds
yes. Any lamb, gyro, euro, however you want to pronounce it. If that counts as a sandwich, it certainly does. And a Chipotle burrito, if that counts, which it also does. Specifically, Mike says chicken, half and half, both beans, white rice, tomato salsa, corn, sour cream, cheese, lettuce, and red sauce. That's too goopy, bro. Sour cream and red sauce is a no-no. We both worked at Chipotle. Sour cream and red sauce, that employee hates you trying to wrap that burrito.
Yeah, it is pretty messy.
That's like soup in a tortilla.
You need to be double wrapping that baby.
Yes, agreed.
Although, if... Well, no sandwich because too much bread, but a burrito, like a tortilla, I guess Mike's cool with it. I was still going the gluten route. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so double wrap that baby. Hit it, quit it.
I am surprised by the half and half both beans. I have not heard of this. Those are they're such distinct, like diametric flavors. My palate says that those would not taste good together.
I feel like they would, because they're also different textures, right? The black beans are a little more firm. The pinto beans are a little mushier. So I think they serve different purposes. I could see it. I'm down to try it. I think, you know what, next time I get Chipotle, I'm going to get Robot Mike's order and report back.
Try it out. Okay, yeah, that's a great idea. I personally just don't really like black beans. I'll eat them if they're like, you know, in a Mexican casserole kind of vibe, or like they're in a different type of burrito already. But I would never order black beans. They're just not my
Interesting. Thing. I'm the opposite. I rarely get the pinto. I'm almost always black beans.
Oh yeah, I would say like my normal is double rice, chicken, pinto beans. Give me some mild, give me some green, give me some corn, give me some extra cheese, of course, and lettuce. I don't like too much of the sauciness.
Sure.
I love Chipotle guac. I don't want it on my burrito. I want to dip chips in it. I don't like the hot sauce. I don't like the sour cream. That's me.
Okay.
Oh god, I want some fucking Chipotle.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I'm so hungry.
I'm so hungry.
2 a.m.
And there's nothing I can do.
No.
It's
suffer.
Yeah, it's good. By the time I'm ready to eat, it's gonna be 2:30 a.m. There's nowhere I can
imagine if you had to ice fish for your food. Be grateful.
Oof, brutal. I'm gonna find my dead daughter too. That'd be extra bad.
God, what's the rest of Mike's email?
Okay, Mike continues. What are your favorite video game soundtracks? I personally find myself listening to Persona 5, Final Fantasy 7, and Kingdom Hearts music on Spotify way more than I should. What are some of your favorites? This is a fantastic question. I listen to a shit ton of video game soundtracks while I work. That mostly means I listen to a lot of drummy kind of tracks. I like the momentum. That's why I really like synthwave, vaporwave, all that's like cyberpunk style music. I'm pulling up. I've got a giant OneNote page with what's got to be 100 at least different video game soundtracks that I work my way through. One of the ones that always pops up for me is Super Smash Brothers. What's the one that was new? Ultimate. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Because there's like 900 some songs in that. That's fantastic. I like all of the ones that have like the synthwave style music. Your Hotline Miamis, your Furies. I recently listened to the Gallic Z soundtrack. That game's a blast from the past. From it came out like 6 years ago. What else? I'm scrolling through my list. Do you have any ones that pop out?
So I do not listen to game soundtracks outside of playing games, because for me that's part of the motivation to go back and revisit games, is to re-experience them with the music in those moments. There are very few exceptions. Every once in a while I'll be like, I really want to listen to the Hollow Bastion theme from the first Kingdom Hearts. Like,
sure.
I want to listen to that for some reason. Or I found a lo-fi remix of Final Fantasy X songs, and that shit is a fucking vibe. That's very good. But I mean, so my favorite soundtracks: Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy X. Your Final Fantasy 7 is very good. That music is very evocative. That's very strong. Xenosaga, there's a lot of great music in there. Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, I love that music. I'm trying to think other games that like the music really stands out to me. I can't think of any more off the top of my head, but it's because I don't seek it out normally. I like to absorb it as I play.
Yeah. Mike, I'm going to run through a bunch of games. I'm scrolling through my alphabetical list. I'm just going to call out ones that you need to check out. If you're into that, like, synthy vibe. Axiom Verge is extremely good. Broforce is very good if you want more of like a prog rock style. Celeste, Crypt of the Necrodancer is a must. Fucking Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze
nice, yes.
has some bangers.
It does.
Donut County is very odd but amazing. It's got some good like almost chiptune-y kind of
I forgot
music
like
to
one
it.
of the most important ones. Katamari Damacy.
Yeah. Well, yes, of course. I would have gotten to that in my alphabetical list, don't you worry. I mentioned Fury, I mentioned Gallic Z. Grow Home is very good. Guacamelee, both of those games is very good. Hades. Hotline Miami I mentioned. Jet Set Radio. Yeah, Katamari, obviously. What else we got here? Luftrausers. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Again, if you're into like all the good Nintendo shit there. I love the Mass Effect trilogy. Just that sci-fi, like just like the menu music is amazing.
Oh, Halo. Duh. I literally sang it earlier, idiot.
Halo is very good, yes. Moonlighter, also good. The Mummy Demastered, extremely good. Final Fantasy 13. I'm in the P's now. What else we got? Pokemon. I listen to a ton of Pokemon music. Pyre, also good. Rayman Legends, Shovel Knight, Sonic Mania, all the Sonic games, despite how I feel about the games.
The music is good.
Slaps. I listen to a shit ton of Mario music. I've got like a bunch of games on here that I've already checked off. Star Fox 64, The Messenger, Transistor, Undertale is good, Yooka-Laylee is good, and finally Yoshi's Woolly World, you know? Very bright and cheery.
Okay.
So that's a lot. That's a lot. You should listen to all those.
Pick some of your faves.
Hey, he said he was looking. He said he was looking for his. Those are all faves, bro. Those are all amazing.
No, I meant
soundtracks.
Mike. Of the list that you rattled off, maybe some of those sparked a little something in his carburetor.
Right. Yeah. Awesome. Thanks,
Mike,
Mike, for the email. Moving on. This one comes in from Connor. Subject line: from my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Connor says,
it's my friend Connor.
What?
This is what he does, right? This
You
subject.
always say
I know
this.
the subject line is apropos of nothing. He's just trying to start shit. I see you.
What shit is he starting?
From my point of view, the Jedi are evil.
Right. What is that starting?
Well, from my point of view, they're not. He knows it bothers me, is my point.
Okay. Also, he knows how much I love all the great subject lines.
Yeah.
All right. Connor says, howdy. Would love to get your opinions on what is a beloved IP to you that hasn't been turned into a video game yet. For me personally, Twilight Zone is one of my favorite shows of all time. The thing that makes the most sense is a Walking Dead or David Cagey type movie game. The problem here is that revisiting the old episodes would be kind of fun, but not as fun as new content, which hasn't been good since probably the 80s. Hopefully game designers could come up with something more creative than me. That's why they're in those positions, right? Sense a little sarcasm there. On the other hand, what is some of your favorite gaming IP that you're amazed hasn't had a reboot or remake yet? I'd pick Chrono Trigger, but this is the morning before the Nintendo Direct and could totally be proven wrong in about an hour. No, sorry. So let's go with the easy one and say Splinter Cell series reboot. Lol, also never going to happen. Thanks for the pod, Kyle's friend Connor. And then real quick, P.S. fucking sandwiches. Jimmy John's Italian sub with house peppers, which is, dude, that's what fucking Dallas likes. Jersey Mike's Hawaiian Philly cheesesteak, which sounds good. And mushroom Swiss burger from Whataburger. Nasty ass bitch. Ratchet ass sandwich shit. Get out of my life. Mushrooms what? Fuck you. If a hot dog is a sandwich, Italian sub... Wait. Oh, he's just saying he would replace the other ones and include Skyline fully loaded coney. Fine. I don't like Skyline chili, but I get it. You're from Ohio. And a brat with hot mustard and sauerkraut loaded into a French baguette. Not a sauerkraut guy, but that does sound really tasty. The French baguette really elevates it, you know?
Yeah. Agreed.
Okay. So two questions in there, right? First being an IP you love that has not been turned into a video game. And then a favorite game that you think should have a reboot or remake.
Right.
Thoughts, ideas, opinions.
Beloved IP, not been turned into a video game. Most of them have, is the sad thing. Most of them have some bad movie video game at some point, which hurts. I'm
going back to, because it's fresh in my mind, like a retro style GoldenEye-esque Mission Impossible game would be fun. You can mix a couple of different gameplay elements.
I mean, there was a Mission Impossible game, though.
Was there?
Pretty sure. Yep, 1998 video game on the PlayStation 1. It is literally a third-person... on the N64. It is a third-person GoldenEye-like.
Mm.
So it's just third-person instead of first-person.
It just shows how smart I am, you know?
Yeah.
Now I'm trying to think of, like, is there, like, a book series? Like, beyond just TV
Right,
movies,
that's what I'm
is there,
saying.
Like, a book
like,
series?
I think...
That would be a good video game.
Yeah, I was going to say... Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archive books would make really crazy open world RPGs. Those would be great because you'd have like, you know, like all of your like Stormlight powers and stuff that are unlocking over time as you're learning more of your oaths. And you know, it's like it's a rich world with a bunch of diverse races and cultures coming together that you could potentially like go visit and do quests for, and other stuff like that would be pretty cool. I think that would make a great deep universe.
I'm surprised that this wouldn't have jumped into your mind. Redwall.
There is a Redwall video game.
Oh my god. Really?
There are, it's like a episodic kind of thing. Like there's a couple of them that are like parts of a story that come together to make a whole.
Well, that's bullshit.
And
I don't want.
They're not good.
I'm doing this anyway because in my mind, Redwall is like a big fantasy epic RPG in like the vein of like a Ni no Kuni, where it's got some like class-based stuff. Yeah. It's got some party stuff. Like that's, you know, turn-based. That's what I want.
The Redwall games are not that.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
That's
what I
nice.
want. So I'm doing it anyway.
It would be nice.
Yeah. That's an IP that should be turned into an actual video game.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. A gaming IP that you're amazed hasn't had a reboot or remake yet. I'm going to say one. I bet you it's going to blow your mind. And I can't believe I just thought of it. Xenosaga. How cool would it be for there to be a Xenosaga trilogy?
Whoa. Remake? This is reboot or remake. Not remaster.
It's the same difference, dude.
It is not the same.
But you know what I'm saying. For the sake of the joke.
The
whole point was like, Xenosaga.
I know, but it's not the question.
Oh my god.
Look.
Then what? What? Say it. Say it so we can get out of here.
I don't know. I gotta think about it. Jeez, oh Pete's.
We should have prepared better for.
Well, I did for other ones.
Oh, the important ones.
Yeah,
just not.
Yeah,
Connors?
not my friends, because I figured he'd cut me some slack. Gaming not had a reboot or remake yet, and that's surprising.
I feel like
I am genuinely surprised about Dino Crisis, and that's why I believed Exoprimal when they announced it was a Dino Crisis reboot. I believed it really hard, and then it was like Exoprimal. I'm like, you have an IP for this, and people have been asking you for more of it for a very long time. Why are you doing this? And maybe the answer is they weren't confident in it, and so they didn't want to trash their beloved Dino Crisis IP, just in case.
I think part of my difficulty with this question is, like, if there are games that I love, I don't really want them to be rebooted. Not that they can't be, because if it comes out and it's bad, it doesn't ruin the original game. But, like, I love the original game for what it is. I don't want to see it be remade. Well, that's why I go to more of a remaster. Like with the Xenosaga, make some tweaks. Make the narrative make a little bit more sense. Make it a little bit less obtuse. Like, add some modern gameplay, UI elements, things like that. Like, that's what I want to happen to a game series that I love that's older. I don't want them to give it the Final Fantasy VII remake treatment. Doesn't mean I wouldn't like it if they did, but, like, I'm not asking for that.
And neither is Connor, because he says, what are some of your favorite gaming IP that you're amazed hasn't had a reboot? Not that you want to have a reboot or remake. You're just surprised that it hasn't happened yet, because that Capital-ish, I think is what we settled on, that hasn't come to claim that IP yet.
But I think the interesting part of the question is amazed at, aka like we think should have a reboot. So I'm gonna go to, oh man, it was just on the tip of my tongue. Was it a PS1 game? Fuck, I'm trying to get it back. Did you think of any?
Dino Crisis was mine.
Okay, all right. Shit, I had a really good one and now I lost it. It was like a PS1 era.
Croc?
Right, Gex. No. Oh, it wasn't PS1 era. It was Sega Genesis era. Vector Man.
Oh, sure. Kid Chameleon.
Make a modern Vector Man game. That would be cool.
I'd be down for that.
All right. Second email from Connor. Subject line: Jedi with good writing. Pokemon with guns. The mashup we were all waiting for. I couldn't have come up with it myself. So what are some of your creative video game mashups? I don't know, like a detective noir story mixed with like ice fishing.
That would be pretty cool.
Says Beat Saber and Mortal Kombat, Sexy Tetris, Final Fantasy and Disney. Would love to hear some of your concoctions. Thanks. Shay's PlayStation friend, Connor. So Kyle, you did write one down.
He put in Final Fantasy and Disney. He knows that's Kingdom Hearts.
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
I know that is
All
true.
Right. I did, I have one written down for this one. I had one prepared for this one, and I really like it. So, Final Fantasy Tactics and Resident Evil 4. So a Final Fantasy Tactics game, all the mechanics of that, with the story and combat possibilities and moves and stuff of Resident Evil 4. So like there's, how like you have like action points for certain moves in Pokemon, how like that can like, you have your PP. You got your PP in Pokemon. You can like run out of PP for moves. Like that's your ammo system for your guns in Resident Evil 4. Different guns have different ranges, and maybe the shotgun fires in a cone on the tactics grid, right? Like stuff like that. Yeah. You can do roundhouse kicks if an enemy is stunned, and certain weapons have a percentage chance to stun an opponent when you use it. Like it would just totally fucking work. And I think it would be rad as hell. So Final Fantasy Tactics and Resident Evil 4, of course, that's where my brain would go.
I would combine Halo and Call of Duty to make Destiny. Oh no!
Fucking got him!
What have we done? No, I think like mixing the old and the new is cool. I would say something like, any kind of old 2D platformer merged with like ice fishing.
God damn it. Answer the email.
I don't have a good one.
Yeah.
Nothing jumps to mind. So that's why I tried to give jokey answers to cover up for that fact, but you called me.
Nice job.
And you were correct. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to like. It's easy to merge genres. It's weird to like merge games, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm sure I could come up with something if I sat and think about it, which I won't. But I could if I wanted to. Which again, to clarify, I don't. So I'm not gonna.
Here's another one. A dating sim.
Okay.
All right, a dating sim mashed up with Pokemon.
Oh, Lord.
Sorry.
Rule 32.
Vaporeon.
Okay, but that did inspire me. I do have a good one, and it's super easy. Is like a Sim City with fucking any of the IP that I love. SimCity Star Wars, SimCity Lord of the Rings, fucking anything. Yeah. Like, that's what I want. Any of the universes that I love, I want to build a town in it.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
That's good. I like that.
All right. Email from Aaron. Subject line, podcast question.
Ooh, very literal.
Love, as always, love the subject lines you guys read us. Hey guys, I recently played through Ghost of Tsushima for the first time. Holy shit, is that game amazing. The side quest storylines are so good, they're better than many games' main story. It took me forever to beat it because I felt the need to do everything. Although I didn't touch Legends mode at all, I just wanted to gush about that game for a second.
Okay.
Hey, retweet. Ghost of Tsushima rules. Yeah. I platinumed that game twice. Now for the question. What game or sequence scared you the most? For me, it is RE7 in VR, specifically the clown thing. I don't even want to know what the fuck that is. Another one that got me was The Evil Within 2. There's a sequence where you have to sneak around this creepy ghost lady in a hospital. I found it terrifying. Keep up the great podcast, Aaron. So, excuse me, Kyle. You have a long list of these. I do,
because I play a lot of horror games.
I will just say the number one on my list, because I do not play a lot of horror games, is PT.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
Fuck that. My wife and I made a YouTube video of us playing that, and I regretted it. Yeah. Because it was very scary.
Man, the first time you go up to that, to the bathroom door, and she, like, appears in the crack and shuts the door in your face. Fucking out-of-body experience.
The time when you're walking through and you're looking for what you're supposed to be able to see, my eyes are watering right now just reliving this. And you go to where the front door is and you turn around and then you see her up on the fucking balcony.
Yeah, that's not great.
Oh, and the time where you're just cozying down the hallway and then she snaps your neck. She turns your head around so you look in her mangled face while she's killing you. Oh, boy.
Man, imagine if they actually made a video game.
I wouldn't play it, I'll tell you that.
So some of mine, on that Evil Within track, Laura from Evil Within, she is, from the first game, she is the freaky, long-legged lady with the long black hair that, like, crawls out of pools of blood.
Yeah,
she like emerges from fucking pools of blood and chases you around. It's uncool. So Laura from Evil Within, but yes, absolutely that section in Evil Within 2 with the creepy ghost lady. At any time where, like, normally you have the power to fight something in a game, but they take that power from you and all you can do is run and avoid, that's always really effective. Yeah. The invisible monster from Amnesia: The Dark Descent. There's a little water area where you have to, like, you can move, because it's Amnesia: Dark Descent's very physicsy puzzle solving, and so, like, you can move boxes and things around, and you're in this flooded basement area, and you're trying to not step in the water, because if you step in the water, this invisible monster will know where you are and come stomping towards you and splashing towards you, and so you're trying to, like, hop from box to box and, like, get through this area. All the while, it's, like, slowly walking. You can, like, hear its footsteps in the water and sloshing around. And then, like, inevitably, you fall in, and you just hear as it, like, runs at you, and you're like, fuck, I gotta get out of the water! And because you can't see it, because it's invisible. And, yeah, that's not great. Outlast. All of it, pretty much. Pretty much all of Outlast. Especially that button where you can look behind you while you run. That's, and it's like, sure, you don't have to use that button, you know,
but yes,
you do,
because you know what's gonna happen when you use it.
But you have to use it because you have to know how close they are, and the answer is they're right fucking behind you all the goddamn time. Keep running, do not stop, don't fuck up. So Outlast, absolutely. The Fear games, like back when the first Fear released, Alma, the girl, like, was so scary how she would, like, pop up every now and then, and, like, yeah, Fear really creeped me out, even just fighting the normal enemies, because they would really come out of nowhere. I remember that was, like, one of the first really scary games I'd played. Condemned Criminal Origins really freaked me out, like those crazy inmates and stuff. Sorry, I don't know if we mentioned, it's really late. It's like 2:20 in the AM, so sorry about my yawn. But Condemned Criminal Origins, like, going back to it now, it wouldn't be very scary, but definitely for me at the time when it released, it really freaked me out. Just, like, the lighting, going through the areas, all the jump scares and stuff. Definitely, like, really intimidating and freaky. The witch crying in Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Like, that sound triggers me to this day.
It's the anticipation. Yes. Like, you know it's about to get
right.
real.
And then every once in a while, she's positioned in a way that you have no option to go around. You must go through, and it's going to be a hell of a fight. The Sandra Cohen level from BioShock.
Yeah, that's another
like that's
good
a
one.
slow
It's
build.
Like, yeah,
but
yeah.
really pays off in a lot of ways throughout. Like because
Well,
that one
even
has like the creepy the ladies covered in plaster that will like move when
Oh,
you're
yeah.
not looking, and yeah, ugh.
Well, there's like a hidden room where it's like an optional little room where that happens, where like there's a bunch of items at the back of the room and scattered little plaster, mannequins at the whole place, and so like you go past them, waiting for them to jump out at you. They don't. You pick up the items, you turn around, and they've all moved.
Yeah.
And so you're like, ah, shit. And then as you go back to the door, they start breaking and attacking you and
Right.
stuff. Oh,
There's one moment earlier in the dentist office where you pick up that
with the fog.
Yes, you pick up the thing, and the fog comes in, and the fog lifts, and okay, there's nothing there. You turn around, and he's
It's a dude just
literally
like,
inches from your face. Ugh.
Yeah, that's just a good jump scare.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Oh man.
That
even in because it's not in the standard Cohen. I think it's earlier on. It's when you get the shotgun. Where you first pick up the shotgun and all the lights go off, and you just get bum rushed by like 6 different splicers, and you're like, frantically running around trying to kill them all.
You're still learning like the controls and stuff, and you're like, oh god, this game does this? No. That original Slender game where you're walking around the forest collecting notes, and every time he gets close, the screen like starts to get fuzzy and staticky. I remember playing that with my buddy, like late at night. All the lights are off. We're both huddled around one computer screen playing this thing. Like, I haven't checked over by the water containers yet. I gotta go over there. I remember that really freaking. And then like, because we played it right after we watched all of the videos or whatever, the YouTube videos. So it's like, we were really freaking ourselves out that night. The first few hours of Dead Space, like again, that slow beginning section,
the suspension,
and then absolute chaos unleashes, and they're chasing you down that hallway. You don't even have a weapon yet. Like, man, and then they're bursting from vents you didn't know they could burst out from. You're still like you shoot their legs off, and they're still crawling at you with their little scythe arms. Oh man, just terrific. And then lastly, the first half of RE7. So Aaron specifically notes the clown thing, which is in the latter half of RE7 in VR. That's definitely a standout sequence. But in terms of like real intensity, trying to avoid, again, like those powerless moments, trying to avoid the Baker family as you go through their house and kind of the grounds of their property, and how they manifest their powers. You just never know what's gonna happen next, like what crazy shit's gonna go on, or how they're gonna trap you and scare you. Like it's very, very effective, that first half. The second half of RE7 becomes largely kind of an exercise, and it just kind of becomes an action game at a certain point, and it loses a lot of the tension. But that first half is some of the best of that stuff. So yeah.
I did. I thought of another one, and it's whenever I get hit from behind by a ghoul in Fallout 4, it jump scares the fuck out of me. Yeah. And it happens all the time, and it always scares the shit out of me. So that's another one.
Totally.
That's about as scary as my video games get. All right. Speaking of scary ass things, our final email. The subject line is, I found you. Let that sink in. This email comes from Kevin B. He's got a name in his email handle. I'm not going to read it for privacy reasons. It's from Kevin B. And the body of the email is just a link to a YouTube video of one of my high school indoor drumline shows.
That I was also in.
And that's it.
Which is really weird.
It's another one.
It's the only thing that you and I were in together, too.
Is it really? You didn't do any of the marching band stuff? You weren't in any of those?
No, because remember, I was in 8th grade, and you were a senior.
Right,
and I was allowed to be in that winter drumline show.
In the winter one.
Kind of coming up from 8th grade to work to do a little thing at the high school in the front ensemble, which was cool. But it's the only thing you and I ever got to do together because we were 4 years apart, so we didn't get to do any plays together. We didn't get to do any other band stuff. That was the only thing.
Right. Yeah, this is another, like when we met our friend Mike, M1K3, where like, I want to feel like this is a spam email, like it's a robot email, but like, it isn't because this person knows who we are, clearly. They found us on YouTube and just sent just a subtly threatening email. Yeah. I found you. So hey Kevin, maybe don't do that again. Maybe like write us a normal email. I'd appreciate that. Kevin, and then what are your 3
favorite sandwiches? What do you think about Disneyland?
But I do have to thank Kevin because it inspired me to rewatch that high school indoor drumline show, and it kicked ass.
That's a good show.
We got 3rd place in open class.
In World.
That ruled.
At Worlds.
No. Open class at Worlds.
Right.
But we were in open class, and like they had what? It was A, open, and something else. Yeah. I think it was World was the top class.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Fun times. Less fun times to be reminded them in a vaguely threatening way. Thank you, everybody, for the emails, except for maybe Kevin.
I don't know. I don't know about that, Kev.
But Aaron, Connor, Mike, Dallas, thank you all for the emails, and especially for your patience having written several of these emails in a previous month. But we did it. We got through all the emails. We got through all the podcast. There's 2 things left to do. The first is our August Game Club game. Normally, we would walk through the August game releases. We already did that in the previous segment that you probably listened to several days before you're listening to this section. But we've been talking a lot about Lance Reddick the last couple episodes. Having just played Horizon Forbidden West, the Burning Shores. He's in that, not a ton. He's mostly in like the intro part of it. Helps introduce the story. But he's a dope dude. Kyle and I are also big Remedy fans. Alan Wake 2 is coming out soon. Control's like one of my favorite games I've played in the last 5 years. I know you loved it as well. There is a Remedy game starring the one and only Lance Reddick that neither of us have ever played. It got taken off of Game Pass for a brief time. People threw a hissy fit about it, and they put it back on. And that's Quantum Break. So we're going to play /watch /experience Quantum Break. I have no idea what to expect.
I can't believe I've never played it. It's been on my list for so long to try it out.
It was Xbox exclusive, yeah? Like Xbox and PC only?
I believe so, yeah.
Because that would be the explanation why I haven't ever played it. But yeah, because it seems like something you would love.
Right.
Like mixed media, Remedy shit. Yeah. So yeah, I'm extremely, extremely excited to check it out. I know it is relatively long, and especially like you're watching episodes of television while you are playing it. So who knows if I'm going to be able to make it all the way through. It didn't review well. Certainly like mixed feelings about it. I guess I feel like people have generally warmed to it over time. Maybe more because they appreciate the ambition in hindsight. Yeah. But yeah, really excited to check that out. We will be talking about it next month on the podcast. If you also want to check out Quantum Break, you can do that on Game Pass or wherever you want to play it. I'm not going to pay for it, though, so, that's on you. But write us an email about Quantum Break to info@sheahateseverything.com. You can also write us an email about whatever the hell you want. As you have seen, we talk about a lot of different things in the emails.
For a very long time.
For a very long time. So, that was the second last thing we had to cover. This is the last thing we have to cover. And that is something that we don't hate. So, today / yesterday when we started recording this podcast, I don't hate a chill weekend. Which now is feeling slightly less chill because I'm going to have to get up in like 5 hours to take care of my kids, which isn't ideal. But we don't really have anything going on this weekend, which is the first time in over a month that like we don't have obligations. There's not a kids party. I have to mow the lawn. Like that's my biggest thing that I have to do. and I'm super, super excited. Just like play games and sit around and watch a movie. It's going to be so glorious. But first I need to go to sleep. So what are you not?
I don't hate Boys Weekend. That's funny. We both did weekend. My partner is in Michigan visiting their family, so it's just my dog Roscoe and I. It's Boys Weekend. Let's go. Let's go. Baldur's Gate 3, Remnant 2, Boys Weekend.
Which is different than your normal weekend. How?
Not at all.
Just that your partner's
I'm
not
just
home.
by myself.
Right. Fantastic. Congratulations. I'm sure it will be glorious.
Thank you.
That's the podcast. Thank you all for listening over the course of several years, I'm sure. As I mentioned, write us an email, info@hateseverything.com. Let me try that again. Write us an info. Write us an
email at Shades. Most things.
I haven't even had any Fireball. Unlike you, I haven't even had any Fireball. So this is just tired. Write us an email, info@SheaHatesEverything.com. We will read it next month. We will be back. What is the date of the next podcast? It is August something. Nope, sorry. This is August. It will be live on September 4th, just before Starfield takes over our lives. So check in on September 4th for the next episode. If you enjoyed this, maybe subscribe on your podcast service of choice if you have not. Leave us a rating, leave us a review. We will also read reviews if anyone wants to drop those. Tell your friends and come back next month. We would really enjoy that because it's fun to do this when there are people that listen. The end. Peace out.
Keep listening.
And I'm just going to fade to silence. And we're already well over 6 hours. So I'm just going to let this run for 7 hours and just have it be blank at the end. I'm not actually going to do that. That's the end of the podcast. Thank you, everybody. Peace out.